Yeah.
Baby mama terrorist. BMT. It's my baby mama, almost child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in coke. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, almost child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in coke. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, almost child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in coke. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, almost child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in the cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. Ride around to play the Romans innocent with an evil soul. In public when fade down low, I go those who rock them rolls. I moved, I was gonna teach me a lesson. Can't see my kids get mad, I'm stressing. Cause my sons are giving me his present. She got mad to teach me a lesson. Tell her people she did nothing wrong. Knowing that well said I moved on. Thought that money would keep me home. Hell no, bitch, I'm gone. I don't know you lost your mind. So say my name, but I know your kind. Say my name, bitch, you lying. Fighting in court, man, I'm trying to be a father to my kids. She focus on the wrong shit. Another beat. Stand up, us go parade. Do my kids and grown folks business. Tell them lies, bitch, you wicked. Split from out your yeah, you twisted. Never thought I'd go through this. My baby mama, almost y'all support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, almost y'all support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, almost y'all support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, almost y'all support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup.
All stand, please. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This honorable court now stands adjourned, signed aye. God save the state and this honorable court.
Yeah. You may be seated up in this motherfucker. Shout out to the Bay Mama Terrace Bounty Hunters. I'm your host, Mr. Palmer. And yeah, we're going to do a part 2 on this, man, because, man, last night, man, we was on here for like 5 motherfucking hours, man. I didn't even realize it, man. Just dialoguing, talking about the Cynthia G video with, the white man said that, explaining himself and why black men are not worthy enough, basically, to be considered high value. So, we're going to finish dissecting this. What's going on, bro? Good? Oh, man. Chill it, man. So, what we're going to do, we're going to continue with the part 2, finish the discussion. It was very interesting because some of her people came on here. Shout out to Ms. Palmer, took my last name. But shout out to Ms. Palmer coming on here and giving her reasons and understand it wasn't no disrespect and all that, because I don't do that on the platform. And of course you got these, these sidelining shucking and jiving bootlicks that, come in the comment section, but at the same time won't come on the live. But it's all good. I was looking at some of the comments from yesterday. It was just a few. Like somebody said, 5-hour video. Oh, Cynthia was right. And I'm like, did you watch the video? Something about, no, I don't entertain. I said, but yet you comment. So, that's why I say these dumbass niggas that I stay away from that talk this dumb logic shit. Then I had another one come on and say, black men need to start worrying about hair and because it's feminine. And I'm like, well, how is it feminine for preference? I said, but then again, you had a right. I call it hair crowns now. I don't even call it hair hats anymore. I call it hair crowns. You know what I'm saying? You have the right to wear a hair crown on your head. But calling somebody feminine and gay is not a point. It don't prove you right. All it do is just show some tactic to I guess make somebody get mad, getting their feelings, shut their mouths. Like I said, so you can wear your hair crowns all you want. You entitled, goddammit. But it's funny when men have preferences, then it's hating and shaming and bashing. But y'all been having preferences since forever. You don't want your short man. You don't want no bald head man. You don't want a guy with a beard and all this shit. And it's preference. But when a guy say, hey, I don't want no fat broad. I don't want no woman wearing white man's hair and all that shit, then all of a sudden you hate women. So that's what I say. When it comes to this gender wars, this shit will never end. It ain't gonna never end. But it's definitely something that need to be discussed and talked about and spread awareness for the future, not to fall for this feminist ass baby mama terrorist and shit that continues today in the society of Western and Eastern civilization. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So yeah, you got the high value deadbeat up in the building. Just got off the couch. I ain't have shit else to do. I said, let me go ahead, get my ass up, and talk about this this situation we didn't finish last night. But it was definitely a good dialogue. And like I said, anybody is welcome to come on the live and state your case, whether you agree, disagree, and just state your case and come with your receipts. That's it. But before we get this shit started, you know how I do. You know, I got to talk about who in the video, you know, who's in the chat before we hit off the round two. You know, let's see who checked in. Also, that's what's up, man. We got 60 people in here already. We got 40 likes. Let's get them likes up. Also got one dislike. I appreciate it because, hey, it's better to get a dislike than nothing at all. And then with a dislike, you won't be able to see my videos no more. So then I should see your pussy ass in here doing another dislike. So for the ones that do the dislikes, I really appreciate you because I have to come out with my boy Reverend X always say, and this is my response to you is thank you and I appreciate you.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Not at all. So I appreciate you to the fullest. Yes. So let's just definitely get them likes up though. You know, man, I like my own shit. Yeah. So let's see who we got up in here, man. We got D-Dub up in the building. We got Julius Mays up in the building. We got my boy Quincy X coming from the South, New Orleans, checking in. We got Diz up in the building. Got to get shout out to Diz for the $20 donation already. He says, hope this proves I'm a man of my word. Mr. Palmer, keep spitting them facts, and I could still go for some hit it and quit it. I love women, just so everyone knows. So yes, he says he's open if anyone want to get a man who want to hit it and quit it. Shout out to Diz Gaming Streams. Subscribe to him if y'all into playing, you know, doing live streaming. He do his game and everything. Definitely subscribe to him. You know what I'm saying? He been supporting the platform. I fucks with him. And not only that, he's a virgin, and he ain't sitting back trying to have a bunch of kids and get caught up with this baby mama terrorist and shit. And I believe he's 45 years old. And back in the day, we'd have been calling him a lame, goofy mog. Oh, you weak, you gay, and all that. Nah, I respect it to the fullest, fam. Because they say that the majority of black men just have sex out of wedlock and don't have kids and don't take care of them. So shout out to you, Diz. Who else we got in the building? We got my boy Jay Lon up in the building, another brother who don't have no kids, and I believe he's in college, and he's not married. He's one of the 51% that's childless and unmarried, and he's young. I think he's 30 if he is. He might be in his late 20s. You know, that's what I say when they talk about Dutchies, Pookies, and Ray Rays, that's the motherfuckers you got pregnant by and had kids with and chose single motherism and staying up in the hood and shit. Shout out to my boy Jay Lon. Also, we got Excalibur up in the building. Where you been at, bro? What's going on? We got Excalibur up in here. He been here. I just fuck with him. But shout out to my boy Excalibur. We got Deacon Dave up in here. We got the Ghost. We got Jay Speed. I'm glad you came in here, bro. Maybe, you know, I know he I know on this one we're gonna disagree. And then you know what? Then again, it might be hit and miss with Jay Speed on this one. On this one, he's for the black man. He definitely, we just got differences, but we got the same goal. Please subscribe to Jay Speed because he do talk knowledge, and he's in California, and he helped a lot of brothers overturn their child support by getting custody or equal custody. Take time, take money and dedication, and also take listening and discipline. Talk to Jay Speed. Shout out to OG Jay Speed, and hopefully he'll come on here. Gonna give a shout out. We got Rapping Magazine up in here. We got The Saga Begins. We got Dallas D. I'm glad you came back, Dallas. I know you out here doing the Lord's work. Shout out to Warhammer for the $2 donation. He said you and Coach Greg Adams need to make a diss track to y'all baby mama terrorists. Oh yeah, most definitely. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams, man. He definitely doing the Lord's work. I've been on his platform, did an interview. He definitely shouts me out and let everybody know he fucks with me. So shout out to him because you got a lot of fuck niggas that's up here that think they hide and thou. So shout out to Coach Greg, guys. We definitely need to do something. I heard he was trying to do some auto tune music. Maybe we can set something about. I'll give him a holler. Shout out to you again, the Warhammer. We got Dren up in the building. We got the Antisocial podcast in the building. All this time, I thought this was a dude, and I was wrong. It's actually a female, and she been rocking it for a moment. I went on her page, and I like what she talk about. So yeah, shout out to Antisocial. Please subscribe to her if y'all want to hear the truth when it comes to these baby mama terroristic feminists that chose single motherism and the shit that they cause on their damn selves. Appreciate you, Antisocial. Also, we got I Guess It N89 in the building. We got Face from the East Coast once again up in here. We got my boy Philip Reed. Yeah, already dislike. That's a continue from yesterday. We got Clan Kill up in the building. We got Baby Mama Ted's Bounty Hunt up in here. We got Gil Prince up in here. We got I Am the Worm. Where you been at, bro? We also got the Village Arsonist TV once again. Who else we got up in here? We got Unity Ghost in the building. We got the Jackal's Lair. And we also got Edward Nalden. He said another damn course. It's been good. It's been good with this topic. Very serious and important conversation to have. Yeah, it's definitely a good conversation to have. Got another dislike, and that's cool. I understand. That's why I say I don't give my feelings about that, because that's just mean you won't be able to see no more of my videos. But how much want to bet the motherfucker be back anyway? And for the second dislike, this is for you, and shout out to you.
Fuck all yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, and shout out to everybody that tuned in, and hopefully people that just tuned in who was on it yesterday. It's just a continuation. Play the rest of the video what Mr. Charlie had to say about black men, and come with your thoughts and opinion. If you think Mr. Charlie was right and you agree with everything he said, then stake your case. Ms. Palmer did, and shout out to her. Shout out to her. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna put the link in there already. So it's already here. It's already here. It's in the chat. Anybody want to donate the Cash App, MrPalmerD4S. D4S stands for Do For Self. Also, if you want to do super chat, you're more than welcome. Definitely more than welcome. Just please, when you tune in, come in and like, because that is free right there. We want to spread the awareness and definitely have a good dialogue. And again, like I said before, we're not going to talk about, trying to off anybody and disrespect. Nah, like we ain't doing that over here. We don't do that. You know what I'm saying? She has the right to her opinion, just like we have the right to do ours. And I don't believe in trying to shut somebody else's platform for what they believe. Just like I don't want them shutting my platform, calling out these baby mama terrorists and this unjust ass system, these simple forces. So on that note, nah, we're not gonna do that. We not over here. We not. So we got Jackal Lair already come up in here.
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. What's going on with you, bro?
I was trying to look. I was trying to sell to the guy that you were saying, J Speed. Is it Jay Speed?
Let me go back up to his page. If you're in here, hope you'll type it in. My main two my attorney and my bailiff ain't here today. The weekend how it go. They usually type it all in, but type in the Ghost and then type in J Speed OG, and maybe it should pop up. He got a platform.
The Ghost J.
The Ghost, yeah, and then type in J Speed OG. Type that in and see if you get it. If you're in here, he'll put it in. If not, I'll find it. You found it?
No, I just I was typing it in the comment section so I could put it into the YouTube.
Okay. Yeah. Hope you he good brother.
Agenda. Just sit back and watch the video with you. That's all it came.
I appreciate you, my brother. Yes, sir. All right, we got who just came up here? We got the Bell that just came up in here, man. He says 110 degrees in Portland. It's about 90 here, man, in Chicago. Jaylon, 20 years old. My fault. I'm got him being 30 years old or mid-20s, smart. So you're a young brother. That's definitely, you got a lot of years to grow, a lot of years to go and grow. We got Flyboy up in here. He got the wrench. he'll definitely make it happen. We got Peaceful Pulley. We got who else we got up in here? We got King J up in here, man, and D-Dub and One Man Band TV. You know, but yeah, we're gonna like I say again, I'm just gonna play the audio. I'm not gonna put it in here because I don't want nobody talking about trying to, people deflag the videos for having some else videos, even if you're doing a reaction. And depending on who you are, they do that here. Yeah, it's 85 in Georgia. I'm surprised. 82 in Florida. I'm surprised it's only 85 in Georgia and Florida. Just one of them days. But yeah, let's get this shit started, man. Again, I appreciate y'all tuning in again. And like I say, the link is in there. Y'all could definitely One Man Band TV said, not saying you, bro, but why don't other bloggers don't help the small people that need help? Because a lot of them are fuck niggas, bro. That's why. Believe me, I was one of them that, they say reach out, Black Manosphere, we together is one and all this jive, but then some of them believing that, I got on now, I don't need to fuck with you, and my day one niggas and shit like that. And that's why I do me and stay in my lane. Now, don't get me wrong, you can't help everybody because some people don't really be serious, or you feel that some people not ready, but you got some cats that see you coming, and they're like, oh, he gonna take my spot. That nigga mentality, that's why I stay away from niggas. So, if you want to see about trying to build and grow your platform, email me at babyMamaTerrace@gmail.com. Hot Boy will put it up there, and we could go from there. And I can tell you what to do and so on, man. A lot of them are fuck niggas, that's why. Not all, but a lot of them are fuck niggas. Some are just too busy, because some are really up there. Some are really up there, so they too busy, which that's just something you ain't going to get. But the ones that's up and come doing their thing, a lot of them are fuck niggas. I'm just going to keep it real with you. So. And people don't like that when I just tell the truth, man, because I call out everything, not just because, oh, well, you over here in the manosphere, we all the real brothers. Not everybody on here ain't no real brother. So, yeah, that's the reason why, fam. So, like I said, inbox me and we could talk, because I came in here with nothing, and a few brothers looked out, had me on their platforms a couple of times. Everything, the ones that looked out for me, I still talk to them. You know what I mean? Perfect Blackness. The link is in there. Whenever you come on in, man. That's why I say do for self, bro. You got to do for self. Go out and get it. And the more they see you doing for yourself, that's when more people come around. It's a good thing because you're doing it on your own, but it's unfortunate that you know what I'm saying, we don't stick to what we say when we say help one another, and we brothers in the community, all that shit. I say fuck the community. You know what I'm saying? We got city taxes, one-stop shop in the building. And she's also my accountant. And I did not send the information, but I promise after this, I will. So you'll get it no later than this evening on Monday. I'm running for child support. That's why. But I got you. So we're gonna have on a podcast in due time, because y'all need to know about Taxi from Chicago as well. And my boy Perfect Blackness from Chicago as well. We definitely getting stuff done behind the scenes. Shout out to her. But yeah, I'm gonna stop the video, and where we left off is when the white dude said that men having kids out of wedlock and everything like that. What's up, Miguel? And they choose to get the credit bad, and they choose to do this and do that. So we're gonna start from there. And like I say, the link's in there. Y'all want to chime in? Let's do it. Let's continue though.
Welfare took them out of the home. Feminism demands them.
Supplemental.
Yeah.
Welfare supplemental and makes up for the lack of a man being in the house. Listen, if you have children indiscriminately with people and you don't care where you're blowing your loads, you deal with consequences. And condom is really not that great, but I didn't want to have 30 children with my wife, so I still use that. 37 years old, that gray hair in my beard, receding hairline. Yeah, I'm still, making love to my wife every single night, almost. Still wearing condoms, so I don't want to have any more kids. It's just that fucking simple. And they're free at every Planned Parenthood, which is pretty much every single city in the United States.
Yeah, I know, but that's actually is not the video. It's dude talking from a phone. It's him. It's him. You can hear her talk. It's dude. I don't know if you're on speaker or whatever. I apologize, but it's not me or my shit. I'm sorry. But basically what he was saying is the welfare put him out the house and the black men out the house, and you know, you having 30 kids and 40 kids, you know. You know, that's why I say, man, I don't know why all these men having 30 and 40 kids when, like I said, once again, 51% of black men are not having kids and getting married. So, and the ones that are having kids, you know, the ones that's unwed, having kids out of wedlock, are 20%. And in the 20% is not saying these are the ones who not take care of the kids either, because I fall under the 20% because I did it unmarried. So they didn't. It just say 20% are unmarried. But like I said, but if you look at the statistics on men who don't take care of their father, I mean their kids, which is black men, is between 15 and 20% also. You know. Somebody said a white Derrick Jackson. Y'all ain't shit. Oh man. Yo, real talk with Yanni. I don't even know who Yanni is, K Dot. Shout out K Dot. I don't know who K Dot is. I have to send me your information. I don't know who that is. Daniel Williams just came up in here, and Mark 948. Boy, so uninformed. Yeah. The village arsonist. What's up, bro? You gonna hear yesterday, man. Go ahead and stay your case because you weren't able to say what you really wanted to say yesterday.
What's going on? No, man, I had plenty of time to talk, man. I appreciate it, man. You gave me plenty of time, big dog. I just Cynthia G, man. Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to everybody. Please hit the like button, man. Support the brother. First off, real quick to what you were talking about before, real quick. I wanted to touch on that. Yeah, I believe, brothers, that make it should help out brothers, but at the same time, I mean, I'm sure you're aware you got a lot of entitled niggas out here, bro, that just feel like they're owed some shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm black, you supposed to just do for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Now, yeah, if you sit back just trying to get a handout and you ain't got nothing to offer, no, I ain't talking about them niggas. See, I stay away from those niggas. No, I ain't about none of that. But what I'm saying, fam, I can say I experienced that on YouTube trying to reach out to others, but they say that we supposed to build brotherhood, stuff like that.
Right.
Don't live off what they say. And I'm not mad because it just showed me, okay, let me keep doing what I do and stay away from your fuck nigga ass. That's me. That's
it's bullshit on both sides, on both ends. It's bullshit on both ends. But as far as Cynthia G, man, my main point with her is this, man. I'm not understanding how this chick is relevant at all at this point because of who she got knocked up by. Why does anything she has to say? Why I'm not understanding. Like, the people that take her seriously at this point, like it's like you're clowns. They're clowns. Like, what is wrong with these people? How are you listening to this chick? And now she's going to get some white dude. And on top of this, like, hold up a second. Why are you coming in talking about black issues, but you got issues going on in your community, dude? You got videos all over America of these white towns with these methed out zombies, these heroin zombies, mom and dad passed out in the front seat, little Timmy in the back seat crying and shit, mom and dad in the front seat knocked out, high as hell, overdosed, shit happening all over white America. Go talk about that, Tim. Go talk about that motherfucking shit. Go talk about your white community issues. We don't need you motherfuckers over here talking about our shit. She's dead wrong for that bullshit.
Here's the thing. You know, he came over here because he admitted, he said he's a supporter, so he supported, watch her videos. Maybe that tickled his chin. Maybe that's something to block out the bullshit he see in his community. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? But a lot of people support her because they are in that situation where they, and they probably did the same shit she did and went through. That's why I'm saying these baby mama terrorists, they salute and support other baby mama terrorists because they want to be able to do what the fuck they want to do and get no repercussion behind it, except no accountability. They able to run the government daddy. They able to do all these different things and still make themselves be queens, martyrs, and Mother Earths and godly citizens. You just can't make this shit up, fam. I'm just saying, you can't make this shit up. And like I say, they do not have to take no accountability as long as you got some white knight or some bootlick ass Sambo talking about we support our queens when these motherfuckers are not queens. you know. But I
let's
don't get
be clear. These white men that come over here doing shit like that. Let's be clear. These are usually rejects from white America. Okay, these are your rejects. They come over here. They come because they know these black women are going. You know, they're gonna stroke their egos and gas them up and up because they can't go to white America and do that shit because high level attractive white women ain't fucking with them like that. Let's keep it 100. Okay, I mean, look at chicks like Crystal Swirl. She's hooking up with meth heads and shit. I mean, like David Carroll even spoke on this, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with his work, but he speaks on this.
I'm not.
Yeah, he speaks on this. He speaks on how basically how are you calling yourself swirlers if you don't even have a white man at home? You don't even have a non-black man at home. I mean, like, isn't that a verb? Like, can you call yourself a swirl? Huh? David Carroll. His name is David Carroll. Yeah, he makes very good. Very, check him out, man. Check him out. I think you'd like his work. Check him out. I think you got somebody else up here though. I'm gonna meet up.
Well, before you go out, the thing is, like you say, how can you holler Team Swirl if you're not a swirl? That's like me hollering. Well, I ain't gonna get into all that, but I mean that don't make no sense. I agree. Cause yeah, you can't say you Team Swirl, but you ain't never dead outside. That don't make no sense.
Right. I got to jump off for a second. I might jump back on later, man. But I appreciate it, big dog.
All right, bro. Be safe outside. Before I let my boy talk, we got to give a shout out to King J for the $5 donation. He said, "Salute, Mr. Palmer. Get money and do for self. Strong heart, flame. Appreciate you, my brother." Also, want to give a shout out to Quincy X for the $10 cash up. He says, "No kids, no wife. They swallow my babies." Laughing emojis. I ain't mad at you at all, fam. I ain't mad at you at all, Aki. Not at all. I do understand. Can't say that you got him pregnant, right? For sure. We got my boy Sham up in the building. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Palmer? How's
I'm cool, man. How you doing, brother?
No, I'm good, Fred, man. I just saw this whole thing with this Dusty Lover Cynthia G, doing the thing with the white guy talking all kinds of smack with black men, and I'm gotta piggyback off the brother's village awesomeness. I'm like, oh man, like you got some damn nerve, man. And like first of all, see one thing that a lot of brothers don't know is that right now the single mother rate in white communities are skyrocketing. You know what I'm saying? Of white women getting pregnant with white babies and the father ain't around. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, dude, how freaking dare you have the audacity to talk smack about the black community when the white community is falling apart?
Bro, I'm glad you said. I said this yesterday, but it's gonna be probably some people that didn't go on there yesterday, and I don't blame you. I ain't watching no 5 hours either. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing: when it comes to LA Nation, when it comes to child support, when it comes to who commit the most suicide, and when it comes to fathers' rights movements, it's the white man. White man been going through this since child support was created. We're not the face of being deadbeat fathers. White man pays the most money when it comes to child support. White men are more on child support and divorce at a higher rate. White men are killing themselves because of alienation, child support, and family court bullshit because it's gender bias. They don't care what color you is. And that's why I tell people that's one court system, family court. Don't care if a white man come in there, a black man come in there, a Hispanic man, an Indian. They want that child support, and they're going to make him be a weekend dad. He could be alienated. They don't give a fuck. It's a money grab. The white man is the one who's going through it in child support. If people really look around and see all these fathers' right movements, they white organized with white men, with some white women involved. We didn't start fathers' rights movement. It was the white men because they was going through it, not us. And they still go through it. But people come around and these different platforms talking about, that means white men, Hispanic men got problems. They talking about they don't know nothing about that. And all you got to do is watch others. You can watch other social media outlets on Facebook. They do it heavy over there. And that's why I brought it over here, because this need to be spread it, because black men been thinking that black men do not want to be fathers, or they having kids all over the place. That the reason why the father wasn't there is because he didn't want to be a father. Come to find out he was ran off, or he was alienated and everything else. And that's what I'm saying. So when they talk about when any white dude or black dude or black woman or white woman says that black men are the face of being deadbeat and child support, even Obama puss ass said that shit. Bill Clinton said that shit with the Deadbeat Act. They don't even know what the fuck a deadbeat is. I love this topic because that's one thing Cynthia G, whoever cannot debate me on, especially civil enforcement units that fall to these bitches' defense, these baby mama terrorists. Because when it's all said and done, white men go through it more than us, even though they talk about it on the puss ass media as us being the worst of the worst. You know what I'm talking about? So that's been a lie. That's been a lie for us for many years, and I'm exposing the bullshit lies. White men always gonna go through this because of feminism. You know what I'm saying? And the government, they don't care about neither.
Right.
So yeah, bro, I'm glad you brought that back up but nobody won't talk to me about that. They'll just say, "Oh, you hate women, you gay," and I'm like, okay, but my truth is still facts. I got statistics, stats, and everything, and I'm gonna continue to expose this motherfucker. That's why I say I don't need no other nigga on social media to help me out because I'm in my own lane, fam. These bitch niggas won't even talk about it. So I will. You know what I mean? But yeah, when it comes to child support, they don't know what the fuck they talking about. They know it, but like again, just like in history and everything else, they don't want the truth coming out and people see the light and say, hell nah, let's build it and grow this band. But government daddy wanted where we all segregated, because as long as we segregated, we don't have no power to make change. Because the white man don't rule this country no more. They don't.
Right.
Feminists is ruling this country.
They better hold on.
Alphabets is running this country, is taking over. So masculinity is going out the window in all races. You know what I'm saying? So for somebody to say that the white man is the alpha and he's the head of his house, false. False, Shan.
Right,
They lying to you. They lying to you. You can't fall for the fuckery. Just go on Facebook and look up bro. Go on Facebook, bro, and look up
Trust me, I know they getting dragged through it, and sometimes worse than us. You know what I'm saying? It's just that
it is worse.
We're afraid of it.
We not look. They number one committing suicide based off alienation, child support, and the family court system. Just look at it. No, they number one. Then number two is Indian. Indian is number two. That's what I say. A lot of y'all don't know because y'all might don't have reason to look it up, or you don't care to look it up, and that's cool. But I'm gonna put it out there so you'll know. And a lot of brothers who don't even have kids come to this platform because they don't want to go through it. Ain't no man is exempt when it comes to family court and this gender bias ass system. You know, even white men don't even want their white women. See, people they ain't talking that shit either. They going overseas, they getting motherfuckers from the Philippines and everything else, and they getting non-American women. But they ain't gonna talk about that. They act like the black manosphere is the only black manosphere when the manosphere is by white folks that I believe was there before a black manosphere. You know what I mean? So it's not just black red pill. It's not just black MGTOW. MGTOW started by two white dudes, I think. So that's what I'm saying. They've been tired. It ain't just us, but they try to make it like we are the face of the manosphere. We the face of MGTOW and red pill and all these different things when it's really the white man. That's why I say, man, you can't make this shit up, man. But they don't like the truth, man. They just want to try to make us look bad, keep us lower the totem pole. But we wising up now. That's why motherfuckers in the 51 percentage is not getting married and even having kids. And if they do, they go overseas. So, you know what I'm saying?
And plus, on top of that, like, the CDC came out a few years ago and smashed all that nonsense about black men being, you know what I'm saying, deadbeats and all that. Like, we're the most involved, even more than white men. You know what I'm saying? We're the most involved, whether we with the moms or not, even more than white men. You know what I'm saying? So like that white guy, he got a lot of fucking nerve, straight up. You know what I'm saying? And this is why, honestly speaking, like I really don't like, you know, like when non-blacks dip their nose in the black people's business, man. I'm like, yo, mind your fucking business and tend to the shit in your community.
Well, if you got the enemy in your own community trying to set you up a failure, who needs the race soldier? Who needs it? Yeah, that's why I say when people say we can go against the white man and go against white supremacy and go against the race soldier over there, government daddy, you gotta go against the people at home. You gotta fix your home first before you can go outside the home. That's why I salute people like, you know, Meet X and others who call out everything. They don't just call out the white man, they call out these baby mama terrorists and these bootlick ass simping forces. So them the ones I consider black. The rest of them fake ass black pros. So you know, yeah, bro. But nah, I appreciate you, fam. Let me get a shout out to Anthony McClinton for the $10 donation. Appreciate you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I got 4 dislikes, but I'll take care of you in a minute. We got King J up in the building. What's going on?
Yes, sir. Salute, Mr. Palmer. Salute everybody in this
What's up,
in
bro?
this panel right now, man. Hey, you talking about overseas, man? That's why I always put these pictures up and show these receipts for dudes, man. You already know that's what the move is, man. I ain't even dealing with these American chicks, bro.
Hey, a lot of men, all races saying this shit, man. That's why I
Hell yeah.
the black man is the only one doing it and the only one going outside a race. But even in the statistics, only 6% of black men are marrying outside a race. So,
and like you said, this whole matter of fact, the first dude I ever heard talking about any type of red pill or anything like that was a white dude named Tom Likas. I don't know if you ever heard of Tom Likas.
Yeah, I heard of him.
He was the one who started this whole thing.
When I got in the manosphere, I heard of him. That when I got over here, that's when I started learning about more of the red pill and MGTOW and the black manosphere and so on. That's how I heard about him. Yep.
Yeah.
Been about a year.
Absolutely, man. Like you said, man, we gotta start doing for self, man, and start building our own thing. And you know what? I don't even care what a chick is talking about because I'm so focused on building what I'm building. You know what I'm saying? That they be confused a lot of times. Like when I'm in a club or I'm in a party or whatever, how come I'm not trying to holler at them or how come I'm not? I'm thinking to myself, what could she do for me? Fact. Not the other way around. You know what I mean? So that's how I want to have dudes start thinking, man. Start building for yourself. They pop up. What could she bring for me? That's how I'm thinking about it.
And that's why I tell y'all we got to change the laws, not mine. You know what I'm saying? We got to change our how we move. We gotta take accountability. We gotta fix ourselves. We gotta love ourselves. We gotta do for self. We gotta fix ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. If you want to consider yourself going on a high value level, you know what I'm saying? You definitely have to stop going along to get along. Stop riding that train. And we definitely have to spread awareness and call this shit out, because if not, you're gonna see more of our young men going on child support because they lack some type of knowledge, raised by these baby mama terrorists who chose single motherism. They father their mothers. How? I don't know. It's very unfortunate that the shit continues because you got these son husbands raised by these low life ass women. So but like I say, you keep doing what you're doing. You moving how you moving. Cause I see that picture right there.
Yeah, man. I was out there in Thailand, man.
I see.
If you get a chance, you gotta go out there, man.
I see. But you can't make this shit up, man. We got Jaylon up in the building. That's the 20-year-old who's not married and has no kids. And I believe he's in college. What's going on, brother?
Yeah. What's up? I just wanted to chime in on the point that you said about what white men and their whole thing with dating white women. Yeah, that their marriage rate, I always thought their marriage rate was suspicious because their marriage rate is too high. It's at 50%, and with the bullshit that's going on, there's no way their marriage rate should be that high. But the thing is, the problem is that white men, most of them, they're a lot more tolerant to bullshit than than black folks, than black men. That's why their marriage rate is so high. They're blue pill, because marriages nowadays is between a group of people, male and female, both heterosexuals, that compromise on the very things that make them men and women.
Hey, hold on for a minute. Glitch Please said this funny as fuck. # Brian was right, and that's what I'm saying. If Brian, the dude who's on the talking to Cynthia G, you say he's right. Here's the link right here. You will not be disrespected. You won't be called motherfuckers, bitches, or hoes, and none of that. Just please come on here and tell me why he's right or why he's not right. Anybody that definitely watch him and like Cynthia G. That's what we here to discuss. If you're not gonna come up here I cannot take you seriously by just saying he was right. Because I mean, if you said he was right because I said that white men on child support going through it way more than a black man, and you say he's right, then that means you just don't want to hear the truth. And I do understand when it comes to motherfuckers like you. But like I say, come on in and chime in and speak your truth. You're more than welcome. We don't cuss you out because you disagree. So please, Glitch, come on in here. Because if you don't, then I'm gonna take that G off and the L and add another letter to it. Because that's how I see how you being scared not to come on here. I will respect you if you come on here and just speak your truth. Because I just want to know. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I just had to let it be known. Jaylon, go ahead. Was it Don? Was it Jaylon? Yeah, Jaylon. Go ahead, brother. Finish.
Yeah. But yeah, it's between a group of people that's just compromising on the very things that make them men and women. We don't have wives regularly available in the United States, and it's
Right.
just a lot of people. A lot of men, they're not aware of the type of women to deal with, the difference between a woman and a female and a woman, and so they cuff them up. They get in marriages with them, and then they end up in a divorce rate. Like the majority of women right now, they're not even married to men that they want.
Oh yeah.
They're settling. They're compromising. They're settling for dudes. Like we got dudes, black dudes, who are marrying chicks that's not even attracted to, that can't even kiss them. I've seen videos of dudes they in marriage, they haven't had sex for years, and 30% of marriages is sexless, which 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 makes perfect sense as to why the cheating rate is so high. 55% of women in America that are married are cheating. So that shows
Yeah,
you that they're not really
yeah.
attracted to
They
them.
did.
They're not.
They did say women cheat more than men. I want to give a shout out to Nick O. Nick O says black men are far more blue pill than white men. Come on. He said as bad as feminists is destroying white society now, they do not have an all-out monarch matriarchy, like we done or don't. Black men lose the ego to get ahead. You actually tell the truth, bro. But
I don't know.
at the same
Agree.
time, at the same time, here's the thing, Nick. Please come on here and state your case so we can talk about it. You telling the truth, you know what I'm saying? Because it's only 13% of the population. But the problem is when it comes to single motherism, you got baby mama terrorists in the black community who chose it, and it's at a way higher rate. What is it, 78%, y'all? 78, 80%, something like that. So you do have a point, and unfortunately, within our community, these baby mama terrorists keep the man out the house, and with their feminist ideology, they raise son husbands and they raise sympathy forces. That's why none of them are being led, and a lot of them are being respected and everything else within the community because they've been raising our boys for the last 30, 40, 50 fucking years. So I agree with you when it comes to that. But again, the white man is not running this system. That's the proof. Now, truth. That's what I'm saying. Come on, click the link and take your case because you do have a point. But it still don't take away that the white man is not running this society because of feminism and even the alphabet in this fucking system. Government daddy runs it. So definitely come on in and talk. Don't be like Glitch. Please don't be like Glitch. Go ahead and click the link. You know what I'm
But
saying?
I think they both just as bad.
I get it. I agree. I agree. I agree. We got Jay Lock up in the building. What's up, Jay Lock? You there?
Hey, Mr. Palmer. I'm from Chicago, West Side Chicago, brother. I wanted to say, I agree with the brother up there because guess what? With the marriage with the white men, the white couples it's so much higher because there's also those white guys marry those simp guys marry those women. They do cuckolds and shit, man. They do that stuff, man.
What's that?
Huh?
What's that?
Like what they
Open
bring their
marriage.
wife. You're right. They bring their wives to have sex with a black dude, and they record them and videotape them and stuff like that for their pleasure. They do that shit.
Oh, for real? Oh,
yes, bro.
They got a fetish like that, huh?
Some of them be
true.
Some of them be sleeping on the couch and they let their wife get plowed on their bedroom.
And they watch his wife.
Yes.
get dug out. And also want to say, brother, also I want to say, brother, I don't know who been on along for watching CTG for a long time, but she was like an actual was speaking out against white supremacy, but she changed. She changed. But guess what? I don't know if you guys know this YouTuber named Angel. Her and Angry Man and somebody named her Angry Man and China Fox. She's from Chicago too. China Fox.
I know China Fox personally. I know exactly who she is. Yeah, I know her.
Yeah, I don't know they still friends or they still I don't know they still friends or they split up or not. But I think Cynthia G got China Fox influenced by her. China Fox influenced by her, whatever like that, because China Fox kind of like you know what I mean. People didn't know what she was. She was pro L. Because she was talking about I let my son be gay. He said I want my son to be, but it was like some brother questioned, said, "Would you allow your son to be gay?" Then, then she contradicted herself, said, "No, I don't want my son to be gay because of society." And then she said, "I don't want no light skinned black dudes." And then she got a light skinned brother, and she was contradiction all over the place, bro. Like people was on her head, man.
Oh wow. Okay, I ain't know all that.
Yeah, man. So her, Cynthia G and Angry Man, Robert Perkins was they was doing it was Cynthia G, Robert Perkins, and Angry Man, and some other two China Fox and some other chicks was doing a debate. And I think this is before Robert Perkins got into with Cynthia G, and then she started becoming bitter.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Robert Perkins and Cynthia G we're messing around during that video. You can.
Oh, there was.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
During that time, you were messing around. She got pregnant. Like, see, I think the her coming out to be pregnant came out almost 6 months after that video. So you were messing around during that time frame. That was the time frame.
I didn't know. I didn't know that.
See, that was time frame nobody knew though. Nobody knew during that because you can look at it when Robert Perkins asked the question to Cynthia G. We watched the whole shit. The shit's funny if you go back and rewatch it, and you know they were messing with each other, and you watch the interaction they have with each other on the stream. It's hilarious. It's freaking hilarious.
All right. Well, you know what? That's gonna be for another day, another time. I want to give a shout out to XL Pro for the $5 cash app. He said, "Black men help build America." Facts. Want to give a shout out to Leroy for the $5 super sticker as well. Shout out to my brother. I also want to give a shout out to my boy Lawrence for the $5 donation. He said, "You can tell when a woman have settled for a man when you look at the wedding pictures and see the brother smiling super hard and the woman's fake smile." That sounds like Boyce Twatkins. Shout out to you, my brother. We got well, Archie, did you want to say something else? I knew you chimed in about that, but did you have anything you wanted to say?
No, that's it. I got something to say about this whole. I gotta say about this whole thing. First of all, the ladies that's coming on here because they're seeing Cynthia G's name in the tag. They're saying black men don't build, black men don't do this, but nobody builds. Black men build more than other groups of men. We're not making that much less than other groups of men. You think your life is going to be so much better if you go over there and get with a white man who only make about $5,000 more than black men on average? Go do it. Nobody stopped you. The only thing stopping you is the fact that they don't want you. That's the only thing doing it.
I think it's 10. I think white man is 50,000 average. Then I think it's 40,000 black men, right? Or is it 40-30? It's I believe it's 10. Something like that.
The average black man makes about $42,000 a year. The average black man individually makes about $42,000 a year. But see what black women do is they go on the CDC and all these other websites and they read the household income and they compare household.
Your phone like a robot now. Your phone going like a robot now, bro.
You hear me?
A little bit. It's going that.
I'm mute up.
Come log out and come back in. Do that, and I'll let you come in. I'm gonna let Steve T chime in. What's up, Steve T?
Not much, man. Hey, thank you for your channel, man. You speak for. I'm not on child support, but you speak for me and my brothers and stuff. That's is
better. Shout out to you. That's even better. You ain't on child support. You ain't dealing with it. Good.
This might be off topic, but it's not. It kind of goes in the thing. I had to cuss some people out earlier about. I heard a Trinidad woman that she claims she's Trinidadian now, but I thought she was black at first. But now she's Trinidadian. She told another black man to change the name of his company because you know better.
Wait,
I never
you
heard
said what?
this woman in particular, a music artist, said that she told another black man that you need to change the name of your company because you know better. And the name of your company is racist to Trinidadian people. And this goes back to what I'm saying. I don't like the fact that these women can tell black men what to do. And stop telling us what to do. We men, we can do what we want to do. We don't need Brian to sit out here talking about our faults. F Brian. I don't care about Brian. I smack the fire out of him. We talking about some old broke white dude. All the white people I know got money. They don't listen to babble from Cynthia G. And I got a big gripe against that whole clan anyway. And it consists of more than just her. It's other people, and it's a couple black dudes too.
Oh,
I'm not saying no names to put them out.
Don't say no names. Don't say no names. Not.
Names. But these people have a problem. Like we talking, I told them what happened to me as a child when it came to women.
Mm-hmm.
And how they said I was ugly because I was black. And because my mother is light as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And my father, he's darker than me. So right. I have a blended family when it comes to like our colors.
Mm-hmm.
So I had cousins and stuff that said, oh, he's ugly. We don't like Steve because Steve was dark skinned. Not because I'm an ugly person, because I know I'm not.
Right.
But I try to explain this to these people that this talk need to be said to young girls, young boys. I say, y'all run around here saying, oh, you combing a girl hair saying, oh, she got good hair. Then you comb another person hair because it's kind of like this. Oh, you got nappy hair. So now you degrading the little girls from the get-go. Now they get older, and now they getting the weave, they cutting their hair off, they getting the perms and shit because you spent your whole life talking about their hair is nappy.
Right.
So the solution to that is put a bonnet on. So now that got exposed. So there's no solutions besides weave. But that's off topic. All I want to say is thank you, man. I appreciate what you do. I got siblings in the situation. What you speak for is very great, and I love it. And I just wanted to put that through. But we need to realize that we can't have these women telling black men what to do.
Facts.
I don't care. I don't care if you in an interracial relationship, if you gay, if you straight, whatever. Businessman, I just seen Nicki Minaj tell a successful black man that's more successful in his craft than she will ever be in hers to change the name of your business because you know better. I never heard no black woman say that to a white man, ever.
And you never...
And it's so disturbing because she said, since you know better, you need to do better. Man, don't nobody give a fuck of what you talking about. We in America, man. Trinidadian shit. Y'all use the N-word so crazy that...
But we allow it.
Yeah, and with that being said, I don't want to hear them talking about corporate appropriation.
Right. 100%. Hey, brother, I appreciate you.
Thank you, y'all. Y'all take care. I love y'all. Be safe and do what y'all do.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna let Mix Perspective, because she's a young lady coming. I'm gonna let her come talk, and then Arch, I got you. Miss Mix Perspective, what's going on?
What's going on? Thank you for allowing me on your platform. I just want to shed some light to the swirlers. First of all, I'm a married interracial woman. I'm a product of a black father and a white mother. I was raised by my white side. When I tell you, I'm so pissed right now. When I tell you to hear white men talk down on black men, to hear black women talk down on black men, to hear black men talk down on black women is disgusting. It pisses me off because what I went through as a child, I wish I would have had the black community defend me from my white race, my white racist rapist cousin. okay, where my white family was allowed to call me a nigger, a fudge brownie. Like, stop idolizing the white community. Just because it's white, it doesn't make it right. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. I worked in corrections for 7 years. I will
Amen.
never go back. I will never go back because you want to know why? The amount of Black men in prison, it disgusts me. Not because they did anything wrong, not because they were convicted of something. It's because they are accused because of their skin. I got Black sons. I'm married to a Black man. Let me tell you something. I was a single mother at once. If it wasn't for my husband, my Black husband, coming in, giving me some direction, I don't know where I would be, to be quite honest. I don't. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna digress. I'm gonna leave out of your platform. I'm gonna subscribe. If we don't start working on our children, because a lot of the children I seen in the correctional field, it broke my heart. They didn't know what they were signing. They signing deals, they're signing their lives away. These little babies in here, they don't know what's going on. They getting raped. My sergeant here in Baltimore County, I live in Baltimore City, but he was in Baltimore County. I worked in Towson Jail. He was convicted of raping two 14-year-old boys. His name is Thomas Mannion. I got the full story on my page. It's talking about Kevin Samuels and how he is grooming this community to teach Black men to not act out of feeling. That boy didn't, because he didn't act out of his feeling, he didn't know he was being raped. He thought it was okay. He thought this was normal. We got to stop conditioning our children to think that feelings are bad, because it's monsters and predators like the Bryans, the Zacharys, the Bill Gates that get to come in our communities and destroy us. I'm only a half-breed. I highly commit to that. I can't come in the Black community and tell y'all how to do it. It's not my place. But know that all of us biracials, we're not against you. My kids are Black.
You black, sister. You black.
I mean, there's some
black.
people.
Put it out there,
I'm
you
just saying,
black.
like, I see a lot. Like, I even watch how Michi gets torn down. We
Right.
gotta get away from that. We gotta get away from it.
Exactly.
And
But
we
they only,
gotta stop.
you know what, sister? They only tear Michi down because she's calling out everything in the Black community. She don't just call out the
Right.
white man. She call out what Black men don't do and what these baby mama terrorist fake queens don't do. So now she's mixed, and oh, well, you ain't one of us now because she's not acting ratchet and ghetto and going along to get along. So that just comes with the terror.
Right.
So I assume
Just
they
pay
call you a pick me.
I'm just like,
I want to
pay
speak on that
attention.
after everybody else on the panel speaks.
All right.
I just want this my last thing, and I'm gonna close out. Please pay attention to your children's social media, the kick messenger. That's where these predators are. Thank y'all, brothers. I'm gonna go back and finish watching. Thank you for allowing me on your platform. I hope I shed some light.
You actually did, and I appreciate it to the full. Let me get back to Archer, because Archer was saying something, his phone was acting up.
Yeah, can y'all hear me now? I think
yeah.
I got a better signal.
Oh yeah, we hear you much better. Go ahead, brother.
All right. Well, I just want to comment right quick on this whole Cynthia G thing, getting somebody up there to say Black men can't be high value, or just this whole narrative of Black women putting white men on a pedestal. First of all, Black women don't know economics. They don't understand the first thing about economics. They don't understand the first thing about math. White men are not, the majority of white people are not making that much money. I mean, let's get one thing clear. 30% of Americans, not 30%, 50, it's like 48% of Americans make less than $30,000 a year. 72% of Americans individually, not as a family household, learn the difference, individually make less than $50,000 a year. Most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The pandemic, the whole need for a stimulus package during a pandemic proved that America as a whole is not as financially liberated as most would like to make it seem. Most Americans are living off credit. So let's not get up here and act like white men and white people are just living these fantastic lives. That's not the case. Black men are not that far behind economically when it comes to white men. Hispanic men as individually make far less than Black men make. I mean, Black men make way more money individually than Hispanic men. The problem in the Black community is household incomes, not individual incomes. See, black people, we do a good job of making money individually. The problem is we don't team up into groups. We don't know how to work as a team. So we have very low household incomes because most of the time our households just consist of one income, while other groups' households consist of
Right.
two, three, or
tell the
four
truth.
incomes.
You tell the truth.
And
Doc. Yeah.
that's
Go
where
ahead,
the
bro.
difference is made. So they get up here and they see they want to say, oh, white people make $100,000 or white men are doing great. No, white men are doing great because they have the support of their women. Their women are not so delusional. Hispanic men are doing good and buying up houses left and right, not because Hispanic men are out here working harder and making more money than black people. It's because Hispanic men have the support unit of the family. The only reason why black men don't have that support group is because black women want to be independent. They want to. We are the most individual. We are when it comes to group economics. We practice it less than any other group, and it's because of the women. Let's get one thing clear: black men are not leaving the families. Black men in America are the most traditional group of men in America. They desire traditional families. You can watch Kevin Samuel's show. You still see the women that come on the show. Every woman that gets on the show north of 30 has at least 2 or 3 proposals under their belt that they've all turned down. Black men are still proposing to you. They still want to marry you. They still want to build with you. You don't want to build together. You want to do it all individually. Black women have this backwards thinking when it comes to the mate selection and life structure. You guys want to go to college, get your degree, start a business, own 2 or 3 houses, and after you do all these things, then you want to get married when you're north of 30, north of 40. But the problem is none of that happens. You have all these lofty dreams in your 20s that never accumulate the shit, and the husband is a husband and a family and working as a team is in the ladder of that dream. It's at the bottom. It's not on the top. It's not top priority. Let's stop acting like black men can't be high value. Nobody in America can be high value as an individual. This is a team sport. Not even athletes, not even entertainers, nobody. Everybody gets a team. They get agents, they get bodyguards, they get a team to support. Now, black men, we don't have that luxury because our women have this unrealistic, delusional concept of the world that everybody has to do it on their own. This rugged individualism that you gotta, as a man, you gotta go out there and do it on your own. You hear black women say all the time, I don't want to build with nobody. I want somebody that's already made. And that's really black women coming down to being lazy. You guys are not suited to be wives. You don't want to be wives and you don't want to build it. You're lazy. You want somebody to come and save you. Other groups of women pick up their men and they grow with their men. You want a man who's already made. You don't want to contribute shit to it. And that's the reason why you end up having the same dynamic relationship with other groups of men you have with black men because you're lazy. You expect other groups of men to come along and make your life better. You can sit at home. No group of women is sitting at home. I can go to CVS right now. I can go to Walmart right now. Everybody's working. You lazy broads. You come up here and you act as if black women are only ones out here working at these stores and working. Every other group of women are just housewives sitting at home like it's the 1950s. Like you literally go in a gas station and see that white woman behind the counter and just get delusional like she doesn't exist. What the fuck?
100%.
You have this really distorted view of reality. I don't know where it comes from. I think it comes from TV because we all know black women sit in front of the TV more than anybody else. That's why you see so many black women in commercials. Even though black women ain't buying shit like that, you're the biggest consumers and you're the biggest TV watchers more than any other group in America. You're just lazy. The stereotype about blacks being lazy, I think, came from y'all. Because I know they weren't talking about black men, because black men work their asses off. The stereotype about Uncle Ruckus. You know what?
Funny you say that, bro. Funny you say that, because I've been saying that the black people spend 1.7 trillion, but I believe it's 1.3. But we're just gonna go with the 1.3 trillion, and the majority of that money is being spent outside the community. And guess who's spending the most? Black women. And they going to the Chinese nails shops, the Chinese hair crown shops, but they sit back and say it's us. So like I said, and we got the stats to prove that that's feminist ideology. And it's not just black women. White women are spending money doing all the same shit, but they're doing it at a high rate.
But white women have a meter on that. White women have a man in the household that kind of mitigates that type of spending. See, black people, we are hyper consumerists. You can even look at it in our dating patterns. If you're a black man and you want to be attractive to black women, you don't become attracted to black women by working on your character, working on your income, working on that type of stuff. How do you become attracted to black women? You get some swag. Swag costs money. We're the only group of men who need to buy expensive things to peacock for our women. I can see a white man and a white woman walking down the street. The white man got some $20 Dockers and some $15 shoes, and his chick is bad. Black man, he's on a bus. He has to wear a gold chain and some fucking Jordans and some those American Eagle jeans just to be appealing to a black woman. See, our women our women are hyper consumerism when it comes to everything. They love shiny shit more than any other group of women, and it permeates every part of our life as black people. To where as a black
The
man, you can't even
material.
walk around without 3 or 4 chains on. Otherwise, you're going to be seen as a bum by other women. It's just so
Right.
backwards in every sense of the word when it comes to our community, and it's backwards. And I mean, because our women view this way, and partially because black men are too afraid to put their foot on black women's neck. I mean, let's not get it twisted. Black women, you have it easier than other groups of men. Other groups of women. That's why I said if you want to go date out, go date out.
Right.
Please do, and that's why most of you don't date out because you know deep down in your heart you have it easier than other groups of women. You know deep down in your heart black men require less of you than other groups of women. Other groups of men require of their women. That's why you don't go date African men. That's why you don't go date Middle Eastern men. That's why you don't go date Asian men. You would date the bottom of the bottom white man because you could probably get away with that. But other groups you don't really mess with because you know what they require of your women, and you know what they won't put up with. And I mean, I really got much to say besides that. But I mean, stop running around here telling black men. I mean, Cynthia G she's just who she is, bro. And anybody that listens to her, you just got to be aware of them because they are really delusional and they don't know what's going on. Most of the Cynthia G's viewers are post 30, post 40 women. She doesn't have many pretty women watching her show. They're all ugly women that just can't get an option. They're talking about swirling when you're in your 40s. I mean, if you were swirling, you should have been doing that in your 20s. Like, get the hell out of here. I'm done, bro. I'm done.
I do understand, but since we was talking about feminist is a failure. But first, Silver, I'm just gonna call you Silver. She said, "Where are these men that want to build? I don't see them." Well, then now you got to look at where you live, what neighborhood, what city, what state, what you around. I mean, that's like when a
And you
guy
ain't looking hard enough.
you ain't
Hey, can
looking.
I
No, she's
respond
not.
to her real
No.
quick? Because the thing
Yeah,
is,
go
see,
ahead.
these chicks,
Hold
they
on.
want a dude that's gonna build for them. I'm building for
Mhm.
me. And if
Right.
you want me to cut you in on what I'm doing, I mean, you gotta give me a reason to. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
also, I want to respond to other dude, man. These white chicks divorcing white dudes all day long, taking half their money and all that.
Right.
I'm like, man, I'm at a place where I'm like, until they change the alimony laws, until this becomes a male masculine society, I ain't teaming up with none of these chicks, bro. I don't
And
got time for that.
and I
I'm doing for self. I'm building for me. I'm putting myself ahead. And if a chick can't explain and break down to me how she can add value to my life, I don't got time for it, bro.
now this is what I want y'all to check out right quick because when we talk about feminism, because people think feminism is the best thing and feminist is top of the chain and is winning. Actually, it's not. It's a failure. And we're gonna talk about this. It's a meme, but it's a legit meme. 72% of inmates in state prison were raised by single mothers. 70% of divorces are initiated by women. 60 million plus abortions since 1973. Only 2.8 million military casualties in the United States since 1775. That's a big ass difference. Once again, here we go.
Oh
45%
my
of
God.
yeah, 45% of women aged 25 to 44 work full time, trading their most fertile years for a paycheck. 66% of women carry credit card debt. Only 33% of men carry credit card debt. U.S. birth rate lowest in 32 years, 2018. That's a fact. 85% of those living paycheck to paycheck are women, despite being responsible for 73% of consumer spending in the United States.
Mm.
This is women. This is women as a whole. Now, women owes 67% of the student loan debt, you know, these educated motherfuckers, and more women receive welfare, alimony, child support than men. And we talked about this some time ago. They receive all this shit, but yet that's why. Well, that's the reason why they don't work full time, and that's why they got credit card debt, and yet they still broke. Now we're gonna talk about.
Not only they got credit card debt, but they have the highest rate of student loan debt, and that goes back to what somebody in the chat just said. Her name is Addict. Said all black women are the most educated group of women in America.
They are the most educated. They are the most educated, but them the dumbest motherfuckers on earth. So
I was just about to say, what have they done with that education?
They're not the most educated. They're not the most educated.
They are. They're educated on paper. What have they done with that education? They're educated on paper.
Listen, when I say they're educated, I'm telling you by society standards, not our standards. Society standards say they're most educated, and they are. But these
they're not.
Got these no, bro, you don't get what I'm saying.
On paper, they are.
Society, but they're not. They're not the most educated. But I'm just being funny, sarcastic when they say that.
I get what you're saying.
Right, they're not the most educated because they want to have all this fucking student loan debt.
But you gotta make a distinction with it. You can't joke because they really take this shit seriously. They're not the most educated with it. But let me say this right quick and I jump off. Let me just say this. They attend college more, they don't graduate more. And when it comes to them having degrees more than black men, guess what? Every dynamic when it comes to every gender, the women have more college degrees than the men. The men have more trade certificates and skills. Women need college to enter the workforce in order to work. That's why more of you go to college. A man can become a welder, a truck driver, and make just as much money as you do. That's why even with all them degrees, you still on average make less money than a black man. And black men have 3 times the number of trade skills than black women who have degrees. That's why black men still make money. So stop acting like college is be all. That just shows how indoctrinated you are.
But you know what, bro? I said this yesterday. Going to college and having degrees do not make you successful. If that's the case, the majority right. If that's the case, that's why I say you say you're educated, but that don't make you successful. And that goes back to what it said earlier. These are the ones who got 67% of student debt, but they sit back and call you broke because you a plumber or you electrician. You know,
or a trucker.
Right, trucker. But yet you got kids with these niggas. Okay, next one. 77% of black children born out of unwed mothers since 2015. 77% of black children born to unwed mothers since 2015. 27% U.S. women are obese. 50 and it says average weight of American women is 168 pounds. 52% of American women are single. Highest percentage in American history. I wonder why. 60% plus divorce rates in the United States, including first, second, and third marriages. Rate was 10.6% in 1920. Rates was 26% in 1960, and it's steady going up. So, and also
there's a stat missed off of there. Of those divorces, 70% of those divorces are initiated by women.
Right, of course. I think
80%
70% right here. 70%.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And a quarter, 1/4 of women take mental health meds. That's why I say you gotta watch who you fuck around with, because you just don't know. You never know. Right. So, but no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they say this.
But they said the majority of women
are. Go ahead. That's how they say.
But the majority of women are on psychotic.
Yeah, or bipolar, some shit. And they just not on record with it. But Arthur, yeah, I appreciate you chiming in with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
My bad, bro, for interrupting. My bad.
No, we in, man. That's what we do. I want to give a shout out to J Speed, OG up in the building. What's going on, Aki? You there? He might have failed.
Yeah, I'm here. I just wanted to unmute.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Slow mo.
Okay, man. I checked out your full show yesterday, and I just sat back. It's a long time I told you I don't. I don't chime in if it's running smooth, and this one right here we agree with 100%. I'd like to give you a shout out, man. You're one of the only stations or content creator, broadcaster that allow people to come on with different opinions, and you don't let them be disrespectful. And I think it would be much, much better if all content creators would take a page from your book, because we are people who are not the same thought. We might want to get the same way, but get to the same destination, but we take different freeways to get there.
Right.
And we do that on everyday driving. I like to. I was as I was listening to your show last night. I was yesterday. I was like analyzing what's the difference between me and this brother. Well, there's really not that much difference other than what I said. But think about this, my brother. This is your channel. This is your station. You're like the engine, all right? You got the spark plugs, you got the fuel injection, you got the filters and everything. And that's everybody who comes into your show is people who are on the panel. They're the filters, or they're the gas, or they're whatever. So like me, when I come in, me being an elderly gentleman, going on 62 years old in less than 2 weeks, one of the things I found out that probably a lot of other people have hard with me than you don't is you understand. I didn't read this. I didn't get statistics on this. I lived this.
Right.
I didn't look at videos. I didn't look at TV shows. I lived this.
Mhm.
And so a lot of things I don't talk about is due to the fact I'm tired. So I find the things that work for me better, and that's what I focus on. But in the end of the day, I want black men to be better. In the end of the day, I want us to be number one, because that's what we was born to be. And so, and when I think for me, to work for me, when we focus on me, see, you are the alarm system. You are the system that's telling everybody there's fire in the house. All right. Once you get everybody out of the house, I'm the one who's going to put a bandage over the head or put some oxygen in the nose and let them breathe better. You already don't sound the alarm. Now, if they choose to steal their ass in the house and get burnt up, that's not your responsibility or mine, because I'm not running in the house trying to get their ass out.
Right.
You sound the alarm. It's time for them to bring their ass out. Right. So when we have issues like this, Miss C or whatever her name is, we have these issues come up like this. I don't live this all my life, and I'm so surpassed this because I understand it. You know, when I come up in these YouTube streets and I start talking about the system, see, everybody get it wrong. The system of white supremacy. Mm-hmm. They think I'm talking about an individual white being supreme over you, but they don't listen to the word. The system of white supremacy, it cuts it down. It takes it straight to the root. When you have a system, it's just like you have a system where you go on the internet. You have a system where you do your job. You have a system where the individual is separate from the system. The system is something he have come up with to work into his own, to him, where it be more positive for him than it will not be. So when you come up with a system like religion, government, feminists, and all these other things, court system, police, prison, anything that you can name that you can apply a system and a strategy that work in to your behalf. That's what I think we in the black community is really scared of, because when I talk about the system of white supremacy, you think I'm talking about something in slavery. You think I'm talking about something in the 40s, something in the 30s, something in the 60s. Oh man, you too old. Don't even bring that shit to me. Well, what you don't understand, that same system he worked when you got off the boat is the same system he working right about now in 2021, but he just got more toys to work it. And so when you understand that, then it makes a lot of this other shit that we are doing and what we're talking about, it makes it a lot easier to put it in a box and be able to destroy it until we understand that. See, Dr. Fuller said, if you don't understand the system of white supremacy, everything else is going to confuse you. And I'm a true believer of that, because I didn't understand it from the beginning myself, because I thought he was talking about somebody being supreme over me just because they had white skin. No, you got to understand, these people are playing chess while we playing checkers. These people have have took a flight to the moon, trying to get to Mars, and we still flying kites. You got to understand there in the art of war, you have what you call flank moves. And a lot of things that we discuss and a lot of things we talk about on these YouTube streets are nothing other than flank moves. If I can get them to focus on this while I'm doing this, never let the right hand see what the left hand is doing, then I'm going to keep them focused exactly where I want them at. If you have never read CIA reports, unredacted reports, or FBI unredacted report, you would have known that white men speak the way they spoke on her show. Because you got to understand, even in the reports of the FBI and the CIA and all the rest of the agents that govern us in this country, they have a plan for her, and they've been having a plan. Give them a voice if they're an athlete or entertainer. Anything outside of that, you are breaking code. So what happened when LeBron James wanted to say something about social issues? The white woman comes out and say, just dribble the ball. That's what she said, because that's their code. As long as you doing exactly what we want you to do, then you are fit into that square. But if you go outside that square, as they used to say back in the other day, back in the day, you are uppity Negro. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand the fight that we're really in. Yeah, these little battles, the child support and all that. Yeah, we can keep talking about that and we can keep working on that. But we got to understand the war. The war is bigger than just one little entity in what we're trying to do. And that's why I come in and I'm loving y'all young guys who are speaking, who are echoing this out in the public today, because that's y'all job. Our job as old men is just sit back and relax and take counsel, give y'all counsel when you want it. We're not trying to lead we're not trying to lead the parade with the torch. We don't pass that torch on to you a long time ago. And then any old fuck who's trying to lead y'all in y'all parade, y'all need to set him down and talk to him on the side respectfully. Look, you had your chance, you made your accomplishment, then it's time for us to do it the way we do it. Because a lot of the things y'all are experiencing now, maybe my grandkids or either my some of my siblings might be going through, but I'm way surpassed that because I have started to play chess with them. And I don't let the white man make the first move in the chess game, which that's his square. I make the first move because that's my square. So that's how I play the game. So when we understand a lot of these things that we're discussing over and over, we got to understand there's a bigger picture. And if you put it all together, it comes together like a puzzle where you can totally destroy it. But just like I say, you got warriors out there like Mr. Palmer. You got warriors out there, in different levels of this YouTube street that we got to fight all fronts. But then we got to know what the big picture is in the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely understand, OG, and I agree with you. I want to give a shout out to Marcus Smith for the $5 donation. He said, I'm full support of black women dating out and being happy with non-black men. Appreciate you, brother. Now, Miss Milan or Melon, she says, sound like sin really hurts some dusty feelings. I don't even know what a dusty is, but I just said because that's what a lot of people say. But you're welcome to come in the chat and explain what is, who is hurt and why they hurt. You know what I'm saying? You won't be disrespected. You better talk and speak your piece, and you'll be able to come out with your receipts, because I respect if you got receipts. You got proof. I'm for that. But if you just talking off, for assumptions, then that don't look good with logic, man. So if you willing to come on here, the link is in the box. Please come on here and tell us why some us Dusties is hurt because of sin. I don't know, because I really don't understand that. But if you say so,
we're men. We don't get hurt by feelings. See, we're not addressing this because our feelings are hurt. We're addressing this because we allow your narrative, black women's narrative about black men being just dusties, as you say it, to go unchallenged for so long. This is not about hurt feelings. This is about challenging a false narrative, and we can do that without feelings being involved.
Yeah, because I really don't give a fuck what a bitch say. So but I want people to understand this is what they think about you, and this what the white dude over here think about you.
But how did we get to the point that Black women felt the need to discuss their disgust for the Black men when they're the ones that's been raising the Black men for the last 50 years?
I've been saying that, but I never get an answer. I told you when they say, well, it's weak Dusties out here, it's weak men, they emotional, they gay, or they civic forces. And I asked that question, since y'all are the pillars of the Black community, Black women, I asked that same question. How can you complain about our boys when you've been raising our boys for over 30, 40, 50 years, but then I don't get enough but somebody say something about who hurt you.
Right. And when Black women,
when
Black women want to talk about Black men being criminals, y'all the ones sitting them, putting them in the system constantly.
That statistic what I just
Whether
said
it's
about,
child support or
right.
Black women voting for Biden.
Oh, don't mention Biden. That was the most dumbest shit ever. Voting for that
man. Black women disappointed me when they ran to vote for Biden.
Right, and look at them now.
Right.
Look at them now. That's why I don't feel bad for it. I hope he continue and what's her name? Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
I hope she continue to do what she do best and destroy this fucking society. So I have no problem with that.
Lock up nigga.
Motherfucker. So good for you. We got Perfect Blackness up in the building. What's going on, fam?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Palmer? What's going on to the panel, man? What's up, OG? Glad to see you here, man. I'm just listening. I'm doing some multitasking, man, and everything that the OG was saying, man, he's absolutely on point. You know, absolutely on point. I know we disagreed before, but on this, we definitely agree with. So, but look, this Cynthia G stuff, man, is one thing I hate. I hate when Black folks go to white zaddy for validation about our problems. You know, anytime when white folks are opining about issues that are going on within the Black community, I don't even want to hear it. I don't even hear it. I don't even take it serious. I don't, because these are our issues. So they can keep their opinions to themselves when it comes to that. Just like somebody else was saying, go deal with y'all. Because from what I know, from what I heard, the white community got a problem in these trailer parks with heroin and every goddamn thing else. They got issues. Go deal with their issues. We got this. And so for Black folks, a Black woman or even a Black man, to have white folks on their panel, on their, calling in and just going in on Black men, that shit is unforgivable. It's unforgivable. But then again, when you go to start look at her, when you start go look at her, the titles, some of the titles of some of her videos, man, you cannot come away thinking that this woman has any good or anything other than ill will for Black men.
Yeah.
Anything other than ill will for Black men. And and quite frankly, we need to hold women like that up high as examples of what the hell is going on with the community.
And funny you say that, because I want OG Speed to answer this question, because Wise One, she was on here yesterday, and I will say shout out to her for coming back on. She said her internet was messed up. Maybe she'll come on today. She had a question that I posted up. She said, where were the men fathers at for the last 50 years? So OG, I want you to answer that, because like I said, you going on 62 or 60 years old. You've been around longer than we have. Can you tell Miss Wise One, where were the fathers then for the last 50 years?
Well, I'm glad she put that out there, because I have a good, not only just what I believe, but you can see it actual facts.
Okay.
When this country was going through some troublesome times, they came up with the Welfare Act, and it wasn't for Black people at all. It was to keep the white family together. And in the original plan, it was the man could stay in the house. But when we started hooping and hollering, and then they got it for us, they moved the goalposts. They said you could not have a man in your house. That's when you would have the social workers actually come and check your house for paraphernalia. Now, that's one part of it. Now, the other part of that is the marches, the marches in the 60s, where you seen family, a lot of these marches was family oriented. So then the 70s came. When the 70s came, it was I'm Black and Proud. and it was just right out of the hippie era where, you know, marijuana and free to do what the fuck you wanted to do. That's when the miniskirts and stuff and all that bullshit came back. And so now these men are looking at you like a piece of meat on the rack. Okay, the 80s came. That's when the talk show, you used to have one talk show, and that was Donahue. He really must cover the whole spectrum of things. He wasn't one way or the other, but he was doing his job. Then you had the Oprahs and the Jesse Raphael, Jesse Raphael, and you had the Jenny Jones, and all these shows, all the way up to the dumbest fucking show that would have been put on TV, Jerry Springer and Ricky Lake. You had most of us go on there and clown. So what happened to the black men? All right, so now you got a black man who's a day worker in the 60s, and so what he had to do when welfare came in, young lady, you could have medical, you can have food, and you can have your rent paid. What the fuck would you want a black man who had to hustle because nobody was hiring him at that time unless it was the federal government or he go into the military? So he couldn't go out and get jobs, regular jobs, even if he had a crest, because there was so much discrimination. So now opportunity opened up for you. Then at that point, you start sneaking your man in the house because you know you couldn't have any paraphernalia in the house in the 60s all the way up to the 70s. So you sneak him in the house. Now, what is this sneaking in the house, young lady? Sneaking somebody in the house is almost like a child sneaking out of the house. It's just in reverse terms. So you sneak him in the house. He starts to sneak in the house because he don't want the white man to see him coming in the house. Now you start looking at him like a fucking kid. All right? So he need bus fare to go to look for a job, and you go talk to him like he's a kid. Well, go on in there to my pocketbook or my purse and see if I got $5. You always wanting something. So women start talking to men like kids. And so you want to know what happened in the last 50 years? It took 50 years to beat us down, which your zaddy had already did. I would just say your daddy have already did. And you did the rest of the part because one thing you have to understand, black woman, and real true sisters understand this. You have always been the gatekeeper for the white man. You have always been the gatekeeper because what? You are the manufacturer for every black child that's on this fucking planet. Right. And you teach that child from the time he's a child. You teach your girl to be sassy, and you teach your male child to be submissive. I mean, most male child who's not even raised around a male, he walks with his head down because that's how he had to walk when he wants something from you. That's how he had to act when you was getting ready to spank his ass. He kept his head down. The same thing we was taught way back in the 40s and the 50s. Don't look a white man in the eye. So now you start to train what you are manufacturing. But your children that you didn't know love you, but they didn't like you. And that's a hell of a lot different. You ever have somebody you love and you just don't like them that day because they're acting a fucking fool? That's the way your male child feel against you, black woman. He loves you because you're his mother, but he don't like you because he has spent all his life listening to you tear down the black community and tell your other sisters how smart you are versus your man. He don't know I'm doing this. He don't know I goddamn just save his money right here. He don't even know that your dad is dumb and your male child is listening to that. That's why he's growing up now wanting to put on your high heels and your lipstick.
And your purse.
That's right.
But yet y'all blame black men for doing the same shit that y'all caused and created. But you know what? Shout out to OG. I knew he was gonna come with a long thesis, and I'm glad he did, because to sum it up, the reason why is because of you, baby mama terrorists, so-called queens in the black community. That's the reason why. So that's why I wanted him to say what he had to say, and I just say it short, just like my man Blixig said. But
I'm with you, Palmer, because I just would have told her, go ask that to your friends that's on welfare.
Well, you know, maybe she got friends that's not on welfare. Maybe the ones with the educated degrees.
Mm-hmm.
True.
I can't say. You know, she also said, wise one, she said, that's why when she'll come on the panel, it'd be better to dialogue. But she said the woman and the children should sleep outside with you men to show loyalty. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I don't think no man would have a problem with that. At least the ones that want to be fathers. I can't speak on the ones that walk away. And
well, tell her this, Mr. Palmer. The white women didn't have a problem sleeping outside with their goddamn men when they came over into this goddamn country.
And
so what I'm trying to say is, you know, they say stupid shit, but then when it comes down to reality, if one person is suffering in your community, that means everybody's suffering in your community, and you got to take that title, black woman. You got to take that title. You got to understand you are the closest thing to us. You come with a camouflage because you are black, and they use you to their highest knowledge how to infiltrate the black community. Well, they really don't have to. The black woman is already there. Just use her, give her benefits over her man, and then she can prove to herself she's better than her man. And see, y'all got to understand these games they're playing with y'all. They don't give a fuck about you, black woman. Really, they don't. If we wasn't in the picture, they would just abuse you, and just use you spoils of war.
It's modern day buck breaking.
That's it.
And
so,
OG,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I got a question, OG.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want you to verify this. Is it true that back in the day, the trade they saying I'm seeing about the trades? We were supposed to go for the trades, but instead we went for college to get education, something like that, to get degrees, and we got misled from that.
Most certainly. I'm gonna tell you something else we got mistaken, and I'm gonna fill this story in. See, back in the day when I went to school, you had trades right there in high school. You can actually, if you took it for the last 3 years, you can actually go out there and get a job in a trade. That's how much they was teaching you. What they would do is fire retirement carpenters, welders, and stuff like that. Instead of you taking health and home economics, your ass would be in a trade in your high school. They took that shit out of the high school.
Facts.
And
They took it out of HBCUs.
Right. And the reason they did that was because you had no alternative other than go to a regular trade school, or either you had to go to a community college trade school, or you had to go straight to college. Either way, your ass was going to college. If you see how they did the basketball player, that was the second phase of what they did to us as far as trade. You couldn't come out of high school and play basketball. You had to go to play in the G League or whatever. I'm telling you, they've been playing these same games. They just use different ways of shaping it and asking it and putting the question out there where you think is a different question, but it's the same shit. So yeah, they took trade schools out because think about it. If you took 3 years of shop in high school, you learn how to read a ruler. You learn how to cut wood. You had all the same thing they was using in industrial as far as being a carpenter. When you came out of school, your ass was ready to hit the ground and run. You didn't have to go in the military, and the military had something to do with that too. Because I can't get your ass to come in the military if you can go out there and support yourself with a trade. So you got to understand how this game was played. And the only thing was left after the 70s was Job Corps. Job Corps was the only thing that you could have did outside of high school. They was taking people from 14 to 21 in Job Corps. Well, a lot of people didn't want to go to Job Corps because they seen that I'd be away from my home. I won't be able to go and come back home. I had to go in there and stay there for 6 months, 8 months, 9 months. So you got to understand, you are correct when you say, when you take a man, you take an honest man or an honest child, and you take the ability away from him to earn his keep, then you are setting him up for anything that you have opened the box for. Either go to jail, he go do drugs, or he go start depending on a woman, or he's just gonna become a goddamn bank robber.
How about the kids? They'll be calling him Dusty's and Pookie's and Ray Rays and put us in the same circle as him. And that ain't right.
Hey, I want to piggyback on what.
Go ahead, Black.
Because this is what he was talking about the stuff, the trades being in the schools. Now I'm 46, right, and I was in high school in the early 90s. I remember when they had woodworking. I remember when they had electrical, where you can graduate high school with almost as an apprentice and all of this other type of stuff. They were doing all of that. I remember, I think it was like my junior year when they took all that out of high school. They didn't no more home ec, no more none of those classes. And when I got older, What I found out that one of the biggest reasons why, at least I know in St. Louis, this was a big issue. That one of the biggest reasons why, because of the white unions did not want to compete. They got tired of competing with black folks, black men in particular, black men. Because I can tell you
Whoa.
Facts.
when I was growing, when I was taking those classes, I took those. I took electrical and I took woodworking, right? And I was real close to having an apprenticeship. Those white unions did not want to compete with black men coming out of high school already ready to hit the ground running. And so they pushed that stuff all back into colleges. I remember that. I remember because I remember we was going to my senior year, and it was like out of nowhere. We didn't have woodworking. We didn't do home ec. We couldn't take no electrical classes. Nothing. We couldn't take none. We couldn't take wiring. We couldn't take none of that stuff. Because I can tell you, folks was graduating with all kinds of apprentice degrees, and they were making money the minute that they turned 18. That's why when I was growing up, it was said that if you're a man, you graduate from high school, you got to get out of here, because it was already expected that these boys were taking those classes. I took some. It was already expected of us, but those unions did not want. They were adamant about not wanting to compete with, in particular, inner city black boys coming out. They did not want to do it. And that was the whole impetus behind that, along with the feminism. Along with that, that's the whole thing behind the home ec. Like, why'd you take home economics out of it? The feminists did that shit.
So
But the
basically,
unions did not want to compete with black men coming out of high school. I remember that shit. I remember it.
Check this
And
out.
I just want to add one
Hey,
thing.
check it out. Hold on. Check it out before we continue. Let me get a shout out right quick. Shout out to Supreme for the $10 donation. He said these black women talk about black men being dusty, but Synthetic G and many other black women know how to pick dusty black men very well. Shout out to you, my brother. Want to give a shout out to Khalil G for the $9.99 donation. He said OG is going off. Go ahead, OG. Shout out to you, my brother. Let me see if there's another one before we continue. We got we got Marcus Smith for the $5 donation. He said if black men are so bad, why Hispanic men make less on average than black men, but they get more respect in the household? That's an interesting question. Shout out to you, my brothers, always, Mr. I call him Mr. Marcus.
Because Hispanic women understand that they play a role in a household and they know their place. That's why those men get respect.
Test that.
Now, here's something I want to
test that about the black woman respecting them more.
This is something I want to say when it comes to OG. Now, earlier, give a shout out to Grown Man Business. He was up here earlier and he was saying about the baby boomers is the reason why it failed young black men and black men in the community. And I will say, when I talk behind the scenes with OG, he don't support the baby boomers. He actually calls out the baby boomers, and they are failures of the black men in the black community, because all they want to do is chase ass and be civic forces. So OG do not come from that cloth, and he don't believe in it at all. And shout out to Grown Man Business. Please subscribe to him. He definitely talked that grown man business. And he's been married over 20 years. I believe he just have a daughter and raised her right and everything else. So he's not one of these dusties that everybody, consider black men to be. But shout out to him. But also what I want to say is, now, a lot of y'all knew about OG Ray Speed because he be all in and out of the manosphere coming on panels. And a lot of y'all, not saying y'all individual, but a lot of y'all in the manosphere be like, man, get this old motherfucker out of here, because y'all disagree with a lot of things he say. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. Imagine when he first came on my platform and said, he said, I disagree with how you come off. That's not the solution, blah, 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 blah. And I told him, man, fuck you, you old motherfucker. I don't want you around. You a baby boomer. You the reason why this. Y'all would not hear him on this platform today. But because the way I come and I say, anybody, man or woman, I don't care who you support, you're welcome to come on here and state your case, whether I agree with it or not. I even allow Baby Mama Terrence to come on here and state the case. If I'd have been acting like one of them goof ass niggas, being emotional, not having a father, not being raised with a man, you would not be hearing what he's saying today. And a lot of y'all agree with what he's saying, but the most time y'all don't, different reason, understandable. But I'm saying, imagine if I was one of them acting a fool, talking about, oh, fuck you, nigga. We wouldn't hear this from OG. We'll be hearing the same old thing we heard before, because we, got in our feelings. This is why I say, as men, we have to change the laws in our mind and let this person speak regardless. Long as they talking ghetto and bullshit and talking off the wall, We have to understand where he's coming from. Where we say he don't know what he's talking about, and I learned that this dude don't know, you know, he's stupid or whatever, or she. That's how we have to do, man. That's why I say we have to change the laws in our mind. See, motherfuckers gonna call us dusty regardless of how we carry ourselves, how we let people talk, how we come with facts, how we come with receipts. That's why I tell y'all we have to listen and take heed to what he or she says. So shout out to OG because I thought you were gonna disagree with what I was talking about, and he made a lot of sense. And a lot of y'all actually agree with this dude. Now, like I said, again, if I'd have been cussing him out, man, I don't want him on the platform no more. I'm blocking him. Fuck what he talking about. He ain't riding what I say. So you want to hear this today, and this is how we got to be as men. This is one thing we have to do. If you don't agree with him, that's cool. Him and Blackness, they didn't disagree at all. They didn't agree at all, but yet they talking. Hey, we agree with this one. Like I say, we all got the same goal. We just move different.
Yeah,
you know
man.
Thank you for that shout out.
You know what I'm saying? Take heed to that. You know what I'm saying? Learn
Thank you
from
for that shout out because I've always said when I come in the street, I have more, believe it or not, I have more argument with boomers than I have with the regular people because I'm not one of them motherfuckers you can spit on and then I turn the other cheek. When you spit on me, you go be wearing 3 shoes, 2 on your feet and 1 in your ass. Because I don't come from that cloth where that you can do something to me and I'm just gonna turn my cheek and pray to God that he go do something to you. Nah, you know, it don't work that way with me. But just look at it this way, Mr. Palm. I always tell people, look at these YouTube streets or anybody that you come on your panel. Look at it just like a home buffet, right? Just pick up the shit you like and leave the shit you don't like. You don't pick up the shit you like and then go to the table and talk about all the shit you didn't get. You just enjoy the food that you are eating. And so if we get more like that, the more weapons you have, let me tell you something. When I used to play poker, professional poker against people, they didn't see me coming because I was black, because they didn't think that I would read books on the strategy of the game. So they didn't see me coming. They thought I was just going to be another loudmouth Negro who probably don't play some house games and didn't understand the structure of the game in the professional level.
Right.
So what I tell you to do as people, regardless of old, young, kid, baby, or whatever you can learn a lesson from, learn that lesson and weaponize yourself with it if you can use it. Because you never know when you go have to use it. Some of the things I see from y'all, I learned how to cuss a motherfucker out real quick. I learned that shit because sometimes you have to put on that goddamn cape. You have to cuss out a motherfucker real quick. And sometimes you have to approach them different. So we can learn from each other and still love each other and still get along. That's what most is going to be our hardest task. But I like to ask everybody on the panel, if black men was to sustain from sex for 1 year, how many recovery holes you think we would have?
A lot.
Because they have to straighten up. See, you got to understand. See, God gave us a drive downstairs that they would never understand. That's why you have women prostitute 1,000 times versus in a male prostitute. Studies have shown you over and over that men, listen to this, men can think about sex 300 times a day, up to 600 thoughts a day. All right?
Right.
Y'all women only think about it when you're getting something from a guy and when you go give it to him. There are certain women who have their hormones, have more male hormones than female hormones, who think about sex just like a man. But that's not the case, because over 70 to 90% of women can't even get an orgasm from penetration. That shows you our design is different. Because no man goes into a bedroom with a woman and lays down and say, I'm going to have sex with her, but I'm not going to finish. When we go in that bedroom, we want to go in there and finish. But a woman can go in the bedroom and just say, I'm giving it to you, and I don't have to. They might complain about it later to their girlfriend. Well, girl, I didn't do what I thought. I didn't have that orgasm. He didn't give it to her. But y'all don't go in the bedroom to have an orgasm, because your orgasm don't represent anything but one thing: selfishness. So you can't produce anything with your orgasm, young lady, but a feeling. We can produce a whole humanity with ours. So when you start to understand sex on that level, we can start attacking these things from all different ways, because our women only act out if they think they go get our attention. You understand? And so we stopped giving them that attention and start keeping and building our community the way we want to build it. We can structure it the way we want to structure, because when in the end of the day, we are men, we are leaders, we are builders, we are protectors. You can't show me one civilization where women have built and it has sustained to 2021.
Oh. Check this out. Please be more respectful to the chat. You know what I'm saying? You know, disrespect to the point where, you know, bitches, hoes, and all that stuff. We not gonna do that. You know, if y'all say ignorance is a hell of a drug, that's cool. If y'all say, you know, it's still your man, it's still your fault, me and everything, that's cool too. I'm gonna let RD and anybody who got a wrench go ahead. If you come with some bullshit off the wall shit, even though we talking real shit, you ain't want to come on the chat, we will time them out. I ain't gonna block, do not block them, but time them out. And RD or whoever you see it need fit, definitely do that. But they do have the right to say we disagree. They have the right to say, you know, so why blame black women then and so on and everything else. But as long as there ain't no disrespectful fuck yous and shit like that, that we can't do. We ain't been doing it, and I know y'all, a lot of y'all support Cynthia and others, and y'all disagree with Say. That's why I say come on a panel and speak your piece. You will be respected. You will not be disrespected. We want a dialogue, and maybe we can come to a understanding and a common ground, and maybe a possibility solution, which I doubt that. But just to understand your point of view. You know, now be more supposed to be a deadbeat, you know, sleeping off the couch at dumping off Cottage Grove. I wouldn't do all this. But, you know, but yet they say I'm that dusty that's running with child support, which I am. You know, you know, it's all good. And also,
Yo, fam.
Hey, Pan African, you ain't gotta leave. I just made you a mod, so you good. Stay on in. Do not block Pan African. So you a mod, so you ain't got worried about being timed out. Want to give a shout out to Mr. Smith for the $5 donation. He said, I said it before and I'll say it again to you black women in the chat. If black men are so bad, I'm in support of you. Find his daddy. What's the hold up? Shout out to you, my brother. You know, I agree. I mean, that's what I say. I agree with the fullest. Yeah, man.
Yo.
I'm gonna let Sean been here for a while. I ain't said no. I'm gonna let Sean come in. Then Dallas D, the 10 who actually I'm gonna let Sean in Cincinnati come in because he's been in here for a while. He just kept getting logged off. Maybe his internet was messed up. And then I'll let Dallas D, Tan, and my boy Mac. I'm glad Mac came in because I think he got some I think he disagree on some things. Matter of fact, when Sean get done talking, I'm gonna let Mac come in. I think it was Mac. I saw him in the chat. I want people who disagree or support what City G doing. I ain't saying it's you. I'm just saying if you disagree, I gotta talk to you to disagree. Sean, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, hey, what's up, Palmer? Can you hear me, brother?
Good, loud and clear, brother.
All right, good. Yeah, I just want to say I just kind of stumbled on your channel and now I'm a subscriber. I like what you're doing, so keep it up, my brother.
Brother, salute to you.
Sir, and I just want to kind of touch on something that the OG, I'm going to start off by touching on something that the OG said earlier. We were just talking about, I guess, deadbeat fathers or whatever. I don't know why that narrative is still being pushed about us black men, because according to a 2018 CDC report, black men are the most involved fathers with their children out of any race of men. That includes Hispanic men, white men, Asian men, whatever. Black men are the most involved fathers with their children, according to a 2018 CDC Health and Human Secretary report. So I don't know why that narrative is still being pushed around, but as of this very moment, we can get rid of it. It's done because there's research and data to prove that that's not true. All right. Right. And secondly, I want to also kind of touch on the white guy that Cynthia G was talking to a few days ago when she did that notorious stream. Is it just me, or did anybody else notice that there was no kind of research, no kind of data, no kind of sources or facts that white guy stated when he was belittling and saying those racist things about us black men? Nobody challenged him on it. There was no kind of sources, no kind of facts whatsoever to back up anything that he was saying. But yet, everything that was coming out of his mouth was racist filled logic and rhetoric directed towards black men with no kind of facts, research, data whatsoever to back it up. So that's that. But I want to kind of put that aside for a second. And I want to touch on black women like Cynthia G and everyone else because she's got 70,000 followers. So there's a lot of black women or women in general that feel like she does. And I want to know this. If black men are so dusty, if we as black men are such bums and don't build anything, why is it that black women like her have a hard time getting out there and competing with white women to build? Because, white women, they do go out there and they build themselves. They build their own businesses with their own hands from the ground up. So why is it that black women like Cynthia G and her followers have a hard time getting out there and competing with those white women? Because according to CNN, white women earn 15% more money than black women. Okay, I'm gonna say that again. White women on average earn 15% more money than black women, according to CNN. That gap was only at 5% in the 80s, but now that gap increased to 15%. All right, and also, why is it that only 0.5% of businesses are owned by black women, according to CNN? If black men are so dusty and we don't build anything, why do black women have a hard time going out there competing against white women and other women and building it themselves? Okay, and also, according to CNBC, the average black woman has $41,000 in student loan debt, which means that black women on average only have $200 when it comes to wealth. All right, so what's the problem, black women? If black men are so dusty, why is it that you yourself have a hard time getting out there doing it yourself if you don't have faith in us? All right, and this whole notion that black men aren't building themselves is complete and utter bullshit because according to the American Family Institute, 60% of black men are in the middle class or higher. And that number is increasing, okay? And if we don't build anything, then I'm gonna give you two wonderful examples of black men building, okay? There's this company called Worldwide Technology that's based in Missouri. It has, as of 2020, 7,000 employees, and it has $13 billion in revenue as of 2020, owned by a black man named David Stewart. Okay, and I'm gonna give you another example, and I'm gonna finish this off, and I'm gonna give you another example. There's this company called Equity Vista Partners, based in, I believe, San Francisco. As of 2020, it has 30,000 employees and $56 billion of capital commitments, owned by a black man named Robert Smith, that last year gave $34 million and paid off the tuition of, I think it was Morehouse students. All right. So in closing, I just want to say, black men, we are building. We can do better. We need to do better. But this notion that we aren't doing anything, just sitting up, being lazy, not taking care of our kids, being bums, being dusties, complete, utter bullshit. And there are facts and data statistics out there that prove it.
Hey, brother, I want to add something to you. You was talking about the word deadbeat. I said this yesterday. I've been saying this. The definition of deadbeat do not mean fathers who don't take care of their kids. It does not mean fathers who don't take care of their financial obligation. A deadbeat is one who do not pay their bills, meaning credit cards, meaning house bills, typical bills when it comes to being a deadbeat man or woman. Does not have nothing to do with child support. That's the shit that society wants you to believe. You can Google it, look up your goddamn self. That's not the definition of a deadbeat. And if some people who sit back and say, well, paying child support is a bill or a financial obligation, if you look up the statistics, 85% of men who are on child support versus the 15% of the women who are on child support, 60-80% of men who will actually pay their child support, only 17% of the men do not pay their child support, if you want to quote unquote call them deadbeats. But if you look at the 15% of the women who are on child support, only 57% of women pays their child support. 51%, over half, do not pay their child support. Even with that logic, to call somebody a deadbeat, if you want to use that quote unquote deadbeat, that's not even the real definition. It's the women who do not pay their child support versus the 85% of men that do. Like I said, these society have taught y'all that if you don't pay your child support, you're a deadbeat. If you're not around your kids, you're a deadbeat. If you only pay $2, you're a deadbeat. These motherfuckers been leading you astray, been lying to you all these years. They don't know what the fuck a deadbeat is. A deadbeat person who don't pay their financial obligation in their fucking bills. Not about child support or anything. That's that Obama shit. That's that Democratic left shit. That's that Bill Clinton punk ass shit. That's not the definition. Deadbeat is not the true definition what people think. So that's why you see me with my shirt and it says high value deadbeat. Since y'all motherfuckers want to call my deadbeat, you don't know what the fuck a deadbeat is.
Exactly.
So like I said, y'all motherfuckers need to start yeah. Now, and that's what I'm saying. Now people steady commenting in the comments says, but they won't come on here live and really talk some real sense and debate. You won't be disrespected, but you steady tagging, trying to respond. Talking about that's why I say you can't make this shit up. Ain't nobody
trying to talk some sense into their head.
You know what I'm saying?
Can I just
again? A deadbeat is not
I say
not have shit to do with child support. That's what the society taught you. That's why y'all so.
Can I say something, Mr. Palmer?
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead,
Mr. Palmer.
Oh yeah. We got Mac in the building. I appreciate you chiming in, sir. I saw you in the comments. What's your take?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. I had a baby when I was in high school. She found out I had a good job. I was paying $1,100 a month. And then she got married, did not tell the court. I was still paying till he was 26 years old.
Right.
May I ask why you was paying till you was 26?
Yep. He was in college. He went to Hamilton, I think it was. I don't know. And the man hates me because his grandmama and his mama talk so bad against me. Oh, man, it's deep.
And how old are you, sir?
He's 30 now.
And how old are you?
I'm 61.
Now, I want y'all to listen to this. Now, was you trying to be around your son?
I tried. He didn't want to be around me.
And so you didn't just run away from your responsibilities and, the shit that they say, deadbeat.
Oh, no. Oh, it gets better. I got married, right? Because she got remarried, didn't tell the court about it. I told the court. They didn't do nothing about it. So she talked bad about my lady, and I got 2 kids and grandkids and all that. He ain't shit. Oh, yeah, man. It's deep, man. And I paid for it. I couldn't claim him on my income tax. None of that stuff. And see, the thing of it is, they get you because you're making good money. You're making damn good money. Now, you had a brother on before me, and I'm going to let you go. He told the truth. Now, Mr. Palmer, I'm going to call you Dr. Palmer. Now, the thing of it is, I went to CVS.
Oh, you from Chicago?
Yep. I went to CVS. I had, I had electrical, electronics. I had Tin Smith and automotive. I had all of it. I was ready to go once I got out of there. And then I was 37 after my son graduated, and he's swirling. Got him a white woman in Utah. I said, man, I don't believe it. So anyway, that ain't my problem now.
Right.
So I was 37 when I got my degree, man.
Does he still hate you?
Oh, yeah, he hates me, man.
Now, let me ask you this, sir. You say you got other kids. Do you have that situation with your other kids, the one you was raised?
No, because, see, the thing of it is, Mr. Palmer, I was in the military and I also worked for the government. And I told him, the military is not a place for a black man. Not at all. Don't go. I said, if you talk about you signing up, I will break your fucking legs. See, Mr. Palmer, I used to jump out of airplanes. I've been places I don't even want to talk about. And all I want to do is be home. And you see, I got this white beard and my hair is long. I'm retired. My name is Frank Buck, and I don't give a fuck.
Let me ask you a question, sir. Do your other kids talk to do you talk to your son, or he just don't fool with nobody on your side?
No, because the last time I met him, he told me, "Where in the hell were you when my mother was struggling?" So you know me, and I'm Anthony McClinton. I want you to know who I am.
Oh, that's you, my man.
I said, look, your mother got remarried. She changed your name and still kept me under child support.
So wait a minute. She
changed your last name.
She changed the last
Yes,
name
his
to
last name.
Wow.
To his name. So I went and petitioned the court to try to get, relief or some kind of remedy.
You told him this, right?
I sure did. It just
Did
wasn't
he know
working.
you was paying child support? Because they quick to say you never did nothing.
Yep.
He just wasn't buying it. The proof's in the pudding. He married a white girl, so
Manipulation.
He obviously didn't like something at home.
Yep.
I told y'all. Damn. So basically, where it stands now, you don't even talk to him. It is what it is. You just living your life, right?
Yep.
Okay. That's definitely unfortunate. You say you 62?
61.
61? See, that's what I'm saying, y'all. That's what I say. These baby mama tears sit back and try to say that, oh, it's just y'all, it's just you. This shit been going on for many years. Many years. And I did not know that was you, Mr. McClinton. I appreciate you always donate support. And it's unfortunate that you even went through, even back in the day, with a baby mama terrorist. And that's why I talk about these step simps. Now he probably knew what was going on, everything, but he said, "Hey, I'll let him take my last name. I got no problem with that, sir." Okay, you can't make this shit up, man. Damn.
I'm gonna let y'all go, man.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you tuning in. You came at the right time because you never came on here before.
No. You all have a good evening, and thank you. And you keep on doing what you're doing, Dr. Palmer.
Definitely, I appreciate
where were you 30 years ago?
I wasn't born yet.
30 years ago.
No, wait, I was born. But I was a kid. I was like 10, 11 years old.
Because you could have saved me from a lot of bullshit.
I wish.
I was right out. I'm out, man.
All right, bro.
You got a lot of people waiting.
Yeah, I see, man. Hey, that's what's up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Man, you can't make this shit up, man. I'm gonna let Dallas D go in because she's gonna get ready. Hold on. Before she chime in, like we got a cash app. Let me go check right quick. Then I'm gonna let Dallas D chime in because she gotta go. I want to give a shout out to Yoga for the $4 donation. He says for 3 shoes. He got laughing emoji for the 3 shoes. Appreciate you, my brother. Yes, sir. Dallas D from Texas.
Hey, what's up, fam? Just chilling, listening to the comments, and I just want to just kind of add some extra, or kind of add to or piggyback on what all the men have been saying about all the stats and about the educated Black woman. So, of course, like you all said, based on society standards, Black women are the most educated people in America. But what Black women don't realize is that education that you have, it's not the education that you think it is. What it is conformity. I learned in about the 4th grade that school teaches nothing but conformity. And it's not that I'm against the higher education. It's not that I'm against degrees. It's not all that. But what you're learning in a book, because your enemy will never give you all the tools and information or knowledge that you need to overthrow them, what you're learning in a book is about conformity. So all these educated Black women, you need to step outside of that college degree or step outside of what they're teaching you in that book that white man printed and actually go get you a real education. And for all the women who want to talk about the stats about why there's so many, all the men who are having all these kids all over the place, like you said, you've gone through all the stats about all the men, the Black men who are not married and don't have children out of wedlock. The problem is social conditioning. And if you don't believe it, go pick up Eric Benet's book called Propaganda. That's all this is. It's society conditioning you. So life is always your perception of it, or you can only judge life based on how you live it. So if you're a single mother who's collecting welfare, then you're only allowed to live the life that daddy government allows you to live. So you can only judge life based on that because you don't know anything else. So get outside of that college education and actually pick up a book, do some actual research, and get some real studies. For the Black women who think that Black people are the biggest recipients of welfare, that's not true. White men, we might be the biggest percentage, but it's slightly. White people make up 38% of welfare recipients. Blacks, 39% of welfare recipients.
Even though
1%.
it's 13% of the population.
True. So the numbers are skewed because of that. But the data that they're not looking at, women are they're making these comments based off of emotions. They're making comments based on what they saw their mama go through, what they saw one of their girlfriends go through, or what they're going through. And nobody's actually looking at the real data. You can go look at the Census Bureau site. You can go look at the CDC. You can go look at Department of Health and Human Services. All of them are saying the same thing. When it comes to welfare recipients, all you single moms who want to be kicking daddy out and putting him on welfare, 70% of welfare recipients live below the poverty line. In a $51 billion industry, how is it possible that 70% of its recipients live below the poverty line? The system was not created to better you. It wasn't created to take you out of the environment that you're in. It wasn't created to push you forward. It wasn't created to elevate you. And what women don't realize is the education that they are getting, that they want to brag about. Your education in social sciences has nothing to do with infrastructure. So once you eliminate all the men who have all the trade jobs, what the hell's going to happen with your social degree that you got when the pipelines go down? What's going to happen when electricity stops running? What's going to happen when we don't have water? Where are all the infrastructure educated Black women at, since y'all want to be so educated? But that social science is not going to maintain a society at all. And it's not that it's not right. And it's not to frown on it. It's not to say that there's anything wrong with that. But the problem is when women were given the platform to be equal to men, or they can go to the workforce now, they can have the 8-hour day jobs, they can go get their degrees, they could be independent. When women got to that point, they still chose the safe options. They chose the social sciences. They chose the clerical jobs. They don't want to go do the construction work. They don't want to do the infrastructure jobs. They don't want to do the heavy lifting or the hard labor. So again, what good does it benefit you to be the most educated people in America and you cannot maintain society as it is?
I'll piggyback off of what you said.
Check it out. Before you come in, Tan. Silky Slim says, sisters, listen to this pathetic narrative. Run now, get a better life. I hope y'all do. I have no problem with y'all going anywhere. White man, Black man, voodoo, it don't make a difference to me. I have no problem with it. Just like Marcus Smith said, please run and do something better. Why would I want y'all to be looking for us for our government handouts with our money, child support and everything else, Section 8, elite cars and all that shit? I agree. Get a better life. We don't want to see you. We want you to come to us.
How is it a narrative when the data is there? Go look at the Census Bureau right now. The Census Bureau. They don't care
about the truth. They don't care about what I always tell y'all. When it comes down about the truth, you can't handle the truth. That's facts. They don't care. And that's why I want y'all to take heed to what y'all see in the chat. They still ain't come on here trying to dialogue. And we ain't talking ratchet and disrespecting no one else. But yet, they come with the comments. So yeah, run, please. Please run.
I want to piggyback.
Yeah, I just have my feel for the educated women out there.
I want to
go ahead, Tan.
I want to piggyback off of what she said. I'm out of Fort Worth, and I'm sure she remembers how those Black women were acting when our power went out, when that whole ice storm came through around, like, was it December or was it May?
Yep, I'm in Dallas, so yep.
Yeah, so like they're panicking, and I just got solar panels put on my house because I don't think they know, as educated Black women know, that Texas we're on our own grid, and our electric bill, our utilities bills will go up in a matter of like a couple of years. off of the inflation, off of people coming out here and from California, just driving up everything in the market over here in Texas or in Dallas. But just wanted to piggyback off of what you were saying on that. My whole thing with this whole Cynthia G thing is kind of very distasteful. You know what I mean? I was driving. I'm a truck driver also with my girl. She's a truck driver with me. So ain't no female on no chat and your chat can ever call me Dusty at all because I make my own money and I'm my own boss and I hired my own lady. So this whole Dusty talk, man.
You ain't got no kids.
And I don't have no kids. And I'll just give you an example of how they talk all this game about black men having businesses and having a plan and all this. So me and my homie Wavo, he was on here a couple months ago when he was talking about child support and a man in custody. You may remember him. But me and him was downtown on Deep Ellum Street, just walking around. He's single, so he was over here talking to girls, and he had a very deep conversation with these couple of chicks. And he was telling this black girl, like, what's the issue in our community is a lot of you guys don't trust us black men to lead. And she was just trying to put the blame on us. And so, they was kind of having a back and forth. And I asked her, I asked her a scenario. I asked her a good scenario, like, okay, I'm your man. I've been talking to you for 7 months. We hang out, we chill, we do Netflix, whatever. And me as a truck driver, I asked her, I said, what do you do? She said, I'm a bank teller. I said, okay, really, it's not that much money. It's not money at all to me. So I said, okay, I've known you for 7 months and I want to take it serious, but I'm always gone and I'm always coming back every 3 weeks. I said, would you get your CDLs with me? Would you get your CDLs and drive with me? She was like, no, I won't get my CDLs. That's too much time together. Like, we need separate lives, and that's what she wanted to do. What about what I want to do? And my girl walked up out of nowhere and gave her the scenario and said that you're not only doing it for him, you're doing it for you and your family. You know what I mean? And she couldn't even comprehend the money you can make and how much you can leverage trucking to get to the next level and have a successful family. She always worried about, what about me? What about me? What about my goals? What about my life? And I'm like, as a man, it's my job to have foundation to lead us to do and have bigger and better things. You know what I mean? So even when I have put that example out in front of a black girl, she wasn't even rocking with it at all. And I gave her a rough amount of how much money me and my girl make. You wasn't thinking long term. She wanted. I always say this. Me and my girl roughly every 3 months make 100,000, and I told that girl that, and she still was like, no. What about my goals? What about my dream? That's what you want to do. I'm like, but it's my job to have a vision for us for the long term, not short term. And you could plan about being together in a truck 24/7. I said, what do you think marriage is? You're with that person for 50, 60 plus years. So you're not even thinking logical right now. And she wouldn't rock with it. And I was like, well, this is the issue. Y'all don't trust black men when they do have a vision and do have a solution. Y'all don't even want to trust us.
Shout out to you, brother. You can't.
But you know what's funny about that? Would you saying about women making the comment that men don't know how to leave? What's funny is the women who say that are in current relationships. So you mean to tell me I'm supposed to trust the woman to lead when you're ridiculous enough to stay in a relationship with a man who doesn't know how to lead you? Why did you sign up for that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think I don't know. They speak, but when they speak, it's just emptiness. Like they just speak out of emptiness, emotions, and I don't know. They be with some
same thing happened to me though.
Yeah, they be with some bum ass dudes, but when a real dude like me come around, if I was single, it's I don't know. What am I gonna get out of it? It's like so much complication, but they'll follow a dude and be his, I guess, scammer chick. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. The good guys Some of them. Go ahead.
Some of them want to be led, but they don't want to be led by the average Joe, the average man. They want a man with 6 figures or the top 5% earning man. They want to be led by that man, not just the average man.
And I've
Hey,
said
wait,
this
wait.
before. If every woman is chasing the same 6'5", 5-figure man, what makes every woman think that that man, first of all, that man has every woman at his disposal because every woman wants that man. So what makes you so stand out that that man that has every woman on the planet as an option because every woman is chasing that same man, what makes you think that man is going to choose you? What makes you so unique that he would actually choose you of all the options he has when you ain't bringing nothing but ass to the table like everybody else is? And how many men are actually 6'5"? Look at the data. How many men are actually 6'5"? Of those men that
Less
are
than
6'5",
2%.
how many are right? How many are actually 6-figure men?
Mm-hmm.
So
Hey, can I
you
just
have
add on there? Hey,
go
bro, I
ahead.
just want to tell you something, man. Look, this is why you got to do for self, and you got to look at yourself as a king, my bro.
Yeah.
Any chick that's going to be around me, you're finna show me a certain level of respect, point blank, period, or I'm deleting your number out my phone. I ain't even going down that route at all, period. And that's
Of
how you got to
course.
operate, brother. You know what
Of
I
course.
mean?
I
I
tell
don't
my
do none of
homies
that
that all the
nonsense,
time.
man.
Like,
And
bro,
this is why I
I
tell
tell my homies
dudes
that
to
all the
travel,
time, bro.
man, because when you meet women from other cultures and other societies, they have a whole total different mind frame and a different respect, especially for black men. Because certain people in this chat have mentioned before, actually, black men, we treat women better than men in any other society. Generally, we're not abusive. We don't do any of that type of stuff. We don't beat women up. So women from other cultures or other societies, they gravitate to us because we treat them better than the men in their own country. So any
That
chick
is
that's
true.
gonna be around
That is
me,
true.
show me a level of respect or hit the door. I ain't even do it with you.
Let me. I wasn't gonna drop this knowledge until I do my new video breaking down the black community. But let me drop this right here. All these adjectives when it comes to women, what they do, what they don't do, what they do, we can put that in a box because Mr. Palmer like to go straight to the source. So let me ship y'all straight to the source. All right. If we was talking about black women who will bleach their skin 9 out of every 10 to look like a white woman, we wouldn't even be having these conversations because we'll know who we're dealing with, right?
Right.
So you can take the same 8 to 9 out of every black woman who takes and relaxes her hair, straighten her hair, weaves or whatever. Then we look at it as a different way. But think about this. The reason she don't respect you, black man, is because she don't love herself.
Facts.
So when you understand that, she's trying to change her hair to look like somebody who she's chasing after. Who is she chasing after? She's chasing after Becky. See?
Becky.
Y'all got to understand that most black women, when they dress up, they don't dress up for you. They dress up
Facts.
to show the room to other women to who's the queen bee in the room. See,
Facts.
a lot of y'all ain't never been told that. Y'all thought she put on that miniskirt for you. She didn't. She
Facts.
put it on for other women to see her showing her address so far up her thighs that she sneeze, she'll show her social security number. But she ain't did that for you, young man. She did that for the other women to like, get the fuck back. I'm the queen.
And
Everybody's
look
gonna
where it
follow
got
me. Okay? So when you
That's
start,
Hey man.
those
so
are
when you
facts.
start,
He said area code and shit. Social security
hey,
address.
so when you start to understand that,
Oh man.
it makes a lot of this shit we're talking about a lot simpler. Because let me give you an experiment. You ain't got to do no statistics, no nothing. All right? Go out there and find a black event that black women are having. Go out there and hire you an IG model, put it on film, and watch that one little Becky walk in a room of 300 or 400 black women and watch how she changed the whole atmosphere in that fucking room. That one white Becky. You get the heads turning. You get Y'all have never noticed even when black women come in the room, when y'all are sitting with them, how they look other women up and down. They're trying to find out, is this gonna be the one who knocked my ass out of the box, has been the queen of the room. Y'all got to understand, black women have become the peacock, but they didn't become peacocks for you. They became peacocks for other women to show them, I am Miss B in this room. And you can take that B for being a B, or you can take it for whatever you want to take it for. See, this is how I was able to cut a lot of the fat off the meat and go straight to the source. When you understand you're dealing with that kind of mindset, you understand that she is the gatekeeper, because she is, like the comedian say, who raised you. Regardless if she was raised by a mother, father in the black community, whether her greatest influence has been As the World Turned, or some other reality bullshit, Hoes in Atlanta or Hoes in Utah. You know what I mean? So she getting all this stuff from people who are working in Hollywood who don't look like her, who look about as white as the whitest Becky you could see, other than his skin color. So I'm gonna ask the young ladies, if a man or you don't like your hair, what are you gonna say when he say he don't like your skin color? Because your hair represents who you are.
Right. 100%. I want to give
and they don't look white. They don't look right with these.
I mean, that's their hair crowns. I call them hair crowns now. Let me give a shout out to Julius Mays for $5 donation. He said, how can moms be struggling with 3 incomes in the house, child support, hers and her husband?
Consumerism.
She ain't working either.
And consumerism.
Yep, spend all that money going out shopping for that good old
bullshit. On bullshit.
I want to give a shout out to Marcus Smith for the $5 donation. He said, a lot of butthurt ladies in the chat. Who hurt you? Ain't your daddy black? Hell no. Shout out to Marcus Smith. Now, I want to go over to my boy Ronald Haskins. He's been talking in the comment section, and I'm glad he came on. And I told him, please, won't you come in and state your case? Even though
before you do, Palmer, I'm out, fam. I just wanted to say I appreciate this panel.
Oh man, I wanted to talk to D, man. All right.
No,
I'll stay for a few minutes.
I'm gonna let. Oh, he left out. Oh no, here you go. I'm gonna let Ronald chime in because he disagrees with some of the things that were said, and I respect him as a man, because when I said when you come in, he came in the others saying, "Oh, you said state your case like it's court," and then somebody else, won't come on in. And I will give a shout out to Cynthia G, because if you call her out, she will come debate you. I have to give her a shout out for that. She have debate people, and she will. She don't run from a fight. But a lot of y'all to support her, y'all sitting in the comment section, steady talking. Ain't be no disrespect to nobody. You know what I'm saying? But yet, y'all talking in the comment section, talking about haha case and shit. That's why I say, shout out to her. I don't know how y'all would be her soldiers when y'all motherfuckers ain't even soldiers. But
tell her bring her bang too.
Man, I ain't with all that. Fuck all that. Shout out to Ronald Haskins. Ronald Haskins came in. What's up, bro? I see you disagree on. I think you said that basically you can't blame everything on a woman. I think that's what you said. Go ahead, Ronald. You there, bro? Oh, here you go. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. What I'm saying, man, is that men can't be putting everything on me. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing of it is this. Reflection is a woman's reflection of the man. So if that was insecurities or whatever, it's the man that she used to dating. So man say, well, I'm here to do.
I'm sorry, bro. Your phone going in and out. I'm sorry, your phone going in. It's like skipping and popping. We want to be able to hear you.
Okay, hold on. Let me see some. Hold on. Let me see.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let Cole chime in.
I'm trying to unhook it from the.
All right, cool.
Yo.
What's going on?
Is that better now?
You said you're gonna let Binary jump in, and you want Ronald to go.
If Ronald's ready, you could chime in. If he's still fixing the phone, I'm gonna let Cole, because he's been waiting for a while. He might got something quick to say. Then I'll let Cincinnati. I ain't forgot about you. Is you ready, Ron, or not?
Hey, is this better?
Oh, way better, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I have to take it off the card and I have to put my my headphones in. No, what I was
Oh,
saying, I
okay.
was
For
listening to the
sure.
guy.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
want to hear
yeah.
what you're saying, bro. That's all.
No. What I was saying was, I'm hearing the guy saying why a woman should want to leave. If you got to tell a woman she should lead you, or give her a reason why she lead you, then you ain't the man to be led in the first place. Because as a man, my actions gonna show another man why I'm a man. You dig what I'm saying? He gonna recognize me when he see me. So when a woman ain't following you, it's because she don't see that man in you. You dig what I'm saying? So all this excuse talking about what a high value man is, I think that the thing of it is they looking at their income, and I know a lot of rich dudes who lose their woman to a broke dude. So it's not about how much money you have; it's about the man that you are. You see what I'm saying? A woman gonna recognize masculinity, you know, and high value doesn't mean that you a 6-figure man. That can be a plumber, electrician,
100%. I agree with that.
a carpenter. You know what I'm saying? It's that man,
Yep.
because that man who's an electrician or a carpenter, he may not have debt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This man may own his home. So I think men got this era of males don't know the value of what it is to be a man, because all they do is blame the woman. All I'm hearing is the black woman, the black nigga. If you was a man, you won't be so complaining about a woman. You know
So
what I'm
you
saying?
think? So let me ask you this, brother. So you think the reason why we talk about the Cynthia G because, or even talking about black women because, basically we're not men.
No, what I'm saying is this right here. Now, I can't speak for everybody. I'm speaking about my own thing, right?
Yeah,
Now,
that's what I understand.
okay. Me as a young man, right?
Mhm.
I was talking to this young girl when I was in I think it was middle school. I think I was a freshman in high school. You know, back in the day we had house phones. I'm talking to this chick for 2 weeks straight. I'm like, oh, cool. So I finally get over to the house. My cousin was there. So I leave to go. I say, cuz I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the store right quick. I leave and come right back. The door is locked. My cousin is fucking this chick I've been talking to every day for 2 weeks. I didn't blame my cousin. I didn't blame the chick. At that moment, I realized that hey, every woman is not the same. You can't treat. I didn't start saying all black women. I said I started looking at a woman's her character. You see what I'm saying? So every woman, you can't say every black woman, all black
Oh,
women.
okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
You gotta look at a woman's character, her actions, everything's gonna tell you. You do what I'm saying? So at that
Mhm.
moment, I could have been a hurt dude. That's why I say a lot of these dudes who speak that thing wasn't dating or wasn't out in the streets when he was younger. So they getting hurt at an older age. So all I hear is resentment towards black women.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? Nah, nigga,
Right.
look at yourself. Be a man. Nigga, I
Right.
don't care if you a nerd or whatever. If you stand on manhood and principles, you a alpha man. Alpha man don't gotta be that you a toughest dude. It's an alpha man that's gonna stand up for what you believe in as a man. You know what I'm saying? That's a nerd to a from the nerd to a street dude. It's your integrity, your morals. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what makes you an alpha man.
Mhm.
You
So
know
as
what I'm
you
saying?
speak, when you say something about the high value man, you speaking on what Kevin Samuel speak on?
Man, I'm not on that weirdo ass shit, man. You know, a high value man to me is an electrician. Any man that can stand on his own 2 toes, man. You know what I'm saying? Any man can get up there, make no excuses. A high value man. I don't care what you doing. If you're a trash man and you wake up in the morning and you get out that bed, man, and you're gonna make it happen, you a high value man.
Okay, so you got off. I guess what you're saying. You going off of Kevin Samuel. Let me tell you about
No,
my
I'm
dad.
not going off of campus. I never listened to the dude.
You don't know, but I'm saying you hear a lot of people in the community on YouTube mention about high value man, and a lot of them do believe that in order to be a high value man is about money. And I tell people on my platform that you don't have to be a dude in a suit to make 6 figures. You do not have to be somebody that's what they call the white collar to be a high value man. A high value is a mindset. A high value when you change the laws of your mind. A high value could be a plumber. A high value could be a electrician. And that's what we was talking about earlier, that people think that if you go to college, get a degree, that makes you successful. That's the most biggest crop of shit that society taught us. The actuality is trade has always been the win-win, and entrepreneurship. That was always the American way, but they don't teach that no more.
Hey,
So
Playboy.
I agree with you with that.
Hey, Playboy, you remember I think it was 2008 when the home crisis happened. Was that 2008?
Yeah.
Okay, 2008.
Yeah.
What happened to them all high value men? When them niggas out here scrambling looking for jobs, out here on the streets, homeless, dudes with masters and bachelor's degrees, don't know what to do because all they've been taught their whole life is go to school and get a job. That's the high value man that when he get hard, he don't know what to do because he ain't got no hustle in him.
Nah, that's somebody who's raised by a baby mama terrorist. That's key to have no father around.
Man, that's because you got a man in a home. Don't mean you got a man in a home.
Well,
don't say because it's a woman. Because I was raised by a mother, but I have auntie.
But here's the thing, bro. Let me finish with that. Like you say, it could be a 2-parent household, and dude end up being a bum, lazy, whatever. But what I'm telling you, when it comes to the majority, it's usually single motherhood versus a 2-parent household. I was in a 2-parent household. I never went to jail. I did get a so-called degree that everybody brag about. I ain't gonna say what I do because I sleep on the couch now, but I'm self-employed. I don't work for government daddy. I don't get handouts. I don't get welfare. I'm not a white collar. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It's a difference from being from a 2-parent home versus 1-parent home. Doesn't mean that you cannot be successful. Do not mean that you don't have opportunities. What I'm saying is, when you look at people actually believe that being raised by a single mother is the honor. They think that's the best thing, and you don't need the father, and that's false. And like you said, a lot of these cats is talking about they don't know how to grind, how to hustle, how to get off their feet, how to get off from the bottom. Is because they was raised by 9 times out of 10 some baby mama tell single mother. That's the truth.
Okay.
And Mr. Palmer, I'd like to ask him a question. I have to like to ask a young man a question.
Okay, OG want to ask you a question, Ronald.
Ronald, you were saying earlier about guys talking about all women are different, and that's a true statement within itself. But the question I would like to ask you, let's let the black community represent you going to the emergency room. If you go to the emergency room, you got your finger cut or you having a heart attack, which one in patient they gonna take first?
Okay. You asked. Okay, where's the question at? You just asked.
The question is, if you go to the emergency room and you have your finger cut or you having a heart attack, the other patient is having a heart attack, which one are they gonna take first?
The heart attack.
And our condition in our community is not every black woman, but if you having a 70% percentile of single mothers, wouldn't you call that being an emergency? If you look at the bad behavior in our community, wouldn't you call that emergency? So just not speaking on it, because I'm gonna tell you, it might not be my woman. You understand? It might not be my sister. It might not be my mother. But if she's representing the community in bad behavior, you know what happens with that? The other people see that and they treat you how she is treating you in her bad behavior. That's why you see brothers getting shot down, but you don't see black men who are police officers going in the white community and shooting down white boys. It's due to the fact of the understanding that they have of our complex of our community. And so I think we do have to speak on the emergency in our community as when it comes down to bad behavior.
Okay, now I'm gonna say what you say, right? Me as a man.
Yes, sir.
Me as a man. There I know since there's as you say, there's 7% of single mothers out there that's single parent homes. Me as a man, when I walk in society as a man, as a black man, it's my duty when a child sees me. He can see a man when he see me. He can go home and say, "Mama, I seen a man today." You understand what I'm saying? Because when I'm in society, I conduct myself as a man. So when any woman sees me or another man sees me, we can salute because there's a man presence. You dig what I'm saying? So we got to stop saying that. What are you doing as a man to counteract that 70%? Because when I go play basketball and there's young kids around there, I make sure that I make an example of manhood so they can see that. You dig what I'm saying? So that's because our society is lacking. Nigga, stop talking about the problem. Nigga, what's the solution?
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? It's good to talk about the problem.
I agree.
White people have those same problems, man.
Okay, I agree along with you. I agree along with you. let me just get this in. I agree along with you as a brother who's FOI and still for FOI today, but that is a small segment. We go out in the community, we pass out information all the time. People call it newspaper, final call, but that ain't it. Is knowledge. So what I'm saying, I do believe in the position of a man to present himself a man at all times. But you got to understand that is a structure, religion, that is a structure, ideology, and everything else. So you go see people moving in the same way. But when you get the overall scheme of things, you can't touch enough people. I can't touch enough people. And for the people who have to live into that, what I call garbage can, when communication breaks down in any relationship, the relationship is over. If we stop communicating what we feel that are bad behaviors in our community, that ain't gonna make it go away. And we can present whatever we want to, because that's go see a young man might see you, but take a young man who don't have the same eloquence as you, the education as you, and an experience as you, who's just coming into fatherhood, who's been dragged down in that court system, don't understand how it's going to be played out. See, that's another thing. Reach one, teach one. I do understand all these concepts, but you got to understand when you get peer pressure, that little boy see you 15, 20 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours, but he got 22 other hours that he's been peer pressured with other bullshit. And that's what we got to fight against too.
Okay. And not only that, so the comment you made about not holding women or fault or not blaming women, I somewhat agree, but somewhat disagree too. So you can be the shining example of a man to your son, but you can only be that shining example to him if you're single, if your baby mother, who happens to be a single woman, allows you to have those 3 hours a weekend or whatever. So there are a lot of women who are alienating those positive role models, the male, the masculinity. So their child is not getting a chance to see that. So you can be all the man you want. You can put your masculinity on a pedestal all you want. If that woman does not allow that child to be around your masculinity, what is that child going to witness? So you can hold women at fault for that part. They play a role in that. They play a role in our children not being able to experience masculinity. And the comment you made about just being masculine, yes, every woman sees it, but only a woman who understands that a woman has a specific role in a relationship or a specific role in society is going to be able to accept the masculinity in you, and you're just going to lead and she's going to follow. If that woman, if your masculinity is a threat to her, yes, she sees it, but she's going to exile you because your masculinity is a threat to her independence. And there's more women who are focused on their independence than they are with letting you lead, regardless of how masculine you are.
Well spoken.
Okay.
All right,
okay.
can I jump in now? Can I jump in?
Hey, Playboy, can I answer their two questions? Right? Oh, go ahead, Playboy. Go ahead, get it off your chest.
No, it's up to Mr. Palmer, man. It's his show.
Yeah, go ahead, Cole. You went waiting. Well, I might be quick. Go ahead, Cole. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I got 3 points to make in I cuss a lot, man. So is that cool, or do I need to watch my mouth, man?
Go ahead.
Oh, you don't give a fuck? Okay, good. All right, so Mrs. D, I think I didn't catch your real name. I'm new to the sector, and I just want to make this. So you said education is conformity.
Yes.
And you put it in a very negative light, as if that's some bullshit. Now I need to know, what are they conforming to through that education? And yes, this is a straw man, so I'm trying to set you up, just right off the bat.
I feel you. So when I realized that school taught conformity, I was about in the 4th grade, and I took a math assignment home. And you know how in math class, your teachers, they walk through the problems with you and they tell you to show your work. Well, the way the teacher explained the math problem, and once I got home, I had lost all thought of the way she explained it, because everyone doesn't learn the same. Everyone doesn't regurgitate information the same. Everyone doesn't hear the same. So what she explained to me didn't make sense to me. But when I got home and played around with it, I found a way for it to make sense. I did the math problem, worked it out on paper, had the right answer. The next day, when everybody turned their paperwork in, the teacher actually marked off on my paper, but the answer was correct. When I asked her why, she said, because you showed your work and it wasn't the way that I showed you to work out this math problem. That was the day I realized that schools do not teach individuals to think outside of the box. They teach you what's in between that hardcover, and that's it. They teach you conformity. They teach you to go along with the system. They teach you to go along with everything. They push you out into society. They don't teach you how to balance checkbooks. They don't teach you how to show up for an interview. They don't teach you the real life lessons. I learned that, okay, don't get me wrong, like science. If that's your career path, science is a necessity. But for me, knowing H2O makes water does me no good, because I still can't go out there in the yard and make no damn water. So that's what I mean when I say school teach you conformity. It's not that I'm against a higher education. I'm not against that at all. But a higher education is not just college. So what they are teaching you in school, it's not that you can't learn a trade. And also what's interesting is in school, it's not that there's no value in those books, but everything that's in a book in a classroom is history. None of it happened tomorrow. It can happen tomorrow, but everything that you learn in a book sitting in a classroom is history.
Right. So when you try to put the negative spin on it, you said in your own statement that we're conforming to a system and to society. So why would you try to get? Yeah, I know the women are trying to get us to conform to a system and to society, and you say, and then they push us out there into the real world, right? Now, isn't the real world that we are in a system and society? Aren't we? Don't we have to play along in a system and society? Yes or no?
Why? But why do we have to play along now?
Because this is how it's created. This is how it's built. So meaning,
but why has it maintained? Why has it maintained?
Because it's maintained because it's ran by a structure and it's ran by a system, like you just said, a system
that's
and
my
a society.
whole entire point. That's why
And what I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying though is there's nothing wrong with conforming to a system that's already in place if you want to better yourself.
It is that
you put
system is broken.
Well, the system could be broken, but there's ways that you can make strides in the system, and trying to shun people or make a negative connotation to education is horrible if you're going in that route, because not everybody, you were, and not everybody, you were, and not everybody wants to go the construction worker route that you were talking about. I don't think every woman wants to do that. So to generalize, because you generalized, you did, you can rewind it. You generalized and you said, the educational system's pretty much bullshit because they're teaching conformity. Not everybody's built like you. So what do you do?
No. Hold on. I never said it was bullshit. I said I'm not downplaying a higher education. I'm not downplaying that at all. A lot of things that people get degrees in, you don't necessarily need a degree to do. And I'll be a shining example. I am a senior analyst. I've never been to college. I'm a senior analyst. Everyone else in my workplace has a higher education. I'm the only one in my entire field, in my place of employment, that does not have an education or degree hanging up on the wall.
You're proving my point.
Can I add something?
Hold on, let me finish. So it's not that I'm not downplaying in education at all. I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with it. There are lots of times that I wish I had gone to school to do something else. I can't say that I've always been happy in the field that I'm in. There are times that I wish I had done things differently. So I'm not downplaying that. What I'm saying is, Black women brag about being the most educated women on the planet, right? So the problem with that is, it's not that you're educated. The problem with that is the education that you have. What does that do for infrastructure? So say something happens down the road and there's an attack on masculinity. So all of a sudden, all the men decide, you know what, fuck it, I'm bailing out. We're going to let the women have it. We're going to let y'all have Congress. We're going to let y'all have infrastructure. We're going to let you have everything. What do you think is going to happen when all these educated Black women who have degrees in social services and other things are doing a lot of clerical work? I'm not saying that the degree is bad. I'm saying women choose degrees that allow them to take the safe jobs. That's what I was saying.
All right. So if you want to jump into hypotheticals, let's play the hypothetical game. So what if that doesn't happen? Right. And they went that infrastructure out, and now like they can't build shit because they don't have the freedom to build shit because of the system that we're in. And then they're all fucked up down the end of the road. But they decided to go ahead and conform, which you made a negative thing, conform to what's in front of them and take advantage of all the lanes that were given to them and make the best for what they have in front of them. Like some high educated Black women have great families. I mean, I didn't hear you talk about that shit. You know what I mean?
True. And I always speak in majorities. I always speak in majorities.
Okay, and you proved my point by being the anomaly at your work. You just said you're one out of a lot that don't have a degree.
True.
Meaning those people, I was about to cuss unnecessarily. Those people got a degree and got where they were. You see what I'm saying? So that degree
True.
helped them. You know what I mean? You were the anomaly, meaning if you speak in the majority, that means they did better than you because they got their degree and was able to get there. They
not
didn't have
better.
to.
No, they didn't do better. You know why? Because I don't have student loan debt.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I wanted
Okay.
to add on to that what she was just saying about student loan debt. What they teach is you got to use your Social Security card and you got to get student loan debt. They want you to have a job so you can use Social Security so they can tax you instead of getting a trade and having a business and having an EIN. They want you to be in all types of debt, whether it be a Social Security stealing your stuff, and Social Security also is through child support. So basically, if you use your Social Security card, they can tax you with child support. They can, and also Social Security is with children's services. That's why the Social Security Act Title 4E, they can steal your child. So what they teach you is to always use that Social Security instead of knowing how to do a business yourself, knowing how to do a trade yourself. And in fact, also not having a father, because remember, throughout history, throughout all cultures, it was the father, whatever your father was, you were. Your father would pass down the trade to the son. It would not have to do with education and that conformity education. It would be your father at home teaching you how to make a living.
All right, so why does that change? Why does that change now? Why can't a person?
Because if you go to Ohio's law,
let me finish. Why can't a person get education and their father still teach them a trade?
Because
why can't they play the system?
Law, and let me read it right here. Ohio law says, and I'm gonna read it verbatim. It says custody rights of unmarried mother. This is Ohio Revised Code 3109.042. And what it says is an unmarried female who gives birth to a child is sole residential parent and legal custodian of the child until a court of competent jurisdiction issues an order designating another person as the residential parent and legal custodian.
Okay, I'm not arguing that.
So basically what this is saying though, is it's saying that the mother has all the rights.
I'm not arguing that.
If you're not married, the mother has all the rights as a child. Or if you're divorced, your mother has all the rights as a child. And
yeah, that's off topic though. That's off topic. That was going to be my third point.
If the father had
my third point, you off topic.
One at a time.
I'm sorry, man.
Hey, Mr. Palmer, can I ask the young gentleman a question? I'm gonna show you how lawyers get shit done. I would like to ask him about 2 or 3 questions.
Go ahead, then I'm gonna let Mr. Chief Cook chime in.
All right, the young man who was just speaking to the young lady, I want to ask you a question. This system that you are talking about, was this system created for self-preservation?
Absolutely.
For who?
For white people.
Okay. If you take two animals, and one is trained and one is untrained, which one is most easy to control?
The trained animal. That's straw man, but just everybody knows that. Okay, the trained animal.
We go get there in a minute. All right. So the system that was created, that you have already answered the question, was created for the white man for self-preservation, right?
Right.
For him to succeed and his heritage to go on as being superior, it must suppress someone, right?
Absolutely.
Who would you say that man would be?
Black people.
Okay. So if you go into the institutions that they provide, or you have the choice to go do it now.
Right. I'm going to have a chance to respond to this, though.
Yeah,
right?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
okay.
Sir. This is the way we have communication. I'm just
I'm new to this.
I'm just holding you to a hostile witness, the same as the courtroom, right about.
Okay, I'm feeling.
You will have a chance to respond.
And I have something for you too.
Yes, sir. I know you do. Right. Yeah, I've been around the block a couple times. This ain't my first rodeo, sir.
Okay.
So, with that being said, with the historical things that I lived through, the historical things that I read in the history books, that we have always found a way outside the system within itself.
Absolutely.
Spanish people do a good job. They don't assimilate, because that's the word I think we're missing.
Okay.
When you start going into this system, you're learning how to assimilate by their plan, their blueprint. But Spanish people are taking over this country right now, not assimilating into their plan.
Right.
All right. So that's pretty much my summation of what I think about this whole idea of the line of questions
All
that
right,
you
let me
asked.
okay, let me break that down just real quick, and then I'll talk to you about something you stated. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're talking about other races not assimilating into the white supremacist system that was established in America, right?
Yes,
What we have to remind ourselves is that African Americans, we don't have the luxury of having another nation backing us up, right? So we have to come in here and we have to pretty much take what's ours, you know what I mean, and have to deal with so much other types of abuse that other nationalities don't have to worry about. For instance, if a Vietnamese person came through and got abused, man, all he has to do is send a bat signal to Vietnam and them motherfuckers coming through. You see what I'm saying? We don't have that luxury. You know what I mean? So what we do have is we have the luxury of who we are as a resilient people, meaning you put us in these slave homes and you give us the scraps and we make chitlins and shit out of it. You know what I mean? We made fried chicken and now that shit's popping throughout America. So we have the ability to make shit greater no matter what they give us, right? So yes, we have assimilated into a fucked up system. I understand that. But if you really look at it, we're doing shit right. Like we're building this, we're keeping this shit sustained if you really look at it. So yeah, they're kind of trying to ride on our coattails and ride on our backs and try to oppress us. But if you look at all sports, black people ruling that shit. You know what I mean? If you really get into the nitty gritties of the culture.
That's about to change. That's about to change.
What do you mean?
They've already decided that they're not picking a lot of black students from HBCUs. So when they started talking about now student athletes, of course, you know, the football players and the basketball players, because they never had a problem with the lacrosse players. So now when you're talking about they can actually make money off their name, like, and image, now all of a sudden, oh, we can't find no talent at the HBCUs.
Right.
System.
Right. I hear what you're saying.
It's
but
international,
I do want to say I do have to go. But for the panelists who was asking me questions, I appreciate the commentary. Thank you for being respectful, and you gentlemen, you all have a great day. And I support you all.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Have an amazing rest of the afternoon, the day too, my sister.
Yeah,
thank you.
Definitely.
Go ahead, my brother.
Hold on. What I want to do, I want to let Chief Cook chime in. There you go. Chief Cook, I want you to chime in for you've been waiting long enough. How you doing, sir?
How you doing?
I'm doing fine. What's your thoughts, questions, or anything you can bring to the table?
Okay, the sister who just left stole a lot of thunder because she was great. She was right about a lot of things. Second thing, you guys were talking about child support. The last guy who left was absolutely right. I'm a cop, 34 years cop. I retired a couple years ago, and he's absolutely right. Their child support is unfortunate. He is there. How should I put it? Make sure everybody, you don't pay, you go in jail. Period. And we had as a cop, and I have seen good guys who pay their bills on time. Everything, miss one payment, they go to jail. I've seen guys who we had one guy who actually was in a car accident, broke his back, broke everything, and went to the hospital. You know, he got casket and everything, everything, and he missed. And he told them, like, I'm in the hospital. Told the baby mama I'm in the hospital. The baby mama told them that where he was at, and I ain't get no money, and we had to go arrest him in the hospital.
What state is this, sir?
Tennessee.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Okay, Nashville?
No, actually Memphis.
Memphis. So even in the South, well, we know about how it is, but in the South, so you had to arrest a guy who didn't pay one. He was behind in the hospital.
Yeah, yeah.
The state didn't understand him having medical condition.
Yeah, they don't care. The system don't care.
You've been an officer for how long? You've been an officer for how long?
I've been 35 years.
35 years.
Yeah, and they don't. I know the system, and you guys talk about the school system as well. Cause I also do some work in the school system. The school system is changing, and they're changing to make sure you follow their system. They're trying to get the Hispanics and other immigrants better learning, and we are, gay white folks are what's the word? Buying schools. They don't tell you that. You won't see that on TV and things. Private schools. They come from California, San Francisco. They come down here in the South, and other private school buy these schools so they can teach these schools gay culture and gay they lifestyle and stuff like that.
Mm.
Uh,
No, I agree. I'm saying, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, and you don't hear it on TV. You don't hear that. You don't hear that. We had an incident where a teacher molested a kid, and they kept it hush hush because Ellen, the TV show that was on Ellen, and Ellen opened a big fat check, and half that check went to the mama to make sure or to keep the child quiet about that because they trying to run these schools.
Wow.
The system is not. We all agree. We all agree the system is not working for us. You all talk about trade, trying to take trade schools out of school. They were doing this in the 70s because they feared that that little thing between our ears is working. Last Carter absolutely right, Tony. They want you to be in debt. They want you don't go any business because they fear the unions plays a big part of that as well. That's why we don't see trade. In some schools now, we got white schools here. They're teaching criminal justice. If you want to go a cop, you can learn that in the 9th grade. We didn't have that in high school. We were going to junior high school. They trying, they are trying to power the black woman and the black girl. You don't want boys to don't know anything, just stay, baseball, football, or sports and everything like that. They're they are terrified. You guys know, leaving the government, become independent, self-dependent, which they all fear of. And also, as much as I say this, having a black parent, black mother raising these kids, they want to say that, and it's a shame when I have to raise these kids, and I go to that mama, and mama come and look at my face and tell me I raised them right, but we can't ask the question: how did you raise them? How did you raise them? That's something big question we never ask these women. How did you raise your son? You beat him half to death, or you take, like we all said. I heard previous comment. People said we don't know how. Who's going to take responsibility for that? Are they letting baby daddy, take, teach him masculine, teach him how to be a dad, teach him how to be a man, and not? I've seen generation on welfare and food stamp, teaching the younger under 17 how to do that, play that role as well. And now where's the black church? Nowhere in sight. The black church is big. Again, the church is big as the White House.
Yep.
Big as the White House. And what do you got? Nowhere in sight.
Hmm.
You got the pandemic. Somebody claims it's a pandemic, and they trying you all get vaccinated and all that crap. But yeah, you see some of them, don't not taking you or taking the vaccine because if it's real or not real. I'm trying to get more words here because I'm trying to be careful here because I don't want y'all guys to be sanitized about YouTube.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
brother.
I understand. Go ahead.
But and the damn shit, and the worst thing about all this, we let and yes, we letting gay white folks coming in, trying to join it, their lifestyle on us, and we call ourselves God-fearing people, and we know we're inside. It's a shame. I know people are mad about cops and they do some yes, we have bad cops, and yes, thing like they have to George Floyd and stuff like that. But not all cops are bad. Because like I said,
Most certainly.
and something happen, you can't call Ghostbusters to come save you. But
Yes,
it still comes down how we raise our sons and how we raise our daughters. It comes down to that.
Let me ask you a question, sir. You say you've been doing it over 30 years. A lot of the arrests when it comes to the kids, whether it's the boys or the girls, and like you say, you bring them home to the mom or you go out there because of the situation.
Yeah.
Would you say that the majority of them was raised by single mothers?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. You go to prison now. You go to prison now. You ask the kids who you raised by. They tell you mama. And a lot of these, no offense to my sisters like that, but black women, you do have to take some responsibility of that, regardless of what it is. You know who you lay with. You know it. I don't care what kind of situation it is. If baby daddy ain't raising them and you raising yourself, you are responsible for what that kid happened. If I hit your car, who's responsible? Who's
Right.
responsible? Exactly. You are responsible. Like if baby dad ain't helping you or you raising by himself, you sometimes you do share some of that responsibility. And the problem is black women, you can't tell nobody black women are not don't want to take that responsibility. Yes, I screwed up. Yes, I'm the queen of being universe, but no, we all women ain't perfect. But no, you want to admit, the word is I fucked up, and I fucked you up.
But let me. I know you said something like when you try to, as an officer, try to talk to the mom, and you bring the kid. Hey, how's you raising him? And they say you don't tell me how to raise my kid.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I've been like I said, I've been in the hood. I've been in the hood with crime everywhere, and you could tell when you look in that house. Toys everywhere, tissue everywhere, but house ain't been clean and God knows when. Pots and pans everywhere. And she she's on welfare, she's on food stamps, she's on child support. Got 2 daughters. Like I said, we had 2 daughters, one person, and she had 2 daughters. She under 17, they pregnant, they on welfare, food stamps, and child support, and the mama collecting all the checks.
Wow.
And a crazy check. And I'm scratching I ran based out of Canada, and she's sitting there. No, I'm not gonna lie. She nice hair and everything. Went to got the nails done and everything, and sitting there running hell. And also same way with sisters who do have a PhD and everything, nice house, everything. But she just sound like crap.
Mm.
But a daughter is not same thing. Nice nails and fingernails and everything. That son looks like crap. You just like your daddy. You never met him. Something 50 chance. You probably never met his daddy.
Well, let me ask you. Let me ask you this, sir, because Charlene, she says exactly. She said, where's the men though? So maybe you could answer that. Like you say, they there.
They there, and sometimes some guys don't even know they had a kids.
Mm.
Some they know that, and some of them do try to raise them to meet them, but mom and dad don't want me because they don't get you didn't pay me, you didn't get my check or whatever, or they can't get along. Or what it is, but they can't sit down. Look, no, I know we got a child together. Let's work together. No, my way, the highway. And some of them do put on child support regardless of what they say. Let's sit down and work up. But no, they put them because the system told them that. And I had judges force them to take child support, even though they said no.
I've seen that too. Yep.
And so and especially female. No offense, female judges are the worst of the worst. They always say best interest of the doubt. That's why we got men in prison today who still paying child support kid who ain't belong to. Even though 99.99% paper like McMurray, I'm not the baby daddy. They still because she all keep saying best interest of the child.
Right.
I've seen baby daddy sitting out take the kid to see. I'm back up. Was one woman married. Had a nice life, everything. Cheated on his wife, cheated on her husband. Husband found out, filed for divorce. She got passport and everything. She left. Went. They told the judge come back to court. The baby, not the baby, the husband go back to court because you had paid child support. A, why? Because you was married. B, because you made more money than baby daddy. And baby dad, just because baby dad make a 9-to-5 job, he can't make that certain kind of amount of money because how she want it. So we'll make you pay child support. And baby dad still had a date, sitting there rumbling her stomach. In some cases, in some judges, if you don't see their child like weekend, something like that, they pay you, will make you pay double or extra. This is the system. The system is not made for black men, like Chris Rock said. Don't be a black man in the system, especially the marriage laws. But I think that's a whole nother topic. I know you want to talk about that. But bottom line is this: some women have to take that some responsibility. We have to change that. I ain't got no problem. Y'all got a PhD, you want to learn like that, but they don't want the male black man to have the same thing. They don't want. Biggest problem I hate about Kevin Samuels, you talk about all these people, PhD like that. What about the man teaching these kids how he raised them? When you see these women all keep saying you don't know how your a man teach you how he teach his mama, but when they're asking how your mama how to teach you, I teach him. Cause there are some cruel ass women out there.
Yeah, can I respond? Can I respond to that, or did you, or the new person on the panel? Did you want him to go or her
Go
or
ahead.
whatever? Yeah, all right. Well, I did have those other 2 points, but those can wait, I guess. So 2 things for the officer. One, you said pretty much the LGBTQ community is trying to push the gay agenda within education.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
You want your
Have you seen them videos with the little 6-year-olds? They talking about penis and vagina to little 6-year-olds.
I'm getting more than
They
that.
got little books. They got something called Drag Queen Story Time, where they get drag queens to talk to little kids, and when they read the book, they talk about, well, if you like sprinkles, you're a boy, but if you like sprinkles, then you might be a girl.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm gonna tell you straight up. I never seen that. I never seen that.
Hold on. We're gonna talk one at a time. But hold on. We're gonna let Cole talk to Mr. Cook and let Mr. Cook respond, and then you respond after. So y'all continue.
All right, thank you. One, I never seen that. You know, I heard about it, and I'd be hard pressed, or you know, I'd be made a believer if you seen it as well, Big Dog, the one that cammed up, because I've never seen it. So my question was,
I'll get the link for you.
No, I mean in your own personal life, bro. I said I've seen people talking about it and shit, but I've never seen it for in my kids' schools and none of that junk. You seen it in your kids' schools, is what you saying?
I got video footage and I got articles of this stuff.
No, in your schools, I'm talking about on a personal level. You seen it, right?
I'm gonna call you Code, bro.
That's fine.
I'm gonna tell you I have, and I'm gonna tell you why. Just in 2009, I live in Illinois, Chicago. In 2019, they just passed a law that is mandatory that they teach gay history. And my kids in grade school. So if you want to say is, do I see them around? Yes, they just passed, and that's what they doing. And I think that's some bullshit.
All right, why is it bullshit to know? Why is it bullshit to learn about gay history?
Excuse me, Cole.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know. Cash, how old are you, Cole?
Hello.
That's personal, man. But I'll go ahead and drop. I'm between 35 and 40.
You a man? What the fuck you mean? That's personal, man. You up here with man? Man, that's why now I understand why you asked that question. Or why you see a problem with homosexuality in a school? Because we up here, man. You talking about you niggas personal?
Okay, so can a homosexual be a man? Can a homosexual be a man?
No.
So are you saying no?
He could be a male.
Wow.
Hey, one at a time. But look, here's the thing. By science, yeah, you still a man, but you gay. I get what you're saying. Yes, you still a man, but you gay. So yes, from that logic, yes, that person's a man.
Homosexual could be mankind. Women.
They want to be non-binary.
Let's get women.
I mean, he's still a male. I don't mean he's man. He's a man.
But this is what I'm saying.
They don't even identify as man. They identify as non-binary and pansexual.
Some gay people.
Hey, can we cut to the chase on that? We can say what it is. Mankind. That's the difference.
One at a time. I'm gonna let Code finish y'all. Go ahead, bro.
All right, I appreciate. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Palmer, and I love the way you're running your panel, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, so it's that question was for Officer because he's the one that brought it up as far as the infiltration of the LGBTQ community within schools, and I need to know from him, one, why is that a problem, and two, you said the black churches are bigger than the White House, so why is the black churches not stepping up now? We want to talk about percentages and shit. Majority of these motherfuckers in the black churches are gay as shit, but they're too scared to come out and say this shit. Why? Because they seem somewhat oppressed, not only by their surrounding environment, but also by the good book that they follow. So go ahead, Officer.
Go ahead. First of all, the reason why the black churches are not sponsored like it used to be because the government is cracking down because you see all these damn preachers buying these big ass houses and big ass cars and they do anything in the community. That's one thing. So they can't be hush about that. Second thing, as why gay in the school system, because they trying to come in the black community, buying small church schools that they've been closed out, so they can make them private, so they can teach that stuff in the school. Like I said earlier about a teacher touching a 6-year-old boy who's wearing short pants where his crotch is almost sticking out. And every day he hang out with his boy after what they call it, some after school stuff, and he always playing with black boys, not white boys, black boys. Because we too vulnerable, because they always go to the mother. They all go to the mother because mothers are used to that. Mothers who do not raise these boys, believe everything what teachers tell them that, and there's nowhere masculinity in the sight. So what are they gonna do? They don't allow the teacher to teach them everything. That's how it is right there. But they are teaching that in private schools and some schools, like that, like the guy said in Chicago, and some schools out in the South where you don't see that or hear that on any big news. Can keep that like I said, they try to keep that quiet. They are teaching that.
So you don't think it's a good thing?
Too, man.
Oh,
they
go ahead.
have Father's Day. They used to have Father's Days there. They stopped having Father's Day in school. They have Mother's Day. They praise Mother's Day. Mother's Day like this. On Father's Day, you can't do that. Have Father's Day in school.
They worship.
Yo, majority of the time, Father's Day's in the summer, ain't it? Or am I tripping?
No, yeah, sure, but still, I'm talking about.
What do you mean?
Mother's Day comes, they do a big parade.
Yeah, because it's during school, bro.
Yeah, during school. Yeah, during school.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but it's still before the school be out. They do still have Father's Day in some schools where father come in, sit down, have dinner, have lunch, and have some kind of prayer. And sometimes you ask the dad, father, what they do for a living? So they can have their little program. They stopped all that.
All right, so I wanna if it's okay to speak. I don't know.
I wanted to respond to what he said though.
All right.
Can I respond? Okay, when you talk about why the church ain't doing it because of 501c3 money, because they changed the IRS laws, and if you discriminate and don't want to marry them, you may be discriminating, and now you lose your nonprofit status, and you have to pay taxes. And they don't want to pay taxes. That's why they go ahead and kowtow for the money. Also, you talk about gay people being men. Now, according to the own LGBT LMNOP hieroglyph community, they don't want to be men. They have a symbol for men. They have a symbol for women, but they got 30 more symbols of stuff that's not men, and that's what they want to be. They don't want to be a man or a woman symbol.
So you're generalizing.
And in fact, on Twitter, they had something called the super straight community, and they super straight people try to join the LGBT of men and women, and they don't want men, so it was super straight and women who are super straight to be a part of that community because they're not.
Because it's an alternative lifestyle. That's an oxymoron. Why would you do that? It's an alternative lifestyle, so that's an oxymoron. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's stupid. It's why like, yo,
why would they not?
Why would they accept?
You know the symbol is a man.
Why would they accept straight people in an alternative lifestyle that is contrary to straight people? That makes zero sense.
No, because some people are super straight. Some people are 100% straight, right? Like some women.
Hold on. Also, you can't generalize a gender on the entire alphabet, bro. You can't say they all don't identify. There are some gay men that want to be called gay men, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is. And to generalize and say that
we talk about LGBT though. We're not talking about gay men. We're talking about the LGBT.
What's the G? What's the
a lot of gay men do not agree with the push that LGBT is doing.
Okay,
a lot of gay men don't deal with the LGBT community because of the dirt
they do. But what does the G? What does the G stand for in LGBTQ community? What does the G stand for?
It stands for gay,
right? Gay. All right, and there's a lot of gay men within the LGBT community.
Women consider themselves gay, and when they say gay, what are they talking about?
What's the L stand for?
Let me say this.
A gay symbol.
Okay. So there are a lot of.
I know, but what is a man?
I know,
the LGBT community, because you're talking about men in general, and that's what you're trying to do.
Go ahead and differentiate it regular man. No, go
talking about the LGBT community.
Wow.
Regular no, hold on. We're not talking about regular people.
Hey,
y'all about
regular people.
Yeah, we're not talking about regular gay people. We're talking about the LGBT community and their push. We're not talking about that. You're trying to bring it back to the LGBT, to the
I'm pretty
gay
sure the
people who do
G
not
in LGBTQ means gay. You just
But
said it out of
it's
your
just
own
there's
mouth.
gay people
Those are
who don't
the
agree with the LGBT.
quote unquote regular
It's like
gay
me being
people, bro.
It's like I don't have to. If you're gay, you do not have to agree with the LGBT community and their push. And that's the people
fine.
you're talking about.
That's
but we're
fine.
talking
It's
about
still
the
the G.
LGBT community, the ones
Listen,
that
I don't
said
have
they're
to.
not men,
Listen,
and they're non-binary.
Listen. I don't have to agree with being
And
called
gender
African American. Hold on, can I finish? Can I make this statement? I don't have to agree with being called African American, but if Negroes call me African American, that's just what the hell I am. Unfortunately, if that's what they associate me with, even though I don't agree with the title.
So all
See
gay
what I'm
people
saying?
are LGBT. Are you saying since it came out recently?
I'm saying
the
that's
last
what the
20
G.
years or
I'm
something?
saying that's what the G stands
Whatever.
for.
So
Now,
okay.
now, hold on. I'm saying that's what the G stands for. Now, what they have to do is be like, you know what? I don't really want to associate with that. Just like I would have to say, you know what? Please don't call me African American. But Negroes are gonna,
right?
Negroes are
Are
gonna
lesbians
link.
considered women? Because you said gay is men. Are lesbians considered women? No, they don't consider themselves women. So you got to be
Some of them
and
do,
balanced.
though. Some of
You got
them
to be
do,
balanced.
bro. Oh my God, I am balanced.
Okay.
Hey, look. Hey, that's that. We got to change. We got to change.
I just want to.
Yeah, the Afro-Black people.
They consider themselves lesbian.
But
okay, we'll change the subject.
Why is Cole heterosexual? Is Cole heterosexual?
Yeah, I am.
Man, why is homosexuality a big issue for a heterosexual man? Why are we even heterosexual men do not sit around talking about gay stuff? Just like Mr. Palmer said, let's change the subject, man. We don't talk about this.
All right, then I won't respond. I won't respond to that. That was a rhetorical question.
But it's offensive to call a heterosexual man gay. That's the only reason why.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely.
I'm saying this right quick about gay community, especially gay white folks.
And I want to say one more thing too.
Okay, the biggest fear of gay white folks right now is straight fathers raising their son. They're trying to make sure, damn sure, that women have maintained their custody and maintained their power of raising their son, because as a gay father raise their son, they won't have no joystick to play with, and they're terrified of that. That's why they always trying to jump on us. And every time we say Black Lives Matter, it's not group everything, they make sure they represent so they can tell. But the bottom line is they are terrified of fathers, real men, especially men in the church, raising that son. Because when you have a straight father raising son, that means your child be a straight man. And right now they are pushing it everywhere. You're not gonna see it in the news. You're not gonna see it anywhere else. But some of these schools right here and some of these areas right there, they are pushing it, and they're pushing it hard. That's why it's very important. And we as fathers, those who are fathers, to maintain that bond between our father and son. Because right now they are terrified. That's why they come to us, because we are not strong mentally and physically. We come to raise our kids. That's why you don't see them in the Hispanic community and the Asian community area, because they're connected. Fathers are there. Fathers are there in the Hispanic community. Asian community are there. We the only one in the community don't have strong father backbone in that community. And like the man said, in the church, yes, the church is in the church, and that's spreading in the church, and that's why you don't see churches come out not anywhere like that, because they know that we got them now. If I come down to church and have a gay, and my boyfriend come out and say, "Marry me," you don't marry me. Oh boy, you ain't going to court, and they're afraid to use that money. And that's why
you say nothing about child support and stuff either, because the majority of women is in the churches getting that collection plate. So why lose their money? Same thing as government daddy. Same thing.
Should we teach how to be a grand dragon in the Ku Klux Klan in support?
Yeah,
I think that's an unfair comparison.
No. It's a behavior.
Yeah, but it's still an unfair comparison.
Wait. Okay, let's
hold on, because they're not teaching you how to be Black Panthers. I'm not teaching. They're not teaching you how to be Black Panthers.
Hold on, before y'all two speak, let me give. This has been sitting up here for a minute. Let me give a shout out to Pan African Black men going their own way for the $10 donation. Question and answer, crawl, walk, run concept. Change the laws in family court. Commander your children /seed, and only then the men rebuild legacy /family. Fire 100. Yeah, he's right. Also, I also want to give a shout out to Chief Rocker for the $5 donation. Peace, Mr. Palmer. You have time to listen to that video. I put the link in yesterday's live stream. No, not yet, but I definitely will, brother. Salute to you. All right, go ahead.
Cole.
I said this before.
Go ahead and finish because I really wanna say something. See, I like to cut to the chase of things, go to the root of the problem versus the symptoms of the problem. And one thing I find out, you would say we have a reproduction system and a digestive system, right?
You're talking to me, bro?
Yes, I'm talking to Cole.
Oh, okay.
Cole.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do have two, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe in any kind of spiritual being? I mean,
I believe in solipsism. That's
Okay,
just everything's mental. Okay.
Okay, so whatever you believe in, wouldn't it be kind of cruel if female and male have a reproduction system that they use these organs to produce a child, but somebody says that God made them like one the same sex, where they have to totally use the digestive system? Wouldn't you think that would be cruel?
Cruel in what way? What do you mean? I'm not
listen what I'm just saying. A man and a woman, you use the reproduction system, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Two gay people have to use the what system?
Their reproductive
digestive
system, I
system,
guess.
sir.
Okay, their digestive system. Okay, but two
When you
straight
say
people
that.
use a digestive system as
Well,
oh,
I'm
I
saying-
see what you're
wait,
saying.
we
You're
already
talking about
know- we ain't
sexual
got in-
acts. You're talking
we
about
ain't- we
sexual
ain't got
acts.
into the freakiness.
My bad. My
freaknik
bad. You're
yet.
talking about
No.
sexual acts.
Wait,
I had to
wait,
get
we're
my
talking about
mind right.
sexual
Okay.
acts now.
Okay, my
If
bad. All
someone
right.
for the rest of
I see
their
what you're saying.
life has to use the digestive system for their sexual activity versus someone who's born and have a reproduction system, which goes with the yin and the yang, or however you want to look at it. Everything in life has its own what?
Balance, right? It's
Right,
duality.
balance, right?
I understand.
So why should we teach our children about things on the outside of the balance of humanity? Because one speaks of the destruction of humanity, and the other one speaks of humanity within itself, governed by the nature of the beings that we are dealing with. So why would
Right.
you? So when you start talking about activity, because a lot of these alphabet people, because I won't use them other kind of words, because
Okay.
it picks up it. These alphabet people that use the consonants, not the they don't use the vowels, so they can have the consonant. But since they're using them, let's just look at it for what it is. All right. So what education would be? Go back to the Greek mythology, because a lot of that shit came from Greek. Matter of
It
fact,
sure did. You're right.
matter of fact, we didn't even have before the European invasion. We didn't even have a word for gay in the continent.
It actually came from Rome.
Listen, no. Stop. I understand you think the Romans, but the Greeks.
Now that's
were
not me
way-
talking though. That wasn't me talking.
I know that wasn't you, Cole. I know that wasn't you,
okay.
Cole.
Okay.
The Greeks had their foot on the ground way before the Romans got involved.
Absolutely.
That's why they call it Greek sex. So the Greeks was first in line on that one. But what I'm saying is, I'm tired, and this is what I was talking about, that education system we was talking about earlier, about how to assimilate.
Mm-hmm.
When they brought us here, they didn't bring our food mentally, spiritual, or physically. They bring a fucking elephant from Africa, they'll bring his food with them. And so all this shit we feeding in our head that we have assimilate, this is why our community is upside down in the first place. Because we strive to be the best, and the best that we see is Dr. Frankenstein. And what happened to Dr. Frankenstein after he created what happened to Dr. Frankenstein after
He got murdered.
He got murdered because you know what? The image that Frankenstein seen in the mirror was not what he seen his master to be. So he wanted to destroy himself. And that's why we have these conversations. That's why we're in the YouTube street speaking on this, is because our community is in a self-constructed mode. At its best, a survival mode. You're not living when you're surviving, sir.
No, that's absolute facts. Now, just a little bit of pushback. Currently, the wave of the Black community, in my mind, I see it getting better. So I'm not looking at a glass half empty type deal, but we could talk about that later if Mr. Palmer wants to.
Yeah,
but
to this gay shit, man, no more. I'm done with that.
Sir. You're done with okay, then I'll stop.
One.
Then I'll stop. All right, then I'll
that.
stop. How about I did want to talk about
something I said
you
earlier,
said,
you remember?
yeah, you said and then the last thing I'm gonna talk about is baby mama stuff, because I think that's one of the main themes of the whole show, I think, or the whole channel. I think I see a shirt that says, pretty much.
You can talk about that.
Okay, so I'll talk about OG's thing first and then the baby mama thing.
Yes, sir.
You said let Snow Bunny walk into a room full of black women and watch her command the room. Now, I used to work in aerospace for 6 years, so I had to go to these white parties. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It's the opposite too, bro. You let a black woman walk into a room full of white women, and it's over with, bro. It's over with, man. Them white men, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
listen, the difference between the power structure, though. Wait a minute. Let's look at the difference between the power, what we're talking about. See, if you want to take the little sidebar conversation and take that and slice it up, you're going to always end up with what you're about to say now. But let's look at what I was really saying. Okay. When the white woman walks in that room, she's idolized because that's what the black women see her to be, because all throughout her life she's been told this is the epitome of beauty, this is the epitome of standard and everything else. So when you have a black person walks into the opposite side room, it's for two different reasons. One thing, the white women are sitting there slobbing off the lip because they've been taught about our anatomy, right? And then when the men understand, as you ever seen some of these movies, how they explain this, when the white men came to Africa and then the brothers unrolled, they seen where their inaccuracies were. You see what I'm saying? So it's for two different reasons. One is more of a sexual tone, and the other one is a mental tone that make black women thinking they can never be.
All right, you might hate my guts for this next statement, but
yes,
I think
sir. But I ain't gonna hurt your gut, brother. I don't hurt it all.
I said hate my guts, and I appreciate it if you don't. But I think that's a projection, my man. I don't think a room full of black women and a white woman walks in, they're looking at her in an idolizing mode. And in my mind, they're probably looking at her like, what is her flat ass doing up in here? You know what I mean? What the fuck? Get her the hell out of here.
I don't get all this goddamn work to look like her. She gonna show her ass up.
I just don't
to
see
let me know that I'm not
see
the real Coca-Cola. I'm the Shasta Cola. You right?
Nah, I don't see that. I don't see that image either. I don't see
because you can't look through a black woman's eyes, brother.
So
I got 11
you?
sisters. These are the things that we discussed
that's
way back in the
bro.
day.
That's what you're seeing. That's unfortunate too. That's what
it's
you're
not
seeing.
Unfortunate. I'm a well-traveled man, brother. I keep my eyes totally wide open.
I know,
I understand
but what you're
the power
feeling, you're trying to
of
project
white supremacy. It seems that you want to give it a little bit on one side, but you don't really want to understand.
I just want to be fair to the conversation, and I want to be fair to dialogue, man. Because when something is leaning too heavy on one side, there's an imbalance, bro. And most of the time, the imbalance it's nobody's fault. It's just experience. Like you just said, you're a well-traveled man, so you think your experience and your projection is what everybody should see, and that's not necessarily
just
the case.
From my experience. The people who I adjust myself around and their knowledge, so I might have about 5 or 6 young years of knowledge, even if I was 16 years old. Some of the people I adjust myself around. Think about this. Let's just put it another way then. If Beyonce walked in a room,
she commanded.
If Beyonce walks in a room of black women, dark-skinned black women, what is the effect of her walking in that room? Not even knowing she's Beyonce. Take all her records and everything. Just her image. She walks in a room with a room full of dark-skinned black women.
All right, now I'm gonna use your own logic against you, right? You didn't set yourself up.
No, I didn't.
According to you, they should be like, what's this high yellow woman doing in here, and have hatred, right? Is that what you're thinking?
No.
Oh, what were you thinking then? My bad. Maybe I can't use your own logic.
How much cream I'm gonna have to use to look like her?
I just can't agree with that, man.
I can't get my hair like that.
I can't agree with
Hey,
that, man.
I didn't know Beyonce was hot yellow. I've never.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just using that as a cue. She gonna be. Look, man, I'm so dark. I don't even have a shadow, so I don't have a problem talking
No,
about
I
being dark
understand
skinned.
what old boy said. He said,
What I'm
hot
trying to
yellow?
say is,
Beyonce's not hot yellow.
what I'm trying to say is,
No, I thought she
colorism.
was.
Colorism comes from the system that I talked to y'all about earlier,
Okay, absolutely.
right? And so,
Absolutely.
if you get to the highest color of the colorism, what would that be? White woman.
It depends on. Oh, see, you're going backwards. In my mind, it would be the darkest black woman possible.
No, I'm
because
talking
all
about in
color comes out of
colorism
black.
as far as sexual.
Oh, in a negative connotation.
Yes, sir.
All right, then yeah, a white woman. Yep.
Because I totally believe the black of the berry is sweetie the juice.
But it ain't just a negative. It's a societal. We got the white Christ. We got all our holidays is white. The Cupid is white. Santa Claus is white. We don't have our culture. They stole our culture to have pride in who we are. But if you go to the Ethiopians love themselves and they eat the same food, do the same culture. We don't have no culture. The only thing that we pull from is European and white culture. That's the only thing we look up to.
That was my point earlier. But what I said is we take it and we flip it. Go ahead, OG.
Go ahead. And you said, I would say the black experience in America is a very unique experience. Probably never been practiced all over this planet. But I would have to ask you, outside the system, why is it we can't make a connection with the motherland, the continent? I do. I got brothers who do. They do trade. They do all types of stuff. So what I'm trying to say, within that system,
I know I have.
in that system, it'll keep us separated. Well, we can't write to the ambassadors, or we can't. How many people right here, right now, with all the hardship, have ever wrote any power in any country of 50 countries in Africa have wrote anything, say, I would like to come back home? Is any way that I can have?
What's home?
Well,
a lot of Negroes don't know where they're from.
Like
and
me.
also, some people were here already.
For myself now.
Oh, okay.
I'm speaking for myself. Even when I was a child, I never considered this America my home. All right? And if it hadn't been for the macaroni virus, because that's what I call it, it hadn't been for the macaroni virus and they changing all the cheese, my ass would have been out of here July the 6th last year. So that's my home. That's my state of mind. Your home is wherever your state of mind is. But what I'm saying is, we got 50 countries over there. I can choose either one of them I can go to. And I'm talking with prime ministers and the head of government in these countries, not just come there and just start off fresh, but come there with something to bring and come there with getting land. I want to purchase on land. I want them to give me, this is my welcome back home. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is, outside that system of white supremacy, we would know that we can have a connection to a landmass. My name, my real original name is Askia Muhammad. I go by J Speed. That's my acting name. That's my name that y'all would call government name. But my name being adopted in a village in Africa is Askia Muhammad. So what I'm trying to say is, we can say that we are unique, but that system I keep telling y'all about is what's keeping us from connecting and having the union that we should have. Because really, if you really want to talk about it, brother, education, none of that bullshit really matters. Africa, the continent of Africa, runs almost 90% of the currency in the world.
Yeah, but they're not the ones pushing.
I understand. No, this is what I'm saying is, and it's only due to that fact is we don't have that connection, because what we learned from being in the belly of the beast, we could take over to motherland and get this shit popping quick.
Right, but not everybody wants to go back to Africa.
I understand that. We don't have to all go back. You see what I'm saying? It's
some
good
people
for
don't
some
even
of us
think
to
it
stay
should
here.
be right to say go back. Some
Right,
people
but
don't
I'm just
even
saying
think they came from
it's good for some of us to stay here because we can keep that trade line open. But the brothers who do want to go there, look, let me tell you something, brother. I put my picture on a website in Africa, a dating site, just to see what it would come
What's
out.
shaking, huh?
What's shaking, right? I shake the fruit off the tree. Like over here, I might get 5 and 6, and we talking about 45 women or older, right? But over there, I'm talking about women 20 years old, which I would never date a woman that young, but 20 years old, never married, never have kids. Women up to 30 years old, never married, don't have kids.
Right.
And
You
we're
better be
talking
ready to
about
adopt their
7s,
culture.
8s, 9s, and 10s.
I hear you.
So what I'm saying is,
Respond to that.
if we keep
Go
having
ahead,
ourselves in
D.
this confined box that they want to keep us in, we'll never understand Oklahoma. We'll never understand what happened in Florida when we had our own thing going on, our own cities, and we was doing great, and they were so jealous. We'll never understand that. How long are we gonna keep going on survival mode? That's the problem I have.
I do understand.
Okay.
Check this out, Mr. Cook. You got anything else to say regarding this?
Yeah, I was gonna say something about that you were talking about earlier when a white woman entered a room and like that. Y'all remember Holly Berry? Like Holly Berry won I think it was Emmy or Oscar for Monster Ball.
Monsters Ball, yes.
Yeah, Monster Ball back in the day. They was told, they say she was the highest paying woman in Hollywood at the time. Highest paid. Julia Roberts, we haven't seen in 4 or 5 years because she got married, got kids, came out of nowhere, and she hadn't done anything for 5 years. Made one movie, didn't win no Oscar right there, and knock her off in one day. Everybody, Holly Berry did. She's a beautiful woman. Everybody want her. Julia Roberts come up and stole her thunder at the Oscar, and said she was the highest paid woman at all, even though she ain't seen it in 5 years. So that's why. So even if you are, you still get knocked down.
But notice that she didn't get an Oscar.
Right.
After all the years that she's been acting, she didn't get an Oscar until she defiled herself with Billy Bob Thornton.
Right. Came in. We get movies now.
For years, she wouldn't disrobe. For years, she would not do nude scenes. For years, she wouldn't do none of that. The minute she did something like that, they gave her an Oscar.
Right. Got one Oscar. And then she said she's the highest paying woman.
Yeah, but that's Hollywood, though. I don't know how much that has to do with colorism.
I'm just saying that room. But she was there in this room, and all of a sudden, Julia Roberts come in, walk in there, and everybody switched from Julia Roberts to Holly Berry to Julia Roberts. And all the camera because she made one good movie.
Who fused colorism? Who fused colorism?
I mean, Hollywood most definitely. I mean, if we talk about social media, that's why people ain't watching the Grammys and all the Oscars and all that type of stuff, because they too woke now. If you look it up, nobody watching. The ratings that went to the ground, to the toilet, because they just so into colorism right now. But I wanted to mention something.
Well, the white media they have always wanted more light-skinned blacks. I'm talking about in terms of the black community. Who fused colorism in the black community?
You know
who carries that on?
It's still entertainment, even in the black community. That's where it stems from. That's the root, I think.
Yeah,
you don't think that?
Yeah, but also, it's incredible. But biggest problem is
not in my opinion. No,
they don't. No, absolutely.
Within the black community,
Are you trying to say black women are doing it? Because I kind of picked up the narrative of where I'm at. So so black women fuel colorism.
Black men don't. Black men, we don't fancy ourselves about who's light and this. That's not what we do. We just don't.
Man, I've seen that shit all. What are you talking about, Black men talk about colorism just as much as black women, bro. That high yelling nigga, man. I don't know what you talking about, bro. It's just our community. That's what we do, unfortunately. And I think it stems from entertainment.
No, colorism.
No, we had that on the plantation, bro.
This is not right. It is that plantation thing. But in terms of black men, in between black men, we don't bother ourselves with this. We just don't. We do not bother ourselves with man. That's not. Some of us, a few of us do, but you can count that on one hand. Black men don't. Colorism is not carried by. But you took black men off the face of the earth, there would still be colorism.
All the effeminate.
Yeah, no, you take any people group off the face of the earth, there's colorism. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could rock with that. That's too heavy on one side, man. That's just me.
No, of course it's heavy on one side because that's the fact.
And you know what?
Don't blame me
You know
for
what?
stating the
You
fact.
know what? Check
That's
this out.
exactly what it is.
Check this out. Before we go deep
Who
to
is
the
Lord next to
colorism,
black people? Who
check
is
this
Lord?
out. Hold on. Before we go to the deep to the colorism, I think that should be something to discuss on a whole nother topic. With, like you say, if that's true, have some stats, some statistics, some receipts. There'll definitely be something to put out there because I want to learn that too. You know, because if we say, like if you saying yeah it is and he's saying it ain't and all that, I'd rather, like I do, have the receipts. It's not hard to prove that.
That's
The original word is color struck.
Well, color struck, okay, but my point is that black men don't.
Yes,
this
sir.
is not anything that black men complain about. You're a black women complaining about this in just about every channel that they have.
Because it's a feminine topic. That's why it's a feminine topic. Only effeminate men and women talk about colorism.
There you go.
All into looks and and all that.
But by and large, masculine black men, this is not anything this is not anything that we bother ourselves with. Masculine black men, the majority of black men, we do not bother ourselves with this stuff. Black men don't talk about this.
Yeah, we don't
in barbershops. We don't talk about this. This is not a topic.
Now we might joke around in the barbershop just for like talking shit and whatnot. But as far as like that be the main topic point in a barbershop, nah.
No, this is not anything that's fueled by black men.
Well, we be
Black men
serious
don't
about
fuel
it,
this
right?
stuff. This colorism thing. This is a black woman thing that they have amongst themselves.
Like we'll be talking about Trey Young. We'll be talking about Trey Young right now shooting the lights out because he light skinned and shit against the whole team of dark skinned niggas. See, that's the
you gotta act like that's not a. You gotta act like that's not a conversation when it really is.
I wanted to mention something
I'm
back.
sorry, it's just not. I'm sorry.
That's why I wouldn't mind. That's why I said I wouldn't mind.
Black men may joke about that. Oh, his little light skinned ass or something like that, but that's about it.
Yeah, we're not serious about that.
Yeah.
Right, but that's not anything that we really, harp upon. We don't. Like I said, we may in passing, we may say, oh, look at this little light skin, he weak as fuck. But then you know what that light skin dude gonna do? He gonna make you. He's gonna test you because you testing him, and then men being men, we get it all over with, and we go talk about something else that's a little bit more serious.
Okay.
Man, I want to mention something way back, man. I want to mention something about the system because we keep talking about the system. I really wanted to say that you know what I'm saying. When we talk about we talk about the system in general, and I remember we talk about that white man as the original topic, talking about black man and these, and child support and things of that nature. One thing we must understand about child support is under the Social Security Act, SSA, the Social Security Act. And who owns Social Security? The Queen of England owns Social Security. That's why all around the world, if you have what they call a prime minister, like a prime minister of Australia, the prime minister of Canada, whenever you the prime minister of India, if you have a prime minister where the queen owns that land, then that's when they're on child support. So when somebody says that child support is mostly black men or some stupid shit like that, it's the Queen of England is the one putting child support everywhere that she owns, it's the Queen of England. So right there, we know that black men are not the predominant one. It's really white men because it's the Queen of England is running all these white areas to be 1,000 with you. So that's why, when we talk about Social Security, we have to get an understanding of that. And also, a brother said something earlier. He was talking about how he wanted to build with a woman. And a woman. I had the same experience where I told her, I want somebody to motivate me. And whatever goal you have, I'm going to help you with that goal. Whatever goal I have, I'm going to help you. I wasn't even talking about leader. I was just talking about working together. She said, I've been doing it by myself. That was her response.
Yeah, see, they got that mentality 50-50 means one of us will be half man, half woman.
She did not want to do that. And and also they were talking about the about how they took the trades out of the school. They took trades out of school. They wanted to put it in the colleges because it's about getting in debt. It's about being in debt, which is make you a debt slave. And that's basically what they don't want nobody to be independent. They want somebody to pay hella money to get that trade, so they have to be in debt and things of that nature. You know what I mean?
No, W2.
I got a little pushback.
Well, on that trade thing in school, I'm not dismissing that because that fact is true. In terms of being in debt and all of that. But the root of that, they did not want to compete with these younger black boys coming out of high school with these apprenticeships, with these certificates, right? The unions well, the white union,
Baby boomer.
very
Let's be real.
instrumental,
Baby boomer
and
ass
they
niggas did that
wanted
shit.
it out. And for years before they did it, for years they had wanted it out. They've been wanting that out of the schools for a very long time.
Yeah,
and then they finally got it.
It's their job.
And they finally got it, and then they pushed it to the colleges and all of that. And so now, once it goes to the colleges, so now we're talking about debt and all that other type of stuff. But Rick, they did not want to compete. There was some people, there were white folks who was saying that they didn't want to compete with that.
I want one more point. I want one more point.
Hold on.
I got something right here. I want to just finish up real quick.
Because the trades and the military was those are the two things that black men can go into and have some type of an inoculation, so to speak, against racism, against discrimination in employment. They took that out. That put a lot of black men to like, okay, now where did we go? You send them to the military.
Yes.
Send them to school. Because I was in woodworking and electric. I'm telling you, I was there. But I remember coming, because I was excited to go my senior year. You know, I was looking forward to getting this apprenticeship certificate and all that. Couldn't get it. It was stopped.
You're right.
I want to say one more thing, man. I want to say one more thing.
Let Cincinnati say his last thing.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Amin Osiris, you know what I'm saying, beating up on child support. And also shout out to my brothers over there in New York that got the Freedom of Information Act. Child support, one thing I want to say about child support is not the system. It's a single and separate entity that bribes the system. This is a bribe. That's why it's illegal. That's why it's unlawful for somebody to have a warrant for your arrest. And that's why these judges can get sued for child support. And I got one of the contract. What?
Wait a minute, as a cop, I'm gonna say you're right about some of it, but it is a private agency.
Yes.
It's not run by the government.
No.
You're absolutely correct on that because
and right here, I got one of their contract with child support contract, and I got to make sure this is Office of Child Support right there, and they're bribing the court, they're bribing the prosecutor, they're bribing the sheriff, they're bribing the magistrates. Child support contract right here. Child support is bribing the court. They are bribing the court to do what's in the best interest. And the best interest is not to be around the father to be around a child, but to be on child support. It's not the best interest of the mother to have their children. The best interest of child support is to put their children in the system and make the mother on child support because they're bribing. It's not a government entity. People talk about it's like a franchise. That's why it's different everywhere.
It's a private owned industry. It's not run by any government whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. But they still use, and that's why they can get sued. That's why you can sue them and make sure to do that because they're doing unlawful things all the time. But see, one thing about it is the Bar Association is the British Accredited Registry. They're also owned by the Queen of England. The bar, and child support is ran by the Queen of England.
How long has the child support system been in place?
Not since 1977.
All right, and how long has the Queen of England and the prime ministers and all them motherfuckers been in place? For a very long time, right? So this is fairly a new system, right? Now,
it's called involuntary servitude. That's why the 13th Amendment says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment. But guess what involuntary servitude means? If you breathe involuntarily, meaning you don't do it on purpose. Well, all of a sudden they taking your money out your check. That's involuntary servitude, just like slavery. Read the 13th Amendment. They are violating the 13th Amendment by putting you under slavery. And that's like I said, the Western countries all want to say they're not about slavery. They're the only person that abolished slavery. Arabs still got slavery. Chinese still got slavery. No, they still got slavery through involuntary servitude, stealing your stuff. So
if you're saying child support is a separate entity, why does it have the stamp of approval from the court systems?
Because they bribe the court. That's why you can
so with that bribery, I'm doing
contract. They get a contract.
It's a contract right here. I got it right here.
Okay. So with
what you gotta say though.
All right, thank you. So with that bribery, which you're calling it bribery, I'm thinking they're just calling it a formality. That's what I'm pretty sure they're not saying, yo, we're about to bribe the court this morning. They're calling it formality. They're even probably calling it policy. Who knows? So with that, if you're saying, you know, we can sue these, why aren't people doing it?
Hey,
a lot of people are doing it and winning, because basically child support is a contract, and if you don't sign nothing, it's like any other debt. You got a car debt, you have to sign something. You have any debt, you have to sign for something. But what child support does, they just put you on there, so you have to know how to let them know every debt you have to sign for. You have to consent to child support, and if you do not consent to it, then you can sue them, and you can win by saying I never signed a contract. And in fact, in their law, they're supposed to have you sign something.
Any brother on this panel done that yet?
Wait.
And actually won?
No, I haven't done it, but I would. Now I don't know about the Queen of England stuff, but I will say this: these judges that's in these child support courts, they can be sued, and they have been sued. I have seen it. Yes, that is true. I haven't done it, but I'm at a point in my case to where, you know what, it's not even worth doing, because all the money that I've spent, the money that I've spent is in the tens of thousands of dollars. But I'm telling you right now, that is true.
Cole,
the child support court is kind of a different court in and of itself, you know. And the reason why people don't do it, they don't sue it, because they actually just don't know. People don't know.
Cole,
they think it's the same thing as like criminal court or something. But it's
not. Yeah, it's a contract, and it's
you asked me if somebody did it. I did it.
Yeah.
Oh, you did do it?
Cody.
Who did it?
I'm gonna tell you how I did it.
Yeah.
Well, when I got custody of my child, she was like 3 years old. Went to court, but up to that point, the young lady, she was getting government assistance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they try to tag on a writ on me, paying back the system that she had collected, right?
Yep.
So I petitioned the court and said at the same time they can trace me down. It's the same time, regardless of what name she put on the application, which she signed up for government assistance, they could have tracked me down then. You see what I'm saying? And so I was able to win that in court where I didn't have to pay anything. And better than yet, when I got custody of my child, I did not do child support in the courtroom, because I believe is the custodian parents that child is with. That's the parents should take care of that child. And I know a lot of people go disagree with me, but that's just the way I did it. You see what I'm saying?
So, but it's different than what I'm sorry, Cincinnati, I think is his name. That's different than what he's talking about, right? You won an actual case.
No,
he's talking about you can go at the child support people like them personally, and get that contract null and void, because all you did was pretty much get the ruling flipped. I'm talking about how can you I've never seen nobody go at a child support person, the ones that made the contract and gave it to the court.
Well,
and
all I need to do is type in this. That's why I shouted out. That's why I shout out the God of Law, and Osiris. But it's not only that though. It's many different people like who have put people basically when you have a judge under contract with a private entity, he is not working in his constitutional. He's working for pay. He's not working for the Constitution. You cannot sue a judge who's only working through the Constitution. But when a judge is getting paid by a private entity, he does not have immunity anymore, and he can't be sued. And that's what happens. And in fact, like I said, type in Amin Osiris and then type in a sued judge. They got examples of people judges getting sued. So
you're right. Hold on. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
All right, this is new information for me.
But you know what? Hey, before you speak, I'm sorry. Hey, also, hold on, Cole. Before you start coming here more often, you will see I got videos that you can check yourself, and you'll definitely need to learn that. And that's what I was trying to tell Sickly Slim. Watch some of my previous videos, and you will see the receipts and the proof of we speak on this. I think it's your first or second time maybe coming on here. I want you to full understanding, right? Go ahead, Mr. Cook. Say what you were saying, sir. Sorry.
They got other guy. You're absolutely right. They're using the binding hunter method of that contract. What is the binding hunter? Binding hunter goes after fugitives who do that bond. They use that that same system where they get that contract on that person. I'm going to find to get child support. And a lot of people don't know that they use that system right there. So they're not under an umbrella of the law anything. That's why you get private contract. He's absolutely correct. But so I'm just saying he's right. But they're using the bounty hunter method of contract between judge and get away on law enforcement. So that's why you can't sue them. When we talking about earlier, because it's not a law. So
okay, I have a question for Cincinnati then. Okay, because like I said, this is all new. And I'm definitely, like I said, Mr. Palmer, man, I'm tapped in now, bro. You got me, so I'm tapped in. All right, yeah, no doubt. So Cincinnati, would you say that it is majority of the people that know this information are winning these cases or losing these cases?
Oh yeah, they are winning. I can back that up as a cop.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of them are winning, but they have to know what they're doing because it's easy to show that they have violated your due process rights. For most people, they just start stealing and they don't sign no contract with them at all. But also, they don't even tell them. There's elements to a contract, meaning you're supposed to tell somebody. There's 6 elements to a contract. Just look it up. Type in 6 elements to a contract. You have to tell somebody what type of things that's going to happen to you if you do not deal with this contract. Just like if you sign for a car loan and stuff like that, they go through all types of paperwork. The same thing that child support people are supposed to do because it's a debt. It's a debt, and that's why they take from you. It's a debt, but any type of debt, you have to have a contract. Even according to the Black's Law Dictionary, if you look up debt, it's attached to a contract, and they never ever give you due process and let you know exactly what you're getting yourself into when you go into child support. And that's why if you know what you're doing, you can always get them on due process. Because it's
I mean, isn't a court case due process? So I mean,
child support is not a court. Because child support is not a court. Child support is
okay. That's where I'm.
Let me tell you why. Child support is directly violating the what is called the separation of powers. We know that the executive branch. The executive. Let me finish up real quick. The executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch are never supposed to come together. But child support is under the executive branch. Social Security Act is under the executive branch of the government, but the executive branch is bribing the judicial branch, and that is treason. So that's not really a court. It's a court of chancery. It's supposedly a court of chancery, but it's not a court. They're faking like it is a court, but it's just
my thing is how is lawyers not suing the government? That's billions of dollars they can get.
They don't have the money.
They're part of it.
They're part of the system. They're part of
the bar association works for the court.
Right, GALs, even some of your lawyers that you hire, they are all part of the system. I'm telling you, man, I've been a part of this. I've had to fire 4 lawyers, and I'm telling you right now, the judges, all of it, up under this Title 4D, all these people, they're getting paid. This is a record. I got a fundamental question. I got a fundamental question. Why is it that the child support system, or quote unquote court system, why is that completely separate than any other court system in America from what we know? Why does that work different than anything else?
Because on the contract.
Because it's the only court that, according to their laws, they cannot have a judge of the court. That's why most of them are magistrates. Because they cannot even have a Title III judge. And in fact, the judge can't even issue a warrant. I mean, he can't issue a warrant because it's not a judge. According to their laws, you cannot have a judge reside over a child support hearing. So therefore, when you have some type of warrant, you have to get a warrant from a particular type of judge. And when they do it, that's why all their warrants are unlawful. But people just don't know it. Because you cannot arrest somebody for a debt. That's debtor's prison. That's debtor's prison, and debtor's prison is illegal.
Right.
They want to make it
get
illegal.
around that. They get around that by saying that you violated a judge's order. That's how they get around. At least,
y'all know the old saying. Y'all know the old saying. Lack of knowledge to kill you.
As a cop, I can back that up because I've seen that happen. They go around it, and like he's right. They're linked. They use judges, and they use other people to get that contract on that person, especially when that person as soon as that person put that name, or that woman put your name on that thing, says I'm putting them on child support. They go to a separate entity, a private agency, not no federal, not no state, no look, a private agency, child support agency, and they go just like bounty hunter. They private, then they go get a contract. Say we agree, go do this and get this like this. They got it. He's absolutely correct. They got absolutely right because they done that.
See, the whole system is actually designed to prevent people from actually taking it to really higher courts and getting it out of the. They don't want this type of stuff in the federal court because every time it goes to the federal court, higher in federal courts, this stuff gets kicked back.
Right.
It gets shut down because it really doesn't meet constitutional muster. None of this stuff do, but because people don't know and most people don't have the money to really fight the system like that.
Yeah. And we got corporate judges.
People just continue to let it go, and they just play along with the system. I never got a notice saying, hey, do you agree with this? Because I never signed on to it. I never. Most men don't sign on to an agreement to it. They never. I know I didn't. But it's imposed anyway.
Even if they threaten you to go to jail, do not sign that paper. If they threaten you to go to jail, anything like that, take your weapon, do not sign that paper whatsoever.
Right.
They really can put you in jail.
And they make it. They really do make it sign, especially for these, the men that are in the lower end of society.
They get scared.
They make it seem as if that they have to sign it, and they don't.
Oh, I gotta say this right now. Even with children's services, you cannot sign that because children's services Title 4E, child support is Title 4D. Both of them are Social Security Act. The Social Security Act was never passed through Congress, therefore it's not law. If it's not law, that means that they need your consent. That's why even when it comes to children's services, if you don't sign nothing with children's services and they try to steal your children, what they have to do in order to keep your child is go through a court hearing. They have to go through a whole trial to take your child. But but what they do is they smile in your face in children's services, say, oh, well, if you just sign this and we're going to help you out, and and not knowing that you're signing away your children. And that's what they try to do on the low. Same thing with child support. And that's why you cannot sign nothing with these crooks. I want to throw that in there, man.
Absolutely. Whatever you do, if you ever get case with child services was gonna come to your house and take your child for whatever stupid reason, like your child fall down one day and somebody think it was child abuse, do not let that in that house with warrant, because there's no law to warrant on a child service. They got to get an actual court law.
They got to get a warrant. Even if they get a warrant. Even if they get a warrant, the warrant might not even say they can come in your house. The warrant might just say they need to talk to one person. You have to read the warrant too. But they don't want to go through going through a court and getting evidence to get a warrant. They don't. So they want to convince you that you're supposed to let them in your house when you can't. You don't even have to let police officers in your house. But you got to tell them, like, listen. Unless you have a warrant, I don't want to go over established laws. I need you to go and get a warrant, and then you can come back because I don't want to go over. You got to let them know. No, you cannot come in.
Make sure you read it before they come in your house. Yeah. So you get a warrant. You read that a warrant before they come in there, because sometimes some of these words don't have no judge signature whatsoever. It's a fake warrant sometimes. So they come in.
You got something pointed up.
They tell me, we got a warrant. Come in, they rush in. Like, yo, go look at that warrant. If you don't see no stamp or anything like that, you don't get your house.
All right. Can I make my last point before I bounce? And I want to. I definitely. Okay, I definitely want to listen. So I'm gonna make this point, and then we can have a discussion if y'all want, and then I'll bounce.
Well, so before you speak, after you speak, I'm gonna let Quincy X speak. Then I gotta bounce. We've been on 4 hours. We can discuss. We can talk about it tomorrow, because I want y'all can email me, and Mr. The officer, I want you to email me as well, because this is something that need to be talked about by you being in the system for over 30 years. Need to be discussed, because a lot of people call us liars, and we don't know what we're talking about and everything else. But yeah, go ahead, Cole, and speak your piece, and go ahead. Quincy, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So the last thing I wanted to bring up was what should a woman do if she needed the system? Because I hear a lot of, fuck child support, fuck this, fuck that. Like, what if the dude is like a low life or whatever, and she needs the money? Or what if the dude is whatever we deem as high value? I don't know those terms or whatever, but whatever, a good man or whatever. What if she needs the system for support? Should she not go that way, or what's your guys' thoughts on that?
Even if the man doing what he's supposed to do, or you talking about somebody just don't?
No, somebody that's not doing what they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, cause Go ahead. Truthfully,
when it comes to that, that's the way child support used to be. It used to be that way. It was for the married white woman, and the man who didn't come back, he went overseas, never come back, military white man, and that's why child support and alimony was created. And unfortunately, down the line, they made this as a lucrative business. It wasn't about the best interest of the child. Because back then, a woman couldn't vote, couldn't work. They was just at home to take care of the child, and a lot of white men abandoned.
It was only designated for wives, like Mr. Palmer said,
Right.
about the 1980s. Ronald Reagan.
Right. It was not for women who had kids out of wedlock. They didn't play that back then. I will say they didn't play that. Now,
to the 1980s.
Right. Anybody can go out and say, look, bro, did you know if you living with your woman, y'all not married, y'all have a kid, did you know that she could put you on child support?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Now,
That's what I say. It's a lot. I want y'all. That's what I say. I want you to stay on and start watching the platform we talk about, because you could be on child support, and I ain't talking about her getting on welfare. I'm talking about she could literally take you to court with your child support, and you can say, Judge, I stay there. I pay my part. I pay the rent. He don't care. He gonna say, well, pay that bread, and he gonna put you on child support.
Right. Now, with that in mind, don't we have to do better vetting as far as the women that we lay down with and all that?
And let me tell you this, like I say, you know, and that's why I tell people on here, we have to change the laws of our mind. We got to take accountability to our actions. We have to build ourselves, love ourselves, do for self.
And most importantly, keep our veins cold.
And keep our veins cold, because we have to learn to pick that better. And then we have to make the woman, I say, earn the pain. Don't just go out there trying to hit because you got a nice ass, you got money, education, whatever.
Unfortunately, Mr. Palmer, that's too much like right. That's too much like right.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I got a question. I know you. How do you determine that a woman is she needs the system to how do we determine that? How do we determine which woman actually really does need?
Okay, how many kids you got? That's key right there. How many kids you got?
Now,
let's say she has 3 kids by the same man.
Yeah.
How about that?
Now that's a rarity, but still, okay. So she has 3 kids by the same man. All right. So why is she needing it?
Why she keep having kids?
Well, let's just say she went down the American way, right? And she was submissive to her husband. He was the breadwinner. That is the Christian American way, unfortunately, right? And so, and all of a sudden, the husband decided it's time for him to bounce. He found a younger chick, and now he's out. Would that not be a need?
Hold on. Okay, now if that was the majority scenario, you would have a point. But that is not the majority scenario, and I would say that is the extreme,
especially in the Black community.
That situation that you just spoke on, that is almost never the actual reality.
Except for Green Acres.
Never happened.
Except for Green Acres.
That almost never happened. Look, and I hate to get anecdotal, but I have to, because I've been doing it for so long.
No, that's fine.
I've been mentoring and coaching for the better part of 15 years, and out of all of them, I think it's fair to say that I've been in contact with probably hundreds, if not thousands, of boys, of children, right? Out of all of the cases that I've had. Because I'm one of the coaches who they bring the difficult kids to mentor and to tutor. I've had them in my home all the time. Out of all of those cases, out of all of these years, I've met one situation where the man was not involved in the child's life because he just bounced on his own. The rest of them, it was just situations between the man and the woman, and the woman just didn't want to have nothing to do with it. Period. That's what it all boiled down to. So when you say, well, if a woman just actually need it, how do we determine that? I mean, how do we really determine? Because the situation that I've seen in all my years of doing this, I don't come across that. I just don't. It's always that the mother and the father, they just don't get along. They split up, and she is, and for whatever reason, she has filed for these benefits, and now the man is he's in a certain web of justice that he'd never get out of based upon her bitterness. That's what it basically.
Right, but isn't that one of those count the cost situations?
Say it again.
I said, isn't that one of those count the cost situations? We talked about education and accruing debt. Most people just don't go to school and get this debt and not account for it. You know what I mean? Like they put that, okay, this is the job I'm gonna get. This is my debt. You know, they balance that shit out. Same thing with you got to go into a situation knowing, like me, I've been married for a long time. If I get divorced, I know my wife is she's gonna, you know what I mean? I know she can get me because I got 4 kids. You know what I'm saying? So that shit is in my mind. It's like, okay, so this is what I would have to do if this was to happen. I hate thinking like that, but I prepare myself like that.
Well, let's see. How do you do? Okay, I'm not gonna again because I won't. I'm not gonna turn it all about me, but just looking at an example. How does a man go into a situation, and what outward signs can he be looking for that's going to tell him that maybe, you know what, she may falsely accuse you of something. If you have a child by her, you may not want to marry her. How do you do that? Especially say, for instance, that she doesn't have any children. She's a first-time mom. You're a first-time dad, and you two marry and all of that. And so, what outward signs should he be looking for that's going to give him a clue that she's going to do that?
A lot of times you just don't know. I'm just talking about.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way to.
But here's the thing. I'm speaking as far as guys who randomly having sex with multiple women, who just pumping and dumping, so to speak. You know, wearing condom. I'm speaking on that now. You could be with somebody for years. You think you got the right woman. You get married and do it the right way. And then something happened for whatever reason, because we didn't investigate her past, we didn't investigate her mother, her father, her family, and so on. So you don't know who you're dealing with when it's all said and done, but you try your best. You know what I mean?
You try your best, but
that's what I'm saying.
Still,
man,
my thing is,
I want to talk about
the system that being available to in this case, I'm only gonna deal with black women because I'm black and I'm in the black community. The system that this absolute weapon that they give them and that they irresponsibly use.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to speak on. Because
there's no way around that.
Hey, that's just the risk that's the risk we take.
No,
though,
because
in Africa, that fire though.
In Africa, they don't give women primary custody. They don't give women primary custody in Africa. The problem, the elephant in the room is, why are they giving these women primary custody all the time? Why are they getting it? Because in places where they don't do it, the children are way better. But why is it that they want to give it to them? And now we got to worry about how she gonna act and what she gonna do because they didn't gave her all that power. They should not give it to all these places where they have the men get custody of their children. The children are better, and in fact, the families stay together. In every place in the world where they get that man in custody.
That's all
most
I
of the time,
say.
yeah, it's a whole different philosophy, though. It's a whole different philosophy. There's a different philosophy between America and Africa. That's why. You know what I mean? I think women pretty much had to fight.
Arab countries. We talk about Arab countries.
That's
those are manly men because they got fathers.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. So now so what's messing it up is we giving these women the power and giving them the primary custody, and they're dropping the ball. It's not the men around the world. Around the world, it's not men dropping the ball when they have primary custody, but around the world, it's women dropping the ball when they have primary custody. It's not men.
Hold on. Listen, this is why I asked you straight up. What year was child support put in place? You said 1977. They had to fight for that shit, bro. And that's one of the beauties of being in America is because we are a democracy and shit can change. You know what I mean? Over in those other countries that you're talking about, it takes a lot for shit to change. And maybe you don't know.
Bro, Go ahead. I got to cut you off on that part because child support is all over the world, brother.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it's in all the European countries. It's in a third world country called Brazil. It's in some parts of Africa. It's in Japan. It's in Mexico. It's in the Asian country.
Where the woman is beneficial in all cases, because he was just talking about it being in Africa, but the man is beneficial. So that's what I was saying.
He said certain parts of Africa,
not the whole country, but certain parts of Africa.
Okay, but that was my point, though. That was my point.
But I can tell you, in a lot of parts of Africa, even though the woman may get, I guess, what we would think of as a primary custody, the actual support responsibility on the man is nowhere near to what it is here. In other words, it's punitive here. It's not punitive elsewhere.
Now, check it out, man.
My wife is South African. She and the money, the amount of money that we have to pay here, and the responsibility and the threat is nowhere near.
This I want y'all to know. Child support started back in 1935.
Oh, wow.
It did not start in 1970. So, because it don't make a difference because the Queen of England was back in the 1600s or whatever the fuck.
Right.
But it started in 1935. And that's why I told you when white men was going overseas to war and they weren't coming back. Now it got more fucked up for the black man in the 70s, but child support started in 1935, and they said it was the a well, I read it. The federal government of the United States became involved in providing welfare, and that was to help the white married woman welfare assistant to impoverish children in 1935 through the aid of families with dependent children program. It was actually legit. It was the right thing because, like I said, white men was going overseas and not coming back. But and you had to be married. You had to be married. You know, and
at that time, 1935, you know, one number of white women taking advantage of that.
Right, yeah, and white women weren't allowed to work. Women weren't allowed to work. Period. At the time, vote and everything else. So it was understandable.
Right at that time, the family was more nuclear.
Right.
So the man really made enough to take care of the whole family. So when when the man leaves the home for one reason or another, yeah, there needs to, and that woman is not within the workforce like she is now. You know, see, to me, that's why I think the whole child support system needs to be abolished altogether. I know that it never happened, but it needs to be abolished because you have women now, in particular the black American women. They are living on this. They are living on it. They are counting on it. They are strategizing their whole entire adult lives around this.
Now check this out. I'm gonna shut this down. We could definitely come on this tomorrow, but it ain't about synergy. We just talk about what we talk about. That's why I want definitely Mr. Cook or Chief Cook and Cole to definitely chime in. Speed, if you can, Blackness. You know, it'll be like around about 4 o'clock. I know you probably be coaching, but I hope you can chime in by then. We do it saying about 4 o'clock. Now here's the
I'm
thing.
on the West Coast.
Oh, you the West Coast? So yeah, it'll be 4 o'clock Central Time. So that'll be 2 o'clock your time.
Okay.
Here's the thing, like SZ said, because I said earn a ping. She said earn a ping, Lord Jesus. Women aren't even having orgasms, but she said earn a ping. What I'm saying is, what I'm talking about is for men. Like back in the day, they always taught the woman to not have sex until you get married. Make him earn that cat. So why is when I tell men to make them earn, now all of a sudden is Lord Jesus, and I'm doing something wrong? But I will say she did respond back, and she said I wasn't lying. I'm trying to find it. She did say I wasn't lying. But my thing is, why when a man say this to other men is mind blowing to a black woman or to a woman, like, oh man, what you mean? We gotta earn. What I'm saying is they should have that mindset that y'all used to have. And I ain't saying you personally. I'm just saying how women used to have, where you couldn't just have sex with no guy. You couldn't be pregnant out of wedlock. You got disowned and thrown out the house. So that's, I mean, I'm just trying to
down south. I know when I was growing up, they sent them
right.
down south.
You was shamed. You was shamed. The grandmother will move the daughter to Mississippi till she had that baby. When they bring the baby back, the grandmother was the mother.
Or they'll make them tell everybody that that's their sister or that's their brother.
Right.
That's their
So
child.
I mean, why not have that mindset to tell men, hey man, don't have sex with all these women. You know what I'm saying? And she did respond. She said this is good advice for everyone to not have random sex, but women don't earn peen. They aren't getting pleasure by large from men. I'm not saying that the women enjoying it. I ain't saying that the women won't. What I'm saying is for guys who having sex with a bunch of women or having sex with women that they know they don't want to have kids with, why take the chance? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that y'all want sex like that, because even though G even said earlier that when it comes to the orgasm, y'all not getting all that. See, he said it earlier. So even talking from that aspect. So that's what I'm saying. This is why I tell y'all men, we have to change the laws in our mind in order to make change, because they're gonna believe people gonna believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, and these women,
that's what it is.
And these women that, you know, the majority of these women that's getting pregnant, they're only getting pregnant and having children with a smaller subsection of men. Because like I said, the majority of black men are single and childless.
Right, 51%.
But what is the percentage of black women that with children, with multiple babies? That's a whole bunch of them. So when you look at the percentage on that, the only way that you can explain is that a lot of them are having these babies by men who, a la Cynthia G, who have already got babies. So they coming in line already, you know, sharing the reproductive material of a man who's already shared his reproductive material. So I say, you know, look, men, especially men of any means within the community, leave these women alone. Leave them the hell alone.
All right, I can't wait to tap in tomorrow,
That's why
if she has any children,
but you know what? That's why I don't have a problem with a black woman when they say save yourselves and go on about your business and stay away from me. I have no problem with that. I'm not gonna say,
if she has any children, right? If she has any children, she's running around outside in fluffy house shoes and pajama pants and a bonnet with the doggone nails with hood ornaments and all of them. Stay the hell away. Don't be surprised what happens when you stick your reproductive material in her, what she does with it. Don't be surprised. Because she told you what she was about the minute that you looked at her.
Yeah.
She told you that she was low class by coming outside of the house, did barely just get right out of the bed, put her house shoes on, and come out in public.
And that's what I mean by we had to change the laws of man, because we'll see her with the bonnet with some pajamas on and say, damn, she got a fat ass though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see the fat ass jiggling, and she knows exactly what she's doing.
Right, and that's your
fault.
The problem is, that's your fault, man.
Exactly, she is. She's attracting low class men because low class men will stick their stuff in her and get her pregnant, and now he's going to complain about child support.
Right. So that's what I say. I tell men, hey, in this day and age, the shit I put out there, and y'all still knocking somebody up that y'all know y'all didn't want, or y'all didn't think that was gonna be like, hey, that's on you, fam.
Nowadays, women are making it very easy.
Right.
They are making it very easy to know who to avoid. They're making it very easy. Now, I'm not saying that if all of them, if they don't do all that, doesn't mean they're gonna be a good one. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying your chances would be a lot better.
Right.
If you avoid that.
You got a better chance. We got
a hell of a lot of better chance if you avoid that.
Right.
And these are the things that run off. That run around with them bonnets. They overweight. And proud to be overweight.
And you know what? On the flip side, I can't get mad if a woman say, I don't want to do no man with no kids. I ain't doing no baby mama drama. I don't want to deal with no dude who ain't working. I don't want to deal with a dude that's broke. I ain't mad at you. You damn right.
I ain't mad at you.
So we should have the same preference. We don't want no woman who broke. We don't want a woman with bonnets on their head. We don't want a woman that got the class of welfare and getting government daddy handouts and shit. I mean, same thing. I agree. Equal opportunity.
You 22 years old and you got 3 baby daddies.
No.
See, that's a problem. Black men, you got to understand something. Black men. You run into a situation like that, a woman like that. I don't give a damn how fine she is. Run. Run. You have
all right, Mr. Palmer. I'm out, bro. Thank you again for having me on, man. I'll definitely tap in tomorrow.
If you can, I'll be on live tomorrow. If you can't, email me at babymamatears@gmail.com. It's in the pin up top. You check it out. And also, Chief Cook, if you come on tomorrow and finish talk, because I definitely want to learn, because you've been in the system also for a long time, and you actually work for the system. I was at the county system for 15 years, and I know. So, but you've been doing it back in the day. So please, if you can email me your information, we talk behind the scenes. Definitely want to interview you as an officer. You put us on more game, because we as men have to learn from this. We don't have the future going to this same lane, getting themselves in a situation that they can't get out of.
Okay.
And thank you for coming on too, Cody, and thanks for the questions and information we shared.
Yeah,
no doubt. Yeah, I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Most definitely. And I want to give a shout out to OG Speed for coming in. Like I said before earlier, this is why I have my my chats, like when we have our discussion, the way I have it, because like I said, if I'd have been in my emotions and feelings back before when me and OG was having the differences, y'all want to hear the stuff that he was saying today. Y'all be saying, oh, same old bullshit, fuck him and all that. If I would have ran off our emotions, that's why we have to be thinkers and not reactors, and let people speak and get an understanding whether they telling the truth or not, or they lying, or maybe they talking weirdo, but give them the opportunity to speak. You learn from that. So shout out to OG. Shout out to Ronald. He made some good points talking about the alpha male, stuff like that. Shout out to Perfect Blackness as always. I'm glad he chimed in again for the second time. Jaylon. Shout out to Jaylon, 20-year-old brother who got no kids, going to school, and he's living his life like a free agent lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
OG.
Yes, sir. All right, OG. Definitely appreciate you and my boy Cincinnati who do know the laws, and he's part of the Father's Rights movement out there. One man gang. You know what I'm saying? Want to give a shout out to you as well. You know, and everybody, even the ones that support Cynthia G that's in the chat, some of y'all, you know, we was talking, we
I wish
dialogue.
they come up. I really wish those. I wish. They
Well,
come up.
I mean, they got their reason, but I was talking to them while y'all was talking, and a lot of stuff they was saying I agree with, and some stuff I didn't agree. But we dialogue, no disrespect between me and them, and some things, you know, it just take time, and I appreciate them coming back. You know what I'm saying? Just got to we have to be more understanding where a person coming from, because some of them probably never went through that. Some of them probably ain't had a baby daddy issue. Some of them probably ain't went on welfare. Some of them probably ain't even from the hood. So that's why I don't get in my feelings when they say certain things. I try to dialogue. And then, yeah, get to the point where you be like, man, I'm not even gonna waste my time. But our dialogue was decent on here, and I can't lie with the couple I talked to. But yeah, I mean, but when it's all said and done, in my opinion, when it comes to the black man, the black woman, it will never change, not in my lifetime, and it's gonna be what it be. So at least what I can do is spread awareness. This could be you if you don't get knowledge and logic and understand what the system and even our enemy think about you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So yeah. So and also shout out to Mr. O. You know, so he came in late. He said he didn't get a link. I'm surprised, because I've sure put it out there, but you know, YouTube gonna do what they do. Appreciate you as well. And like I say, I'm gonna go ahead and get back on the couch. You know what I do. How about you, deadbeat? And I'll be on here tomorrow by 4 o'clock. And just make sure I hope Mr. Chief Cook definitely inbox me so we can definitely dialogue.
No, but perfect. But I was gonna say this real quick for any.
Go ahead, sir.
For any guy. With your
I haven't seen it, but
you hear me? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that for anybody. If you don't know somebody on child support, whatever you do, please, for God's sake, sit down and talk to that mother. You do not want to be under any government thing. Period.
That's true.
To say, come down and work there, because soon as your name's on it, is end of the road. You're in it for life. You don't want that system, get in that system. And child support is the worst of the worst. Like I said, you know, like we all said, any woman in this room,
I don't pay to get in coochie either.
Yeah, any woman in this country, anyone, black, white, whatever,
right,
can point a finger at you and say you the child support and both and the agency, private government agency, you'll get federal, state, and local government to go after your ass. Period.
Most definitely well said.
California, especially in New York.
Oh yeah, New York, California, whoo, boy.
And some parts, much I say this, even Tennessee now.
Tennessee too, yeah.
Well, not be Republican, but in Democrats and cities, absolutely is the worst of the worst.
Surely is. Chicago.
And so for love of God, sit down. If she says she's pregnant, okay, fine. You know, like I said, do you have to do? You know, get that paper, get that test, find out,
right,
and talk to her. Do not let her go down and say, "I'm gonna put you on child support." I don't care. You have to do beg, whatever, but do not let her go downtown and do that. So once you do that, it is over for your ass. It is over. And sometimes, even the child get past 18, they can still come after you and make some kind of excuse and come after you when they're 20, 21, or 22, gets more money.
Yep.
States.
Yep. Depending on the state. Yep. So that's something that
and some say like that. So wherever you be fucking careful. Be careful. Fucking careful. Don't trust these women. I don't care what damn how, like you said, how what she look like, what color she is, how fine she is. Protect your damn self.
Right.
Protect your damn self. Don't allow her on condoms, anything. Protect your damn self.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because sometimes they come to us and we read that the warranty or some kind of warrant like that and tell them, well, you gotta do we have to go arrest that guy.
I like plus size girls.
Yep.
But also the easiest way to get rid of child support is right when it starts. If they cannot mail you that contract and you mail it back to them, or if you off top, you say you're not consent to that contract, that's the easiest time to get off of it in a fight is right when they put it on you. But you have to have the knowledge.
What you put it on that?
Because if
4, not after 4.
Because if they don't get served, say for instance, they have to have service. I mean, they have to send it to your house, certified mail. If you do not sign, or when it comes to your mail, you put it in a bigger envelope and send it back, they can't even prove service, and they can't put you on child support. It's different ways, but you have to be knowledgeable. You know what I mean? You have to arm yourself with knowledge, because if you're ignorant, they can just go to child support and they handle it. They lawyers will handle it. You got to be knowledgeable if you want to fight back, though. I just want to throw that out there.
Absolutely. And when you get that DNA test, you make sure you do it. Don't let them do it. You do it. You take it down and get your test. Don't let nobody. And you make sure you own that original copy. Don't give them the original copy. You own the original. Give them this second copy. I don't care. They want to see the copy. You give them you make them a copy, and you home. And when that judge you go face that court. And when you say and the judge say you got to pay child support regardless what you show them that copy, you make sure you they put that on record. Especially when they say what best part for the child, so you can sue that. So you can't sue the judge, not the state, the judge, because judge are getting paid for that child support company.
And I told people they get a piece of child support, it goes in their pension.
They get so make sure you have that on record. Make sure you have a witness. Make sure you have a witness in there. We go in that court with you. Besides your lawyer, you get
right.
And you have that on record. So when you go sue them, you have that transcript, and you sue that judge. They can go in upper court. So they can. So, but also it depends on what state. Unfortunately, it depends on what state and what city you are too. Because like I said, because sometimes they're returning ahead because they're getting that money. So
yes, sir.
That's it. But
if you can, like I say, we'll be on tomorrow. It'll be about 4 o'clock. That's Central Time. I believe you Central Time. If not, then it's an hour up.
That's Central Time. That's fine.
Okay, yeah, 4 o'clock. So y'all know, just tune in. YouTube don't give you no link and let y'all notification. No, that's a lie. I'll be on there at 4 o'clock. So y'all be cool. Y'all be smooth. Mr. O, as always, appreciate you. Ronald, appreciate you coming in. Mr. Cook, please email me. And Cincinnati, as always, I appreciate you. We'll definitely be on here tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Yeah, before I go, definitely want to say I appreciate this dialogue. I want to give a shout out to Pan-African black men going their own way for the $10 donation. American black men must not get trapped in generalizing our culture issues with the white man situation. This is a distraction that may kill your position or cause. OPP, shout out to you, brother. Also want to give a shout out to Chief Rocker for the $10 donation. Mr. Palmer, respectfully request all subscribers to your channel review the link I provided. It clears up a lot of revisionist history regarding child support. Do me a favor, bro. Send me, take the email and forward and resend it so it'll be up top, and I'll look at it as soon as I get off, because I'm finna get off right now. Shout out to you, Chief Rocker. Want to give a shout out to Hologram for the $5 donation. He says BMT is always given the opportunity to be used as a weapon against our own bloodline, and they take it with glee for the next to nothing every time. Salute to you, my brother, Hologram. Appreciate you to the fullest. And to let y'all know, it's a couple of white guys that's that's been in the chat, like Jim Palmer. He's a white dude from Florida. And I didn't want to put him on here because I didn't want to feel out of place. Not because that it's a bunch of black dudes. He okay. He just tell his truth. But I want to definitely have him on, maybe one-on-one, so he could talk about being a white man and child support, because a lot of people think that white men are not going through this, and when there's a majority of white men and want to do it the right way, get married, white men go through divorce and child support more than an unwedded man. So Jim Palmer, email me as well, and we could talk. The emails in the chat and the pin up top. Email us so we could dialogue, and I have you on the show as well. But there's a couple of quite a few white men that follow this page, because they know what it is. It ain't no color when it comes to child support, and they could definitely tell you on a white man aspect. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Jim Palmer. Want to give a shout out to the lead attorney. It ain't come in yet, but I see it on my phone, and here it goes. Shout out to the lead attorney for the $10 donation. He's a lawyer, been in law over 20 years. He talked about the law and how it's unfair. He talked about how it's gender bias amongst all men. He talked about that it's a bad investment to try to fight for your child if the baby mama terrorist is not physically abusive or on drugs and everything else, which I got a video that I did, but it doesn't matter. But shout out to the lead attorney for the $10 donation. He says, salute to Mr. Palmer and the Gail Lockett. That's right, facts. Want to give a shout out to all the people with the wrench, especially people today like Flyboy and my district attorney, Gail Lockett, for doing the Lord's work, and I definitely appreciate it. And yeah, Gail be monitoring everybody's stuff at one time, and I know how she get down. That's why I commend her and I appreciate her. Matter of fact, I met her through the lead attorney's page. So shout out to her. And like I say, shout out to people who came, who support Cynthia G. Shout out to y'all that I talked to in the comments, who at least stayed on to get an understanding, even though a lot of y'all don't agree with everything. You know what I'm saying? You understand, even though a lot of y'all don't want to understand. And then, like I say, some of y'all haven't been in this situation, whether it's child support, whether it's living in the hood, whether it's welfare or not. And I understand that. Some of y'all had both parents, and that's good. Some of y'all was raised by your father. That's good. That's why I'll never go against any woman, even if we're against each other, talking about some, oh, I was raised with my daddy. He taught me X, Y, Z. I don't knock it good. You should have a father. So yeah, I'm not gonna hold y'all no longer. Hopefully I get the lead attorney back on the show, and hopefully you'll have me on his show with an interview in due time. So yeah, y'all be easy. Tomorrow be 4 o'clock Central Time. We're gonna dialogue about child support like we always do. I won't be talking about Cynthia G. You know, but we definitely need to talk more about the Black community and why things are what it is. But I won't be tagging Cynthia G no longer unless it's about baby mama terroristic stuff. Something related to what we talked about. We did it twice. That's enough. I ain't gonna do 3, 4, 5, 6 like everybody else do. Try and get some like shines and notoriety. I don't get out like that. So yeah, the high value deadbeat got to get back on the couch and continue to run for child support. And y'all be safe. Y'all be easy out here. And thanks for everybody that stayed and tuned in. Tune in, yeah. So, oh yeah, let me see before we go. I will say I got 13 dislikes, 228 likes. So, you know, I couldn't do every sound effect, so I waited to the end with the 13 dislikes. I appreciate you with the dislike, because it's better to have a dislike than none at all. And here's my response with that. You can't handle the truth. That's the one. And the other one is, y'all know my boy Reverend X. I can't see you though, bitch. Not at all. So yeah, y'all be easy. Y'all be safe out here. I'm Mr. Palmer, and this conversation is over. Fuck child support. Peace. And if you ain't subscribed, please subscribe, because this is definitely a good platform that's going nowhere. Baby peace. Mama terrorist. BMT. Is my baby mama almost y'all suppose? Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, I'm on child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, I'm on child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, I'm on child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. Round around, I play the Romans innocent with an evil soul. In public, when fake hello, I go those who rock them horns. I'm old, I was gonna teach me a lesson. Case my kids got mad, I'm stressing. Cause my son to give me his present. She got married to teach me a lesson. Tell her bitch she did nothing wrong. Knowing that well since I moved on. Thought that money would keep me home. Hell no, bitch, I'm gone. I don't know what you lost your mind. Say my name, but I know your kind. Say my AB, bitch, you lying. fighting in court, man. I'm trying to be a father to my kids. She focus on the wrong shit. Burning out another beat. Instead of us co-parenting. Do my kids and grown folks business. Selling them lies, bitch, you wicked. Split personality, yeah, you twisted. Never thought I'd go through this. My baby mama, I'm on child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, I'm on child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setup. It's my baby mama, I'm on child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setups. It's my baby mama, I'm on child support. Can't see my kids, so I stay in cold. It's my baby mama, she be riding Lexus, finding sugar daddies, and doing setups. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.